Vigyan Parishad in 2017. She is recipient of Excellence in Integrative Medicine Research Award 2013, given annually by European Congress of Integrative Medicine. We once again welcome you, ma'am. Please come on the stage. Yes, ma'am. Regarding our second session chair, Dr. Sachin Deshpande, sir. Sir is a Shalyatantra specialist working in Pune, having more than 15 years of experience. He is an independent consultant as well as senior consultant for the organization FAIPM. He has done thousands of general surgeries, which include variety of complex cases. He also has special interest and experience in critical care. Apart from this, he is Vaidya Scientist Fellow from TDU Bangalore. He is recipient of several awards. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Please come on the stage. We request our session chair to kindly come on the stage and commence the session. Please welcome our session chair with a huge round of applause. I request our session chair to please introduce our first speaker of the event.
Good afternoon and warm welcome to this post-lunch session and hope we keep you awake this afternoon. So our first speaker is Dr. Anil Kumar, who is principal of the Patanjali Ayurveda College here, and he also served as a principal in Babal Hira Lal Ayurvedic College in Punjab for 4 years, big experience. He has MD in Rasa Shastra. He has remained to be a dynamic personality throughout his career and remain to be a role model for students to achieve milestones in their respective lives. So let's welcome, sir, Dr. Anil Kumar.
ओम। सर्वप्रथम परम पूज्य स्वामी जी, श्रद्धेय आचार्य जी की सूक्ष्म उपस्थिति को मैं नमन करता हूं और यहाँ डेस्क पर मौजूद सभी महानुभावों को धन्यवाद। आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। नीचे आ गया, ठीक है ठीक है। होलिस्टिक हेल्थ, जैसे कि होलिस्टिक वर्ड अपने आप में ही बहुत बड़ा है, तो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ को हमने कई एस्पेक्ट्स में जानने की कोशिश की है। जैसे एक फिजिकल, अगर हम फिजिकल रूप से हेल्दी हैं, दूसरा मेंटल मतलब मानसिक रूप से हेल्दी हैं, और तीसरा इमोशनल। अब इमोशन को आप कितना समझते हैं? इमोशनली भी हमें हेल्दी होना ही चाहिए। और सोशल हेल्दी, अगर आपकी समाज में क्या स्थिति है और समाज की स्थिति से आप संतुष्ट हैं तो आप स्वस्थ हैं। एक और हेल्थ है जिसको हम स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ कहेंगे। स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ वो बहुत बड़ी एक ऐसी हेल्थ है कि जो सबको नसीब नहीं होती है, जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा। फिजिकल, मेंटल, इमोशनल, सोशल हो सकती हैं, लेकिन स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ एक बहुत ही अलग है। इसको पाने के लिए आयुर्वेद ने भी बहुत कुछ कहा है और मैं आगे आपको कुछ साझा करना चाहूँगा। और एक और हेल्थ होती है इकोनॉमिक हेल्थ। शायद इसको किसी ने भी नहीं कहा होगा, लेकिन मुझे लगा और मेरे मन में आया तो मैंने इसको ज़रूर बताना चाहा है कि इकोनॉमिक हेल्थ भी होती है। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ एक धारणा है, पहला सुख निरोगी काया, दूजा सुख घर में हो माया। देखो बिल्कुल जुड़ा हुआ है, निरोगी काया है और थोड़ी सी माया भी है, तभी हम पूर्ण रूप से स्वस्थ रह सकते हैं, वरना सब एक दूसरे से लिंक। अब आयुर्वेद की जो इसके लिए अप्रोच है वो अलग अलग है। थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस क्या है कि प्रिवेंटिव ऑफ डिजीज है, प्रमोशन ऑफ हेल्थ है। कहना चाहेंगे तो मतलब यही है कि स्वस्थ व्यक्ति स्वस्थस्य स्वास्थ्य रक्षणम आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमनम, बहुत कॉमन है, बहुत बार आपने सुना होगा। और इसमें ही सारा कुछ होलिस्टिक हेल्थ आ भी जाता है। अगर हम किसी स्वस्थ व्यक्ति के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा करते हैं तो वो भी होलिस्टिक वे से ही कर सकते हैं। आतुरस्य की जो रोगी है उसके रोग को भी दूर करना है तो वो भी हम होलिस्टिक तरीके से ही करेंगे, उसके बारे में भी मैं थोड़ा सा आगे आपको बताऊंगा। नेक्स्ट मैं कहना चाहूँगा फिजिकल हेल्थ पे कुछ, जैसे बड़ा कॉमन है। अगर हम फिजिकल हेल्थ में सम दोष है, सम अग्नि, सम धातु, मल क्रिया, प्रसन्नात्मेंद्रिय, मना स्वस्थ इत्यभिधीये थे। आप सामान्य रूप से सभी ये चीज़ें जानते हैं कि हमारे अंदर अगर दोष समान है, अग्नि समान है, हम स्वस्थ हैं, नो डाउट। लेकिन दोष समान किस अवस्था में रहेंगे, दोषों को समान कैसे रखना है, कैसे रहते हैं, इसमें बहुत सारी और चीज़ें जुड़ी हुई हैं। उसमें सबसे पहले मैं मन के बारे में कुछ कहना चाहूँगा। मन मन्यते अब बुद्धते अनेन इति, मने सब पता है। और मन के द्वारा ही अनेक रोगों की उत्पत्ति शरीर में होती है। अगर मन स्वस्थ है तो हम फिजिकली रोगी होते हुए भी स्वस्थ रहते हैं। अगर मन अस्वस्थ है और आप फिजिकली स्वस्थ हैं तब भी आप रोगी हैं। इसको आप किसी भी तरह से कभी भी अपने, एक प्रैक्टिकल वे है ये, आप कभी भी सोच सकते हैं, कभी भी देख सकते हैं। अगर आपका मन अस्वस्थ है तो आप कभी भी स्वस्थ नहीं रह सकते। इसके बाद में नेक्स्ट मैं चाहूँगा कि आत्मा के बारे में। आत्मा एक और भी बड़ा विषय है, क्योंकि आत्मा शरीर में चेतन तत्व है और शरीर को चेतना प्रदान करता है। आत्मा है तो सभी कुछ है और हम हैं, और आत्मा नहीं है तो कुछ भी नहीं है। अब आत्मा का स्वास्थ्य से क्या रिलेशन है, इसे मैं थोड़ा अपने वे में बताना चाहता हूँ। देखिए, आयुर्वेद में मैंने जाना है, मैं आपको अपने वे से, अपने तरीके से शेयर करना चाहूँगा। जब मैंने पदार्थ विज्ञान को पढ़ा तब मैंने आत्मा को थोड़ा थोड़ा जाना। प्रकृति, प्रय और कृति, दो शब्दों से मिलकर बनी है। बड़ा आसान है प्रकृति कहना, लेकिन प्रकृति को समझना बहुत मुश्किल है। आपको मैं मॉडर्न से जोड़ के समझाने की कोशिश करूंगा। जैसे चरक ने क्या कहा है, चरक ने सृष्टि की उत्पत्ति में अव्यक्त से महान अहंकार और उसी तरह से वो पंच तन्मात्राएं, पंचमहाभूत, 24 तत्वों का वर्णन किया, लेकिन कहीं भी चेतना का उल्लेख नहीं है। जो मैं बताना चाह रहा हूं आप बस उसको कोशिश करना समझने की। सुश्रुत ने पुरुष और प्रकृति को लिया, सांख्य ने भी लिया है। उन्होंने पुरुष प्रकृति ली है, आप प्रकृति जड़ है, पुरुष चेतन है। लेकिन चरक कहता है जैसे ये 24 तत्व मिले, चेतना आ गई। सेम चारवाक ने भी कुछ ऐसा ही समझाने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन मैं आपको मॉडर्न से कुछ समझाने की कोशिश करना चाहता हूं। आपने देखा है डीएनए? डीएनए क्या है? न्यूक्लियोटाइड्स हैं, एडेनिन, ग्वानिन, साइटोसिन, यूरेसिल, थाइमिन, और ये सब क्या है? कार्बन, हाइड्रोजन, ऑक्सीजन, नाइट्रोजन, फास्फोरस, बस इससे ज्यादा नहीं है। एक आधा और कुछ हो सकता है। लेकिन आप जानते हैं कि डीएनए लाइव है, आरएनए लाइव नहीं है, और आरएनए का डुप्लीकेशन होने पर ही डीएनए का निर्माण हुआ है, और जैसे ही डीएनए बना है लाइफ आ गई। कहां से? ना नाइट्रोजन में लाइफ है, ना ऑक्सीजन में है, ना सल्फर में है, ना इसके किसी कंपाउंड में नहीं है। किसी कंपाउंड में भी लाइफ नहीं है। ऐसे ही चरक बिल्कुल, अब आप उसको ईश्वरवादी माने ना ईश्वरवादी माने, मैं इसमें नहीं जाना चाहूंगा। मैं आपको एक चीज बताना चाह रहा हूं। जब मैंने अब से कई साल पहले एक न्यूज में पढ़ा था कि लाइफ हैज बीन क्रिएट इन द लैब, जब उन्होंने ब्लड को बनाया। अगर आप डीएनए का निर्माण करते हैं तो आप लाइफ क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। लाइफ का क्रिएशन हो गया, परंतु चेतना या आत्मा, आप चेतना कहिए, आत्मा कहिए, आत्मा तो कुछ है। होलिस्टिक अप्रोच में मैं आपसे क्या कहना चाह रहा हूं कि मन और आत्मा, मन का रोल है, आत्मा का भी रोल है। आप देखिए, आप किस तरह से समझेंगे मुझे नहीं पता है, लेकिन एक आयुर्वेद के बच्चे हैं और कुछ जो नया नया पदार्थ विज्ञान पढ़ रहे हैं, उनके लिए मैं बहुत अच्छी तरह से बताना चाहता हूं कि पदार्थ विज्ञान बेस है। कंसेप्ट अगर क्लियर हो गया, आप कभी लाइफ में मात नहीं खाएंगे। सब कुछ यहीं से है, प्रकृति भी यहीं से है, त्रिदोष भी यहीं से है, पंचमहाभूत भी यहीं से है, और हम सब इनसे मिलकर बने हैं, और हमें इन सब की ही चिकित्सा भी करनी है। ये बिल्कुल मिला जुला प्रयास है। अगर आपने पंचमहाभूत को समझ लिया, आप पूरे शरीर को समझेंगे। पंचमहाभूत के साथ त्रिदोषों का क्या संबंध है, इसको समझ लिया, आप दोषों की अवस्था को समझेंगे। हम प्रकृति चिकित्सा, जैसे मैं आपसे बताना चाह रहा था कि प्रकृति, प्र और कृति से पहले कुछ भी नहीं। और जब हम करते हैं वात प्रकृति, पित्त प्रकृति, कफ प्रकृति, वात प्रकृति की, वात और प्रकृति, जबकि जैसे ही मनुष्य वात प्रकृति प्योर शुद्ध, उसमें कोई विकृति नहीं है। पित्त भी ऐसे ही है, कफ भी ऐसे ही। अगर हमने इनकी प्रकृति को समझ लिया, हम जान गए, तो हमें चिकित्सा करने में कभी भी ना प्रॉब्लम आएगी, और हम चिकित्सा भी सही करेंगे और उसका रिजल्ट भी बहुत अच्छा देंगे। आप ये मेरा विश्वास करना है। आपने चिकित्सा के सिद्धांतों को समझना है। चिकित्सा के सिद्धांतों के साथ साथ में जो होलिस्टिक अप्रोच हमने अपनाई है, जो पतंजलि ने अपनाई है, उसको भी समझना है। उसको भी मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा बताता चलूँगा। अभी मैं थोड़ा सा और कुछ मैं शेयर करना चाहूँगा। देखिए, नरिशमेंट प्रॉपर थ्रू प्रॉपर डाइजेशन एंड मेटाबॉलिज्म, क्लियर है। Immunity against disease or occurrence of disease in mild form, proportions body and strong sensory and motor organs withstand impacts of natural urges. Personal health is a balance of good food, गुड रेजिमेंट एंड गुड इमोशन, गुड एनवायरमेंट। अब गुड फूड क्या है, गुड रेजिमेंट क्या है, गुड इमोशंस क्या है और गुड एनवायरनमेंट क्या है, थोड़ा सा इसमें बताना चाहूँगा। गुड फूड हर एक वो खाना जिसको आपका मन करता है। पहली बात, आप दोनों चीज़ों को लिंक करते हुए चलना है आपने। अभी पहले मैंने आपको मन के बारे में कहा था, मन और आत्मा बहुत बड़ा विषय हो जाएगा, इसलिए मैं मन पे ज़्यादा नहीं बता पाया। लेकिन मन अगर आपने अपना समझ लिया तो आप जो भी खाना खाएंगे वो आपके लिए अच्छा भोजन होगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैं किसी के एग्जाम्पल नहीं देता, मैं अपनी देना चाहता हूँ। 2-3 साल से अपने आप मुझे मीठा खाना अपने आप बंद हो गया। किसी ने नहीं कहा, मैंने कोई चेक नहीं कराया, कुछ नहीं, कभी नहीं देखा, मैं कभी केयर भी नहीं करता। मैं कभी बहुत मीठा दूध पीता था और मैं अब मीठा पी नहीं सकता। अपने आप मेरी शुगर वुगर मुझे है ही नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं है। मैंने अभी कुछ समय पहले कराया था, लेकिन कुछ नहीं आया और फिर भी अपने आप मीठा खाने का मन हटा। अगर आप अपने मन को समझेंगे तो आपको ये पता चल जाएगा कि आपने क्या खाना है, ये मेरा विश्वास करिए। तो मन का सात्विक होना या मन को समझना, ये बहुत जरूरी है। फिर गुड रेजिमेंट वही चीज़ है कि जैसे कैसे आपने पथ्य पथ्य क्या लेना है। इसमें मैं एक चीज़ शेयर करना चाह रहा हूँ। इसमें आया था, कल आपने एक पानी के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा लेक्चर सुना था। अब कितने बच्चों को याद है कि पानी कैसे पीना है, कितना पीना है? याद है किसी को? देखो, हाँ, कोई अब क्लास नहीं है, मुझे थोड़ा सा क्लास की हैबिट है। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि पानी भी ऐसे ही है। पानी जब आपका मन करे आपको पीना ही है। एक गिलास पीने का मन है तो एक पीना है, 2 का पीने का 2 और 3 का पीने का 3, कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा, मेरे से विश्वास निकालो। अगर आप बहुत हार्ड खाना, सूखा खाना खा रहे हैं तो आपको पानी लेना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर आप लिक्विड डाइट ले रहे हैं, आप बहुत लिक्विड दाल खा रहे हैं, तो आपको पानी की जरूरत है ही नहीं उस भोजन में, बिल्कुल नहीं है। ये प्रैक्टिकल चीज है। गुड इमोशन, अच्छे इमोशन कैसे होते हैं, बैड इमोशन क्या होते हैं? अगर आप गुड इमोशन की बात करेंगे तो आपको बैड इमोशन भी समझना होगा। गुड इमोशंस, आप अगर खुद अच्छे हैं, आपके ऊपर डिपेंड है। आपका मन कैसा है, आपकी आत्मा कैसी है, आपकी इंद्रियां कैसी हैं, सब कुछ आपके ऊपर है। आपके इमोशन अच्छे रहेंगे। जैसे आपकी प्रकृति को कभी भी नहीं बदला जा सकता। प्रकृति बदल सकती है? किसी की प्रकृति बदल सकती है? नो। प्रकृति बदलने का मतलब क्या है? इंसान खत्म। आपकी प्रकृति बदलेगी, आप खत्म हो जाएंगे। आपको खाने के बाद में आपका किस तरह से डाइजेशन हो रहा है, किस तरह से उसका एसिमिलेशन हो रहा है, किस तरह से वो आपके शरीर में जा रहा है, ये आपकी सब प्रकृति के ऊपर निर्भर करता है। आप कितना खाना खा सकते हैं, आप कौन सा खाना खा सकते हैं, ये भी आपकी प्रकृति के ऊपर है। तभी मैंने कहा है कि गुड फूड क्या है, सब कुछ आपके ऊपर डिपेंड है। और गुड इन्वायरमेंट वो भी आपने ही क्रिएट करना है, हमने ही क्रिएट करना होता है। बाहर के एनवायरनमेंट से कुछ नहीं होना। तो जो मेरी पहली अप्रोच थी वो ये है, पहली अप्रोच क्या है, होलिस्टिक हेल्थ को मैं किस तरह से समझ रहा हूँ। होलिस्टिक हेल्थ को मैंने समझा है कि आप फिजिकली हैं, सोशली हैं, इमोशनली हैं, इकोनॉमिकली हैं, और एक आध कोई रह गया हो तो उसको समझ लेना कि आप जब तक मन से स्वस्थ नहीं हैं, आत्मा से शुद्ध नहीं है या आत्मा से भी स्वस्थ नहीं है, तो आप होलिस्टिक हेल्थ में नहीं आएंगे। आप बहुत सारी हेल्थ में जरूर आ जाएंगे। स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ वो बिल्कुल आपके आत्मिक शुद्धि से जुड़ी हुई है। मैंने इसमें डायबिटीज को लिया था, तो मैं डायबिटीज का इंट्रोडक्शन आपको करवाना चाहूँ। डायबिटिक्स मेलिटस is a group of metabolic disease in which there is a high blood sugar level over a long period of time. हम डायबिटीज़ क्या बहुत कॉमन है आज तो, लगभग पूरी दुनिया में 25% लोग हैं जो डायबिटिक हैं, और आने वाले समय में ये मोर देन 50% हो जाएंगे। वजह है कि जैसे जैसे इंसान के पास में सुविधाएं बढ़ती हैं या कहें पैसा आता है, इकोनॉमिक हेल्थ उसी से मैं जोड़ रहा हूँ, जैसे पैसा आता है सुविधाएं बढ़ती हैं तो वो आलसी हो जाता है, कोई भी काम नहीं करना चाहता है। कोई भी व्यक्ति है अगर उसको इजी मोस्ट आसानी से सब चीज़ें सब कुछ उपलब्ध है तो वो नहीं करना चाहता। इसीलिए आने वाले टाइम में जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, भाई हमारे देश का तो बहुत ज़्यादा डेवलपमेंट है और हम दुनिया में बहुत बड़ी पॉपुलेशन है, तो इसी के आधार पर मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि बहुत जल्दी हमारे देश में डायबिटिक पेशेंट, डायबिटिक रोगियों की संख्या बढ़ जानी है, नो डाउट। देखिए इसमें क्या है कि पैंक्रियाज के बारे में सभी लगभग जितने बच्चे हैं सब जानते हैं, और पैंक्रियाटिक जूस के बारे में भी सब जानते हैं। और पैंक्रियाज से सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ क्या सिक्रीट होती है, इंसुलिन और ग्लूकेगोन, दो ही हार्मोन हैं जो उससे सिक्रीट होते हैं, अल्फा बीटा सेल। अब पूज्य स्वामी जी कहते हैं कि बीटा सेल्स का रीजनरेशन होता है। अब देखिए आप, और उन्होंने टाइप 1 डिजीज में, टाइप 1 डिजीज के बहुत सारे पेशेंट हैं, बहुत सारे वो उदाहरण देते हैं, बहुत सारे लोगों को स्टेज पे लाके खड़ा किया है, डायरेक्ट बात की है और बताया, उनकी रिपोर्ट थी। और डायबिटिक 1 को ठीक करना ये कैसे है, जब तक बीटा सेल से इंसुलिन का सिक्रीशन नहीं शुरू होगा तब तक पॉसिबल नहीं है। और यही है कि एक बार बीटा सेल ने काम करना बंद कर दिया या सेल्स डैमेज हो गई तो वो रीजनरेट नहीं करती। लेकिन ये भी पॉसिबल है। वो कैसे, वो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ में आएगा। आप योगासन कर रहे हैं, आप प्राणायाम कर रहे हैं, प्राणायाम योगासन आपको दिख रहा है, लेकिन प्राणायाम एक ऐसा ट्रीटमेंट है जो आपके मन से जुड़ा हुआ है। योग भी आपसे है, आपके मन से जुड़ा हुआ है। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो प्राणायाम करते रहते हैं दिन रात, उनको कोई फायदा नहीं होता। बहुत सारे लोग हैं बहुत योग करते हैं, उनको फायदा ही भी नहीं होता। आप जब तक उसको अपने अंदर नहीं अपनाएंगे, जब आप उसको रिसीव कर लेंगे, स्वीकार कर लेंगे, आपको उसका बहुत लाभ मिलेगा। और वो कैसे स्वीकार होता है, जिन रोगियों की स्वामी जी में श्रद्धा आ जाती है, जिन रोगियों को स्वामी जी में विश्वास आ जाता है, वो रोगी अपने मन के अंदर, अपने अंदर उस प्राणायाम को लेके आते हैं, उस योग को लेके आते हैं, और उनको बहुत ऐसा लाभ मिलता है जिस पे कोई विश्वास ही नहीं करता। हम लोग विश्वास करने को तैयार नहीं होते। देखो, अगर कोई दूसरा पीपीटी तैयार करता तो ऐसा ही हाल होता है। मैंने नहीं की, मेरा कोई वर्क नहीं है ये, लेकिन जितनी बात आपसे कह रहा हूं, जितनी चीजें आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूं, सब मेरी अपनी। ये सब किताबों में जो लिखा हुआ है, मैं उसको बहुत ज्यादा शेयर नहीं करना चाहता। कोशिश करूंगा मैं। अब मुझे ऐसा लगा, एक चीज जो एक दो दिन अभी मैंने सुन के जो कुछ मुझे बहुत अच्छा क्या लगा है, एक तो डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर कल्पना जोशी जी, मैं इनसे मिलूंगा अभी। डॉक्टर कल्पना जोशी शायद यही हैं। इन्होंने जो है जीनोम के ऊपर काम किया है और जीनोम को वात पित्त कफ से जोड़ दिया। दैट्स अ ग्रेट वर्क। और ये इसी समय पॉसिबल था, यानी कि इसी युग में था। हमारे युग में ये नहीं था। हम तो उसमें बस ड्रग्स को क्लासिफाई कर लें, ड्रग्स की पहचान कर लें, हमारे लिए तो यही बहुत बड़ी चीज थी। मैंने जिस समय अपनी रसशास्त्र में बहुत ज्यादा क्या था कि डरते डरते मैंने कोई उसमें मेडल नहीं लिया अपने। मैंने कप केतु रस बनाया तो ढूंढा क्या, जिसमें वत्सनाव, शंख। मैं ये डर रहा था कि मैं किसी हैवी मेटल को 2000 की बात मैं आपसे 99 में शुरू हो गई थी मेरी, मैं 99 की बात कर रहा हूँ, 96 की, सॉरी, देखो कितनी पुरानी होगी, 96 की बात मैं आपसे कर रहा हूँ। उस समय तो सिर्फ मैं ये पहचान लूँ कि मैंने जो दवाई बनाई है उसके अंदर वास्तव में क्या वसनाव है, पिपली है, शंख है कि नहीं है, उसके लिए मैं रुड़की में गया था। अपनी टीएलसी मैंने करी वहां पे, पहली बार मैंने उसको देखा पैटर्न को। मैं चाहता था कि भाई जो मैं काम कर रहा हूं वो काम ईमानदारी से लोगों के पास तक पहुंचे। लेकिन जब आज मैं ये बहुत, देखिए डीएनए के बारे में मैंने आपको बता दिया। डीएनए एक बिल्कुल ऐसी चीज है जैसे कि डीएनए बना लाइफ हो गई, और हमारी हर एक बॉडी के हर एक सेल के अंदर डीएनए है। तो जीनोम पे काम हो रहा है, और अगर हमने प्रकृति देख ली, वात है या पित्त है या कफ है, तो हमें पूरी दुनिया को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए इस आयुर्वेद को पहचाना जाएगा, जाना जाएगा। मेरी बात याद रखना ही। टाइम हो गया। देखो, मैं सोच रहा था कि ये पन्ने पलटते पलटते जो है मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी हो जाएगा, और ये कह रहे ये तो इसमें तो टाइम ज्यादा हो गया है। मैं आपको कुछ चीजें बहुत जरूरी बताना चाह रहा हूँ जो रह गई हैं।
अनिल कुमार जी, आप बहुत अच्छे टीचर हैं, तो आप ऐसे सब स्टूडेंट्स को बता रहे हो क्लास जैसे, लेकिन थोड़ा हमें टाइम का प्रॉब्लम है।
मैं बस थोड़ा फिनिश कर रहा हूँ। एक मैं आप सबसे एक रिक्वेस्ट और करना चाहूँगा, बच्चों से, स्टूडेंट्स, आपने हमें अब आप जो भी, मैं भी देखूंगा इसको, बिना कॉपी और पेन के कोई भी बच्चा ऑडिटोरियम में इसके अंदर नहीं आएगा। आज के बाद ये ध्यान रख लेना है, कल के सेशन में भी आपको कॉपी पेन लेके आना है। आप बहुत चीजें मिस कर रहे हो। ये आप बहुत लकी हो, इस संस्था में हो। यहां पर आपको ये 5-5 हजार रुपए ले लेते हैं और कुछ भी नहीं मिलता। इतने ऐसे ऐसे सेमिनार होते हैं। आपने ये बहुत ध्यान रखना है। आप लेके आइए, और रिसर्च वर्क के लिए बहुत कुछ हमारे पास है, पतंजलि में बहुत कुछ है, और इतने अच्छे अच्छे सब लोग यहाँ बताने आते हैं, कहने आते हैं। आपको सुनना और लिखना, नोट करना, और उसके बाद में अपने काम में लग जाना। आपको रिसर्च वर्क करते रहिए, हम आपके साथ हैं, पूरा पतंजलि आपके साथ है। ठीक है, इसको मैं फिनिश कर दूं। बेटा, मैं एक चीज बतानी चाह रहा हूं, बस लास्ट का पेज कहां से निकलेगा भाई, ये आ गया। तो बहुत सारे, हाँ देखिए, एक 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 चीज क्या है, स्वामी जी ने आपको देखिए, ये होता है जो मैं आपसे मन की और आत्मा की जो ये बातें कर रहा था, ये आप ये समझिए, उन्होंने कोई जालेगा कि मधुनाशनी टैबलेट या मधु ग्रिट की बस्ती भी देंगे? कोई कंसेप्ट ही नहीं है, आयुर्वेद में तो है ही नहीं। और जब लोगों ने विरोध करना, लोगों ने कहना ये क्या हो रहा, मैंने कहा देखो वो स्वामी है और वो सीधे जो है ना ऊपर लिंक रहता है, आप विश्वास मानिए, वो जिस पेशेंट को, जिस रोगी को आशीर्वाद भी दे देते हैं, वो सोचते हैं कि वो दवाई से ठीक हो रहा है, आप विश्वास मानो वो आशीर्वाद से ही ठीक होता है। आप आशीर्वाद से, मैंने देखा है, उन्होंने ये कंसेप्ट किया, होलिस्टिक अप्रोच में आया, बस्ती लगाई, जबरदस्त रिजल्ट है। और उसी रिजल्ट में मैं आपको लास्ट के पेज पे ले जाना चाह रहा था, कहाँ है भाई, रिजल्ट आ गया, देखिए देखिए, मैं आपको सिर्फ इतना बताना चाह रहा हूं कि ये 2021-22 का है हमारे पास में, इसमें दिख नहीं रहा, मैं बोल के बताता हूं। कितने मरीज है बेटा? हाँ आगे आगे ये निकालना। देखिए 6577 मरीज आए हैं 2022 में, टोटल पेशेंट जो हमारे यहाँ से ठीक होके गए हुए हैं। 2021 में करीब 4000 के करीब पेशेंट हैं केवल मधुमेह के, ये मैंने डाटा निकलवाया, हॉस्पिटल का निकलवाया सिर्फ। और अगर आप वेलनेस का देखेंगे, योग ग्राम का देखेंगे तो वो बहुत बड़ा है, उसकी तो और भी कोई सीमा नहीं है। 4000 पिछले साल, 4000 कुछ पिछले साल के 2021 के, और ये 6577 ये 2022 के। ठीक है, इसी के साथ बस मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, यहां से जो सीखो उसको गांठ बांध लो, आगे आपके लाइफ में बहुत काम आएगा। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
करते हैं। Our next speaker is Vaidya Ram Manohar ji. That is going to be online lecture, and he's already online. So Vaidya Ram Manohar ji, I know him personally, and he's very dedicated and what I would say very intelligent Vaidya. And presently he is director at Amrita Center of Advanced Research in Ayurveda. You can just Google, he is available. So he is in Kerala right now in Amrita School. He is also instructor at Southern California University. He keeps going abroad in America, Germany, everywhere he is invited for his Ayurveda knowledge and expertise. He goes to European Academy of Ayurveda. He was honored with Ayurveda Ratna Award for All Party Parliament Group in Indian Traditional Sciences, House of Parliament. So he has lots of credits to him. And sir, I am delighted to invite you here today. I am sure audience will enjoy his lecture. So please welcome sir.
Thank you so much, Kalpana ma'am, for the warm introduction. I hope I am visible and audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you.
After a long
So
time,
I'm
we are
really
able to see
honored
you.
to be present on this platform, and I regret that I am not able to be present in person. The loss is mine for not being able to meet all the distinguished guests and participants participating in this event. I hope there will be another occasion to be there in person. So today I have been asked to talk about the very important topic, a multidimensional approach to holistic health, the Ayurvedic perspective. So I strongly believe, in the light of my experiences in the field of working Ayurveda and having traveled a little bit outside and seeing the developments in modern medicine, I very much convinced that the world is moving towards holistic health. And, a synthesis of different approaches to healthcare that humanity has nurtured over centuries. So it is time that they all come together. And I think Ayurveda has this great role of providing a template, a platform to bring these systems together, because in ancient times itself, Ayurveda was itself an attempt to synthesize diverse approaches to treatment. As you can see, the Charaka Samhita, it is mentioned, Vividhanihi Shastrani Bishajam Pracharanti Loge. So Charaka Samhita was one of the earliest systems to discuss about medical pluralism and emphasize the need for bringing multiple approaches together. That is why perhaps Ayurveda's framework is very broad. Yukti Vyapashraya, Deva Vyapashraya, Sattva Vajaya, all kinds of treatments, all kinds of approaches are already part of the Ayurvedic thought framework. So with this brief introductory remarks, I would like to get into my topic. And since it's an online discussion, I thought, we'll use some simple slides so that I stick to the point and we complete on time. So first of all, there's something unique about the name. This is something which we all know, but I just wanted to highlight a few points, that the name Ayurveda is still very special, because there is no other system of medicine in the world which has such a unique name, Ayurveda, because it's very universal. It is a knowledge of life, just like Sanskrit. If you look at other languages, Hindi in Hindustan, English in England, German in Germany, France, French, Tamil Nadu, Tamil, you can see language, medical system, these are all very, very much localized. They carry the identity of the place from which they originate. But if you look at Sanskritam, it just means refined speech. It is not linked to any geographical area. Similarly, I think it's very important. This is a big message that Ayurveda gives, that its universalism has been preserved in its name. It's a great thing that Ayurveda is still known as Ayurveda and not as traditional Indian medicine. Like you have traditional Chinese medicine, traditional African medicine, traditional European medicine. But Ayurveda is not just, it's more than being traditional Indian medicine. It is the medicine of the world. It is global medicine. That is why it is called as, Ayurveda. Okay. So, and it is also very interesting that Ayurveda has focused on life as a whole, and that is why it has brought this multidimensional approach to holistic health. Ayurveda's concept of health embraces life in totality. And if you look at the origins of Ayurveda, this is, we cannot even find the origins because it is lost in antiquity. We cannot see through the mists of time. And from such an ancient time, so that I just mentioned that to show that it has been a continuously evolving tradition. It has had enough time to synthesize multiple viewpoints about health and about life. And that is why this multidimensional approach to health has evolved in Ayurveda, because it has existed. It has seen human thought evolving, across centuries in various phases of evolution. All that has been incorporated into the theoretical framework of Ayurveda. And I think one of the very important aspects of the multidimensionality of Ayurveda is that right from the beginning, when you say Ayurveda, it embraces life in totality. Ayurveda is not just for humans, but also for animals and plants. It is life itself. And that is why the concept of Ayurveda aligns well with our most modern ideas about one health, environmental health, human health, animal health. This has always been ingrained in the whole thought process of Ayurveda. And I am involved in a project here where we are looking at non-medical Sanskrit literature, non-Ayurvedic Sanskrit literature, and what is there about health in this wealth of Sanskrit literature. And I'm very surprised to find that we have even more information in many areas related to public health and, of preventive medicine. You can find it in non-Ayurvedic textbooks much more than in Ayurveda. We are developing a database which we call as Arogya Samskriti. India was an Arogya Samskriti. People empowered, community empowered approach to healthcare was, one of the key features of this. And so, if you look at Arogya Samskriti, through every literature, if you read a poem of Kalidas, Shariravadyam Khalu Dharma Sadhana, if you look at Mahabharata, Vayu Pittam Kapaschedi, Traya Shariraja Gunaha, the very idea that doshas or gunas are seen only in Mahabharata. So if you take Ramayana, if you take any other Shastra also, there is always some information related to health. So this is a very rich resource that we have, and this could be a very strong platform on which we can rediscover the ancient approach to achieving universal health care, especially universal health coverage, also through self-help. And this is aligning with the... Sorry, I just silenced my phone. So we know that Ayurveda covers both prevention and cure of disease, and I want to highlight a few definitions of health. The earlier speaker was also mentioning about the multiple dimensions of health. We know Swastha. I'm not going into those details. I don't want to be repetitive. We have Sushruta has given a beautiful definition of health, multidimensional health, where we look at physiological functions at the physical level, emotional level, mental, spiritual, everything, social, all comes in the Ayurvedic concept of health. But we also have multiple ways. We have looked at health in all its dimension. In even the Sanskrit words distinguishes. Swasthya is more about higher levels of well-being, whereas the word arogya, which actually means arogat or absence of disease, is a more biomedical kind of definition of health. And then we see a very beautiful synthesis, and this is coming from a non-Ayurvedic textbook called the Narayaniam, which is a devotional textbook. And this devotional poem is talking about this multidimensional approach to holistic health called Ayur Arogya Saukhyam. So, Ayur Arogya Saukhyam means, we need to deal with health at three levels. It's very important that we first, look at life-preserving measures. That's important. So when you talk about holistic health, it includes lower approaches also. That is what I wanted to emphasize. In saying holistic health, we cannot say, okay, we look at only the higher levels of health. We have to evolve. And the first foundation is preservation, protection of life. The second is removal of disease. And the third is to achieve higher levels of wellness. So the Ayurvedic concept of health in this very beautiful phrase in Sanskrit, Ayur Arogya Saukhyam, covers all these elements. That is Ayus, Arogyam and Saukhyam. So it includes so many ideas about what we today measure as mortality, morbidity, and then happiness index. Everything has been, synthesized into one beautiful, seamless, multidimensional concept called Ayur Arogya Saukhyam in Ayurveda. And we know that in spite of all this emphasis on holistic health, Ayurveda has also not been lagging behind in specialization. So this is what I think is a unique feature of multidimensional Ayurveda, and that is why it is relevant today, because Ayurveda tells us how we can be specialized and yet not lose the holistic vision. This is very important. So Ayurveda does not deny specialization. In fact, in Kerala we had a tradition of Ashtavaidyas who were super specialized. They specialized not in one branch of Ayurveda, but all 8 branches. And these 8 branches later again specialized into, still further subspecializations. So we can find the holism in Ayurveda is something that does not ignore specialization where it is needed. And all this is possible because of Ayurveda as an open knowledge system. It is open to debates and discussions, and that is how this multidimensional view, if you are not an open knowledge system, it is not possible to have a multidimensional view. So we can find that the whole Ayurvedic process is, multidimensional with debates, discussions, and scientific. And so I'm highlighting this because today this is the way we should also develop an holistic framework in the modern world through healthy discussions, debates, and sharing of multiple approaches. I think what Ayurveda can offer to the world is a meta framework. That is what is needed today. There is a lot of conflict between different medical systems, and to bring them all together, we need what you would call as a meta framework of health. And that is what you can see has been attempted in Ayurveda many centuries ago. So a good multidimensional approach to health cannot be developed without a robust knowledge creation methodology. For lack of time, I'm not going into the details. I want to show how in Ayurveda, from study of literature to personal verification to generating evidence and translating that evidence into clinical applications, all were part of the knowledge creation process. And apart from scientific knowledge, you can see Ayurveda, I'm trying to correlate it with modern approaches, where you can see what we call today as a case report approach, observational study design, and control study design. This way of validating and generating information. So this is important. So even though Ayurveda has that whole spectrum from specialized medicine to holistic healthcare, but it was all built on the basis of good science. That's very, very important. Holism cannot be an excuse for practicing bad science. So Ayurveda shows that many people today also, when you talk about holistic health, many subjective elements are there. So they talk about the challenges in doing proper scientific study. So that's what Ayurveda shows. But both observation and experiment are possible in this process of creating holistic health. For lack of time, I'm not going to detail these approaches. Ayurveda says that whenever you do a clinical practice and you get a success out of it, you must be able to establish it by proper rationale. This is what we are doing through a case report. If you are discussing a single case report, show that the chances that that outcome happened due to really your treatment and not by any other chance or confounding factors. This is what Charaka says, Vina Tarkena Ya Siddhi, Yadricha Siddhirevasa. So holism and good science can go hand in hand. There is discussion on Purvavat, Sheshavat, Samanyato Drishta designs. These are like cohort designs of observational studies today, retrospective, prospective, cross-sectional. These are discussed in Ayurvedic texts in Charaka Samhita, how to create correlation. And what is most interesting is that causality is also described in Ayurveda. The idea of controlled study design, paksha, sapaksha, vipaksha. A control, positive control, negative control, and where you are doing your investigation, which today we would call as the trial drug. This is described, and without a control, Ayurveda concept of Hanumana says it's not possible to establish causation. So correlation, causation, this has been distinguished very clearly. But apart from this, if we want to bring up this holistic health, we also need to go into various other domains, one of which is zoopharmacognosy. A lot of knowledge about the use of natural resources like plants, animals, minerals were discovered by observing animals. The Atharva Veda mentions that snakes, eagles, boars, such animals know the properties of medicinal plants. So Charaka Samhita also says that we can get to know more about medicinal plants and their properties by interacting with forest dwellers. There are stories that animals have this ability even in modern environments. In a New Mexico university, sparrows were found picking up the cigarette butts and lining their nests with that. When researchers did some investigation, they found that the smoked cigarette butts had a chemical which could repel the pests that were coming and damaging these eggs. Now, how a human being sitting in a lab would have taken maybe decades or even centuries before identifying that there is a chemical in the cigarette butt that can specifically work against a parasite that is attacking the eggs of a sparrow. But how did the sparrows know that just by looking at the cigarette butt itself, they understood this is helpful for them? So zoopharmacognosy is being increasingly recognized as a good way to get leads about medicinal properties of plants. This is how Ayurveda, so we have to connect with nature. Ayurveda shows us you know, how even today in modern medicine, 70% of the drugs were derived from plant sources. They have their clues. We have to, you know, acknowledge our animal friends for giving us very important clues on the medicinal properties of plants. Ayurveda also believes, apart from this rigorous science, and that is why holistic health could be developed in Ayurveda. Ayurveda believes that even every scientist, if you become very methodical in your way of acquiring knowledge, you get that complete clarity of the mind, then a higher intuition can also work. In modern medicine and science, this is called as serendipity. But in Ayurveda, we say it is not accident. If knowledge acquisition becomes a tapasya, then you get knowledge through higher sources. So building all these things together is very, very important to construct the multidimensional view of health. So I was trying to share that not only that Ayurveda has a multidimensional approach to health, but also the tools and means to generate this knowledge have been described in the Ayurvedic texts. And that is how Ayurveda came up with this idea of a complete human being, giving equal importance, that indivisible whole of the body, mind and the self. And all the three domains have been considered in health and disease. So very interestingly, Ayurveda considers the body, mind as one continuum. The body affecting the mind, mind affecting the body. So if you look at the modern concept of PNEI axis, psycho, neuro, endocrino, immunological axis, I'm very tempted to say that this is a biomolecular discovery of a very, very ingrained concept in Ayurveda. Manas, Vata, Pitta and Kapha. So Manas is the mind corresponding to psycho. Neuro, I'm not saying there's a one-to-one correlation between doshas and these systems, but you can see there is an overlap. When you see neuro, it is Vata. Endocrino, it is Pitta. And immunological, it is Kapha. So psycho, neuro, endocrino, immunological axis is actually talking about the Ayurvedic model of the human body in which the tridoshas are in constant crosstalk with the mind. Now, when you look at the structure and function of the human body also, we have developed a systems view of how the body functions, the self-regulatory systems. Again, for want of time, I'm not going to go into the details, but it's very important to look at the doshas as part of a self-regulatory system. It is a whole systems view approach, and that is also very important in developing a holistic view of health that is multidimensional. And I want to say Ayurveda can bring new ideas into the era of holistic health. Like, we always talk that when we hear in modern physiology about homeostasis, we say Ayurveda also has homeostasis through doshas. But I want to point out that we must be very, very clear about how Ayurveda looks at the body. It's not, modern physiology has certain limitations in that, it is looking at health in a very static way. The word homeostasis, that word stasis means, something which is not changing, which is always, in a stable state. But that's not how health is. Health is a continuous process of dynamic change and evolution. So I would like to propose the term from Ayurvedic concept of tridoshas, homeodynamics. That is how health is maintained, not by homeostasis. This is a very, very important distinction. And also modern science is based on measurement of averages. If you look at the blood sugar, everything we look at averages. You take, and so at one cross section you make a measurement and make a judgment of the total state of the health. But Ayurveda is based on the concept of variability. Sushruta very clearly says, Vailakshinyat sharirana masthaitva tathaivacha doshathadu maladinam parinamam na vidyate, parinamanam na vidyate. You cannot measure accurately. There is a lot of variability within individuals, across individuals, and even according to time, place. So the science of variability is very, very important. And that is why continuous measurement, like ambulatory measurement of blood pressure, and understanding the patterns of change is a more important index to measuring health in Ayurveda. So when you bring Ayurveda into the context of holistic health, we move from homeostasis to homeodynamics, from averages to variability. And this is where the new age of wearables and all that play a very important role. Ayurveda could take a leading role in using many of these devices and trying to interpret heart rate variability, vagal tone and various other parameters with which we are able to now continuously monitor what's happening in the human body. And this could be mapped down to Ayurvedic concept of the tridoshas. So I'm coming to the second part of my, I think I have another maybe 10 minutes, I will conclude. I want to show how now, from this holistic framework of health, what is it that Ayurveda can contribute? How can Ayurveda bring this multidimensional approach to the whole global healthcare system? So I've just identified certain points. There could be many more, but these I thought are the most important. One is that Ayurveda promotes a nature-centered approach to medicine. We all talk about person-centeredness, but first and foremost, Ayurveda is nature-centered and then only person-centered. Nature comes first and then the human being. Today we are talking from a generalized approach to healing to a person-centered approach, but Ayurveda takes us one step further, saying that we should first be nature-centered. And when you come to the person-centered medicine, Ayurveda brings this integration of lifestyle, diet and medicine. And there are many things to discuss here, but I would like to point out, in Ayurveda, medicine is an add-on to lifestyle and diet. Today, you may say in modern medicine also they are beginning to understand the importance of lifestyle and diet, but it's the other way around. Medicine comes first and then lifestyle and diet is supportive. In Ayurveda, lifestyle and diet is primary and then medicine is supportive. So if you bring this shift, the unnecessary use of medications can be greatly reduced. In countries like the US, if you look at the mortality, causes of mortality, first is heart disease, second is cancer, and the third is medical intervention. This is because of unnecessary and overuse and abuse of medicines. The problem is not with modern medicine, but the way it is practiced, the philosophical, underpinnings, over medicalization. So Ayurveda brings this idea that lifestyle and diet should be the primary intervention. And the more you work on that, the less medications you will require. And then bringing this idea of mind-body medicine, especially looking at mind and body as one continuum, that if you work on the body, you can also influence the mind. If you work on the mind, you can also influence the body. And the Tridoshas, and again, there are a lot of things to discuss here. And then in Ayurveda, we have this very open system of pharmacopoeia where anything under the sun can become medicine. If you know how to process it, how to combine it, this is the science of yogas in Ayurveda, from herbal, animal and chemical sources. And then of course, preventive and predictive medicine. A lot of diseases today with the advance in technologies and along with insights from Ayurveda, we could create a robust predictive medicine system. The two major killers, cardiovascular disease and cancer, and then diabetes and respiratory disorders, which together account for 70% of the world's morbidity, they are all easily predictable decades before they manifest. So we have enough time to deal with it, prevent it. And so if we just focus on these 4 diseases, which as I'm coming to at one of the other areas where Ayurveda can contribute, we can definitely improve healthy aging. And according to Ayurveda, we have to plan for healthy aging. At the age of 75, 80, you can age without having severe disabilities, preserving cognitive function. And it's only towards the last few years of life that there is a necessity to. So Ayurveda believes that old people should be self-reliant and we have to plan for healthy aging. So these are the concepts. So nature-centered medicine. Just yesterday I was in a meeting with some allopathic doctors and they were saying that the uniqueness of modern medicine is that everybody all around the world use the same protocol. And I had to say that this is not the theory of Ayurveda. According to Ayurveda, somebody in India should follow a slightly different regimen, not only lifestyle, diet, but also treatment. Modern medicine is globalized, but in a very standardized way. Ayurveda is global localization. We globalize, but it has to be very sensitive to local needs. So people growing in a locality, natural resources around them are the best. And we have to blend with the nature in where we live, and that is the best bet to have, good and higher health. Person-centered medicine. So Ayurveda also identifies that each individual is different. This is very important to consider when we look at how to develop holistic health, because RCTs and all that may not be very suitable for testing person-centered medicine. We need alternative research methodologies. I have had some experience in this area that in modern medicine, when you say what works on one person will work on everyone across the world, then RCT design is the best way to study. But in Ayurveda, when we say what works on one person may not work on the next person, we need another model. Like there are n is equal to 1 kind of study designs which we have to consider. So person-centered medicine is another area. And then integration of lifestyle, diet, and medicine. Now, there has been this direct trial which was conducted in Europe, which discovered that people who go for a weight-led management, and change of lifestyle, they're able to get complete remission from diabetes within 1 year, 2 years, and stay on remission. So the bottom line or the takeaway message is that if you are a diabetic and you very quickly start on medications, you may become a diabetic for life. On the other hand, if you bring about a radical change in your diet and lifestyle, you might even be completely cured of diabetes. So this is very recently there was an editorial in Nature Medicine which said that food as medicine. The whole theme of the editorial is food as medicine, and it especially talks about how if we consider food as medicine, we can make great progress in controlling and managing lifestyle non-communicable diseases. So mind-body medicine is another area. And here what is very interesting is that Ayurveda helps us to customize. One size does not fit all is very, very important today, especially when we talk about yoga, so many packages, they are all insensitive to individual needs. So that is where Ayurveda comes in. This customization can make a big difference between success and failure. And I believe that when you look at complex formulations, again, I'm just going to give some food for thought, is that I think Ayurveda can usher a new era of, pharmacological science, which we can call in modern parlance as the science of molecular combinatorics, and a new breed of medicines which are molecular cocktails. So there is enough in Ayurveda to inspire such an approach, and we have a lot of tools in modern pharmacology. If we bring these things together, we can have a new holistic approach of molecular combinatorics, creating a whole spectrum of molecular cocktails. And in the future, new medicine would be new combination, not necessarily creation of and discovery of new molecules. And then preventive and predictive medicine, I think Panchakarma and Rasayana can play a big role. Even in pandemics, Charaka Samhita is talking about how to restore your body's basic immunity to deal with the severity of a pandemic, and how a large number of people can survive the pandemic if they follow this cleansing and Rasayana procedures. So I think along with modern tools which can predict and identify biomarkers, along with Ayurvedic assessment of doshas, we could be ushering in a very powerful, era of preventive and predictive medicine. So Ayurveda is referred to as the science of longevity itself. Ayurveda talks about not just lifespan but also health span, and healthy aging with preservation of cognitive abilities and mobility is considered to be achievable by Ayurveda. So finally, I would like to end by saying that all this can translate into a tremendous global impact, the burden of non-communicable diseases, because 70% of the global morbidity and mortality is attributed to non-communicable diseases, and by Ayurveda can play a very big role and thereby create a global impact in that context. And I think for all this, the whole attention has to go from delivering healthcare to empowering individuals. So when I was a student, WHO had come with the goal Health for All by 2000 AD. And I was an Ayurveda student. By the time I finished my course, what we were hearing about was AIDS. And that was a big scare. So Health for All was really a far-fetched goal. And then we heard about universal health coverage, everybody getting access to healthcare. But when the COVID pandemic came, we realized that the countries with the best access to healthcare were amongst those that had the greatest suffering from COVID-19. So Ayurveda has right from the beginning said that what we need is not medicine but arogya buddhi. Arogya Buddhi is health intelligence. Awakening of health intelligence, unless each individual takes up the task of cultivating health as his or her own responsibility, we will not be able to create a healthy society, a society that is rooted in the concept of holistic health. So I think my time is up and I will end here. I do sincerely hope I was able to share some interesting thoughts and suggestions about how we can use Ayurveda to nurture a multidimensional approach to holistic health in the future. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ram Manoharji. It was an excellent talk. So many new terms you mentioned, like Tridosha dynamics. I was able to visualize it, like Kapha, Pitta, Vata playing dynamic role, you know. So it was very vivid lecture. I think you gave us three sutri of good health. Like first example you showed that lifestyle diet comes after the medicine. So it should be first before the medicine. So that is first sutra. Second sutra is person-centric medicines, and third you said nature medicine. So these three, if we follow, I think health should not be away from us. There is one question from the students. Yes.
Definitely, sir, it was very interesting and you gave us very good suggestions and certain points where we can think about more research to be done. Sir, my question is you have put forward an analogy between PNEI, psychoneuroendocrine and immunology with the Vat Pitta Kapha. I could not understand it fully, so can you put some more light on it?
So what I was trying to point out that, see, the PNEI axis concept brings this idea that there is a crosstalk between the mind and the regulatory systems of the body. So if there is a stress in the mind, it can translate into a neurological dysregulation, immunological dysregulation, and endocrinological dysregulation. So if you were to look at neurological regulation, endocrinological regulation, and immunological regulation as grossly corresponding to the regulation by the Tridoshas, because Tridoshas are also regulatory in nature. So when Vata is disturbed, there is neuronal dysregulation. When Pitta is disturbed, there is endocrinological dysregulation. So in this way, what the idea is that Ayurveda also very clearly said, Kama Shoga Bhayad Vayuhu. When there is a mental stress of Kama Shoga Bhaya, Vata gets disturbed. So this is very similar to the PNEI concept that when there is a crosstalk, when the mind is stressed, it could translate as a neurological dysregulation. It could translate as an endocrinological dysregulation. It could translate as an immunological dysregulation. So this idea of a crosstalk between the body and the mind and how the body is owned. So you may need to find a psychological cause in many physical illnesses and ailments. That is what I actually intended.
Thank you so much, sir. You explained very well.
Any other question? Here.
So I had framed the questions. I would like to read it out. Firstly, I'm really glad for your beautiful presentation, sir. Thank you so much for it. So the general population is led to believe that the immune system exists as an isolated group of cells and tissues which acts as deterrent to invasion of germs. Now this supposed system can be made stronger by specific medicines of Ayurveda, allopathy that we take, and that's how we consider it as stimulants. Now, sir, my question is, we have learned that there are several different systems of the body, digestive system, respiratory system, other important systems. But when we talk about immune system, do you think that there's only one particular system or one particular organ which is responsible for immunity? Because I believe every cell has its own role to do the process of detoxing. And when we talk about the internal health, it is about the health of each and every cell to detox itself. So what is your opinion, sir, about it?
From an Ayurvedic point of view, the immune system itself is controlled by all the three doshas. That is why I said when you compare PNAI with the other doshas, it's see the Pitta can make your immune system hyperactive. Vata can make it hypoactive. Kapha can make it, when Kapha is dominant, the immune system is functioning better. The dhatus are also playing a role. That is why we said that Ojas, which we connect with immunity, is the Sara of all the Sapta dhatus. So, in my opinion, all the Sapta dhatus and immunity is the net outcome of a balance of all the three doshas and all the seven dhatus. When all of them function together in a coordinated manner, then only the body is able to exhibit immunity. So we say that dhatu bala is immunity. In one place we will say that kapha is immunity. The purity of rasa dhatu is immunity. The strength of Shukra Dhatu is immunity. So in Ayurveda, we have looked at immunity also in a multidimensional way. It's not just one organ or one component of the body. It is a coordination of all these things together, including neuronal, endocrinological, and all these regulations. That is why today one of the biggest problems is autoimmune disease and immune system on a hyperdrive. That is because the immune system becomes hyperactive. That's also a problem. So you are very right in my opinion also that immune system function requires a complete coordination of the various components of the human body.
Like to answer your question, because immune system is not like digestive system or say neurons or brain. As you know that it protects our body, so it is all over our body. So they are like security post everywhere. So every underarm and groin you have lymphoid tissues, and everywhere lymph nodes are there. So that's the places where if germs go, they will be taken care of. So immune system is spread all over our body. And they are like say chief officer or say police commissioner and then inspectors and then sub-inspectors. So the system is like this. There are primary immune organs and then there are secondary, tertiary, and at every tissue including our lungs, everywhere macrophages are there which take care of any attack on our body.
Barrier immunity, innate immunity, adaptive immunity. So even modern medicine looks at it in a very comprehensive way. Thank you, madam, for that clarification.
So thank you so much, sir and ma'am. I had a subsiding question for it. When you said like immune system, very rightly said that it is about the entire immunity. So how does a simple immunogrid or any immunostimulant works and helps that particular targeted, germ to kill apart and heal?
We could discuss it at length after the session because there are two more speakers awaiting. So Ram Manohar ji, thank you so much. It was an excellent talk and we all enjoyed discussion with you. And of course students' questions were lively and your answers were very good. Thank you so much. So we have our next speaker, Dr. Dhanraj, who is your own professor. He is Dean of PG Studies, Patanjali Ayurveda College. I think for your professor you should clap very well. So he is PhD guide and guided several students, and he's contributed number of novel formulations. I know it is very big job to contribute formulations which are other than Bruhatrayi or Ayurvedic formulary. So he's made formulation to combat both acute and chronic disorders. His presence at both national and international platform is noteworthy. So we have with us Dr. Dhanraj.
His Holiness Swami ji, His Highness Acharya ji, Honorable Chairman, Co-Chairman of the session, Honorable Dr. Anurag Srivastav ji, Honorable White Jayant Diyo Pujari ji, Honorable Dr. Dev Priya Arya ji, Honorable Dr. Anurag Varshne ji, Honorable Dr. Gopal C. Nanda ji, and Honorable Dr. Narendra Bhatt, respected Professor Dr. Anil Kumar, Principal of the College, respected Professor S.C. Joshi, Dr. Anil Verma ji, respected Sachin Gupta ji, Dr. Vikram Gupta ji, Dr. Kedan Mahaji, and many HODs of this institute, and respected guests and dignitaries of the dais, esteemed faculty members, scientists, PRI staff, and my dear brothers and sisters. It's really a big happiness for me to share my experiences. Not moving. Clinical experience from Patanjali.
Excuse me, Dr. Dhanraj, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are lagging behind in this session. So, like you will get about 20-25 minutes to complete
that's lovely.
your
That's
talk.
enough for me, madam. I'll do that. I will do that. Now the time is 3:40. 4 o'clock I finish, madam. Okay?
Thank you so
Done.
much.
Provided technology support me. Yep. Okay, introduction. We have always been trying to say regarding the health, holistic approach, etc. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of the disease or infirmity as per WHO. And we have been always hearing this sloka of samadosha, samagnischa, samadhatu, malakriya, prasanatpendra manaha, swastha ityabhidiyate. And this is the base of health, and our role as a medical person on the society, Ayurvedic physician, Vaidya, swastha savsarakshanam aturasya vikara prashamanam, Charak Sutrasthan. Okay. It's not moving, sir. I bring my laptop, that's the reason.
It's not working.
No. So whatever, I will talking to this. So our aim of really keeping the dosha and samadosha, everybody speak of yoga and Ayurveda, and holistic. You've been hearing from yesterday, and in our Patanjali, the target of Patanjali is yoga and Ayurveda. And to really make the pragmatic aspect of yoga, our great Swamiji has really been a exemplary and a legend globally to make yoga truly a yoga for Homo sapiens from morning 4 a.m. He has transformed yoga for common man with zero cost. And we speak of Ayurveda. We have been speaking of holistic. And where does this really go? What is this Ayurveda? Just speak of Ayurveda only? Or do you really want to apply it on our own self first? Irrespective of the being student or a physician or a common man or a businessman, how we can take Ayurveda to a common man, to a specialist, and for ourselves. Let us be saying that the charity starts from home. So, as you say that Ayurveda, what does it mean Ayurveda? We are doing same things, what we are not supposed to do it. So let us really say, how many of us really have been focused to say that we are applying Ayurveda for ourselves? How many of you sure that you have confirmed your dosha prakriti? The lifestyle of Ayurveda starts with dosha. Dosha is a base for Ayurveda. You cannot forget doshas. So what extent we are applying these doshas? How does this Swastarashanam takes place? So for this, we have the 8 branches of Ayurveda, and out of this, the importance is Prakriti. To give the emphasis on Prakriti, body constitution, there are 3 basic doshas, and the Prakriti is 7. How many of us really established ourselves to know that I belong to this dosha? And what is the importance of dosha means? Not just saying that I belong to so-and-so dosha, my Prakriti is so and so, but applying the dosha in the context of ahara and vihara is the aim of Ayurveda. Do you all agree with this? Hope so. Yes? So we have to see that how best we design our regime, lifestyle as per the dosha we have. So that's the reason why I'm just putting the concept of ahara and vihara. Includes pattern of social relation, consumption, entertainment, lifestyle characteristics, bundle of behaviors, and make sense to both others and oneself in a given time and place, including social relations, consumptions, entertainment, and dress. The behavior and practices with the lifestyles are a mixture of habits, conventional ways of doing things, and reasoned actions. So the Prakriti, when it's decided, it is done in the fetal life, and it is there with us permanently. And this is Ayurveda. So this Prakriti, we take this as Prakriti as a Sharira Swarupam, and this is confirmed with the when we are in fetal life, and it continues. So we have 7 Prakritis, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Overlapping each other, we have dualness of 3, and also all put together one that is 3 doshas, and that is Samadosha, and that is why we have 7 Prakritis. So how many of us really decided that we already have a specific Prakriti? And what is our lifestyle? Do we really approach this lifestyle as prescribed in Ayurveda? Speaking of Ayurveda orally and telling of Ayurveda to others is not enough. Let us really now, in this session, I really want us to go through the properties of each dosha and what extent we apply. And I'm just focusing not for the Ayurvedic people, this talk or concept. This is for those people who are non-Ayurvedic people, who are scientists over here, who take your Ayurveda to their home. So, as being Ayurvedic students and physicians, you all know what is dosha profile. So this is for non-Ayurvedic people and for the people who are not in this field but speak of Ayurveda. Characters of Vata. So you see the person of Prakriti, less hair, thin, lean, talkative, an unstable mind, moves in the skies, in the dreams. And then we have Charaka saying the same thing with little difference, that is light and unsteady gait, movements, manner of the food intake and speech. I'm a bit hurrying because these things you all know it, and the lack of time, okay? The swiftness and getting scared or frightened, likely passion, dislikes of loss of passion, quick in understanding but of short memory. Then swiftness in getting scared, frightened, and like passion, this quick and understanding memory. And due to slimness, the cracks in the various parts of the body, movements, joints, and associated with the sounds. And this is all from Charak Vimansthana. What is the technology added to this Vata Prakriti? What we understand by the recent advances is we have increased synaptic activity and high tendency to form reactive oxygen species, nascent oxygen, hydrogen peroxide, hydroxyl ion, and free radicals are formed, which are the cause of the diseases, destruction, and also increased peristalsis muscle activity. And the most important thing is increased apoptosis. That's the reason why the lifespan is less in Vata people. And beneficial now comes to the application of Ayurveda in life. Beneficial ahara according to Vata Prakriti. Ahara which are beneficial to Vata Prakriti of those that are sweet and hot in properties. Since Vata people have variable digestive capacities, it is recommended to them to follow an appropriate dietary routine, and food should be consumed in small quantities. Cereals such as sweet, sesame, pulses such as black gram, green gram, milk products, etc. And oils of sesame oil, vegetables, white gourd, drumstick, and fruits, coconut, grapes, pineapple, and etc. Non-beneficial ahara, according to Vata Prakriti. Cereals such as barley, horse gram, not good. Vegetables such as leafy vegetables, potato, bitter, not good. And fruits like cucumber, watermelon, jamun, not good. That increases Vata. Honey, sugar cane juice are not beneficial. Then importance of vihara, lifestyle. How? They should avoid cold, dry foods, relaxing yoga, meditation, and must for Vata dominated people. Relaxation with yoga and meditation is must for Vata dominated people. Keeping oneself warm and helps a balance of Vata dosha. The herbs such as Shatavari, Brahmi are beneficial for balancing Vata dosha. Then comes Pitta. Then medium body build, physical characters, white complexion, yellowish or reddish tinge, and chest upper medium, forehead appears medium, sclera is yellowish, eye sclera is yellowish or pink, and tongue red, and delicate and soft, bitter and sour, and skin is thin, soft and warm, hairs are thin and soft, nails are pinkish, moderate sleep, menstrual flow is profuse, and short-tempered, oily skin. Excessive sweating, foul smell, hair fall, hair loss, baldness, good conscience, brilliant and fair memory, and then they are brave. A little calm, frequent aggressive behavior, speaking publicly on stage is excellent, little long-lasting relationships, and emotional characters are happy. And the technology advances of Pitta, what we can apply is increased basal metabolic rate, increased oxyntic cells activity, that is acid production, or exocrine cells and endocrine activity, increased TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone activity, and average apoptosis. So next is beneficial ahara, then cereals such as wheat, pulses, masoor, green gram, chana, and fruits such as dried grapes, old jaggery, spices such as coriander, rock salt. So the beneficial ahara could be that pulses such as black gram, horse gram, sprouted, and pulses are non-beneficial ahara for them. And the fruits such as oranges, lime, tamarind, unripe mango are not good for those pitta people. Then vihara pitta, cool place, small regular meals, snacks, avoid spicy foods. Then coming to kapha, kapha being a jala, so jala picture has been given here. And the people of kapha have studied deep intellect, well-nourished, bulky body, oil hairs, have great strength. They often see water reservoirs. So these people are really being selected most of the big jobs. People of kapha prakriti have a stable mind, well-built, developed body, firm in observing the oaths and promises, and oily hairy scalp. They often see water reservoirs in the dream. Unctuous and persons are predominant of the shleshma of unctuous body parts. Though due to ununctuous, a person with predominance of shleshma have unctuous body parts. Always smiling, smooth possess smooth body parts, and due to sweetness, abundance of semen, coition capacity, and progeny. Lot of people. We can see the population growth in the picture because of the kapha people. Shur Samhita has given this one, and then they are compared to these people such as lion, horse, swan, or ox, or bull, or etc. The technologies is low basal metabolic rate with them, low synaptic activity, so they are sluggish in movement, low tendency to form reactive oxygen species, which is the cause of the diseases. Free radicals are reduced, and reduced oxyntic cell activity, they are less of acid, hyperacidity they do not have, and reduced TS activity and slow apoptosis. So that's the reason they have a longevity of life. So beneficial ahara according to kapha prakriti is such as mustard oil and sesame oil is advised for them. Vegetables is gourd, drumstick, snake gourd, onions are given. Non-beneficial ahara according to kapha prakriti or kapha prakriti, pulses, black gram, buffalo milk, curd, ghee, butter, not good for them. So this is keeping in kapha prakriti viharas, and the pipali and ashwagandha help them to balance the kapha dosha. So this is how the trend of tridosha application on each individual is required for holistic approach, whether in disease or in health. So apply of tridosha theory. Next aspect of Ayurveda is the cause of disease, nidana. One of the professor asked me, in states they've been trying to really control the CA of breast, given all the vitamins, etc., but still the incidence of CA breast is more in women. The reason is, it very clearly predicts what exactly the science says is asatmendriya sanyoga, prajnaparada and parinama are the causes. How many are the people who really follow this? How many people get indulged in things what they're not supposed to eat, not supposed to do, depending on their dosha. So this is the cause of the disease. Cause of the disease is hinimitya ati yoga of the sense organs. Actually, tell you frankly, may not be the anatomy, Gray's anatomy, whatever you speak. The main idea of human birth, the main idea of human existence is because of the pancha jnanendriya and pancha karmendriya. And this is ruled by Chetana Dhatu, which includes Atma and Mana. Our principal has already spoken much on Atma and Man. So this aim of this whole body constituency, the form of all the system that is involved in the body, the protection as well as the work factor of this body is Pancha Jnanendriya. They make you to enjoy this Pancha Jnanendriya. The main theme of life is to how you enjoy this Pancha Jnanendriya, but to the aspect of as prescribed in Shastras. So we have this Pancha Jnanendriyas. If you stop this Hina Mithya and Ati Yoga, then disease will not be there. Then Ahara Vidhi Visheshtana. Charak Vimanasthana has given the 8 aspects of Ahara. If you follow this is Ayurveda. Asetmendriya Sanyoga Prajna Parada Parinama is Ayurveda. Tridosha is Ayurveda, and Ahara Vidhi Visheshtana is Ayurveda. If you do it, it is a holistic approach in health and disease. So next is Dinacharya and Ritucharya. If you follow this Dinacharya as per the prescriptions given in the Samhitas, as we are all not doing, there's a reason the rate of disease is high. We said that the major disease causes of mortality is cardiovascular diseases, and the cause of it is the same, Asatmin Sanyoga Prajna Parada, and not following Dinacharya and Ritucharya. If it is done, I am sure it will come down. So let us now preach this in the basic aspect of the country, in the schoolings, etc., how to really implement this holistic approach. Saying of Ayurveda is not fun, not going to solve. The public health aspect of globally and as well as state level as well as country level is to implement the principles of the doshas. Everybody should be aware of the dosha principles and apply the lifestyle. All types of food is aware. The buffet is there. We go to the buffet. You choose your food as per your dosha profile. How many of you do? No, we indulge ourselves in various foods and cause diseases. So next is the last one everybody is speaking of, social life, mental life, spiritual life. Healthy spiritual life, healthy mental life. The reason is we do not follow these mind's dictum. The best tonic for the body is Achar Rasayanam. How many of you really follow this? Achar Rasayanam, such a beautiful principles have been laid down. We need to follow Achar Rasayanam, and the aim of the life is Chaturtha Purushartha, and this is everybody forgets. Neither WHO thinks of it, nor any country level nobody thinks of it. Even individual level we don't think of that. That is Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. How we are really implementing. Kama means absolutely the thing that flirting with everybody. No, Kama is absolutely sticking to your own partner. And India is the best doing that. I've gone globally, I've seen people. Okay, and the last one is Moksha. People think that all wrong things, nothing is punished. We will be punished. Why some people born rich, some people with various ailments, they're born. This is because of the deeds, karma, they did in the past. So now, this is one aspect of Ayurveda I finished. The second aspect of my talk is case studies. Case studies. I have 3 cases to present. I hope I not bored you. My prime intent was sticking to the time. Second thing is see that the audience are really happy. And the next is I finished the basic aspects of Ayurveda. So we have to really preach the principles of Ayurveda at all levels, that is starting from yourself. The next is we have a case of chyluria, 35 years old female patient, and she is from Ayodhya. She's the wife of a police officer in Ayodhya Ram Temple. He works in the Ram Temple, and she has been having really literally chyluria. Means white milky curdy urine constantly, and these pieces of the curdled urine got stuck in the urethra, and she goes for retention of urine. She has visited several institutes. She has visited Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, Delhi, and all the PGI centers, etc. And they've been going down everywhere. She did not get any relief. I don't know, the case came to me, and I don't say that suppose I'm a doctor, but whatever the knowledge I have from Ayurveda, my gurus, what have given from me, and I tried to really put it there, and then I said, let me try the simple. This is the blood report. I just want to read. I think, madam, I may need about 3 to 5 minutes more if it's okay, or if not, I'll cut down the case. Yeah, this is blood report. So the ESR was high. The pus cells was 3 to 4, epithelial cells, RBC was 4 to 5, HB was for 10.7, and MCV 66.4, MCH is 20, and we have neutrophil 77, lymphocytes 12, ESR is 41. This is the case history, and on ultrasound, nothing was found, everything was normal. So for this case, I just put the case, I'm putting the report in front of you, and all my medicine prescription is here, and the case number is there. I just put on Vidangaso, Krimimudgaras, and I got a wonderful results. The patient is available online now. I requested them to connect to her. She's going to talk to us now. Maybe soon after this, my presentation. If it is all okay with you. She's going to talk how much relief she has got and how she's been relieved. And this is one case. The next is, we have been studying this, as our previous speaker spoke, that how you transform the textual references or the diseases described in the text into the practical form. Let us be more practical. Ayurveda is lacking behind because we don't make it practical. We are sure that we read so many of slokas, get by heart, and we feel that we are full of Ayurveda. No. How best you apply this on the patient and bring the results to the common man is what is needed for the hour. The case report, you've been seeing these Rakta Pitta, Urdhagata Rakta Pitta, Adhogata Rakta Pitta. And the third one was Ubegata or Tiragata Rakta Pitta. So you might have seen these cases of Urdhagata Rakta Pitta, Adhogata Rakta Pitta. Out of my 45 years of clinical practice, etc., I never saw a Tiragata Rakta Pitta. And I'm going to show you, but my friends, you please ensure me that you are not frightened to see the case. I'm going to show the case. I've taken permission. I'm ethical committee member secretary. I've taken the permission from him, and then I want to show the case on this, and provided non-medical people are strong-hearted to see this case now. The video of it. Are you all ready? Yes, it is a really very good experience to see this case. Okay, before that, I'll just tell you the report of that. Vitamin B12 deficiency with 141, vitamin E deficiency, thyroid profile normal, non-diabetic case, HbA1c is raised, 8.6, normal lipid profile, normal LFT, GFR 82 is reduced, then RFT normal, renal function test normal, platelet count 856, it is being enhanced. ESR normal, ESR is normal. Then prothrombin time 10.6, and INR 0.8, and PCV is 34, HB 7.1, lymphocytes is 52, and this is the case history, and these are the reports of all big hospitals. And the case has gone globally, and finally came to Patanjali. This is the blood reports, what I told you. See this case, Thirag Rakta Pitta from Romakupa, the blood flows. Blood flows from the Romakupas without injury, without inflammation. And see this case, see how the blood is flowing. Be strong enough, my friends. Don't tell me that I have put you in shock. Okay? Yeah, next case. See the, okay. And see this. Yes. Oh. The video is not working. There's a video on this. Oh. Good thing the video is not working. Had this video worked, and I'm sure that few of you will go in shock. How the blood flows from the forehead, face, and whole of the body down, full of blood, and see this blood how it has come out. This is the last part of the video. Yes. And this is Rakta Pitta case, and this is it has been written in the text. You can see in the text, Thad Ubaya Bhagam, Thad Asadhyam. Very clearly shows. That comes out from both the roots, is incurable because of non-applicability of both emesis and purgation, and in want of suitable drugs. Okay, and for this case, I put this treatment, especially Vasa. My drug of choice was Vasa. As you know, that is one of the best indicated drug. So next case is case of sigmoid colon. He is online. If the technical people are strong enough to put me online, there he will come and speak on that. Two of my cases are ready online to talk to you the effects, how they are feeling regarding the treatment, how they are cured. Sigmoid colon laparoscopy resection done, 15/4/21, and SCA was 6.52. That is marker, cancer marker, and colonoscopy view. This is a colonoscopic view. And this is the case history, And then this is a case history where the operation has been done, resection was done in this Fortis hospital in Delhi. Everybody aware of Fortis hospital, renowned hospital. And the case is finally came to Patanjali for treatment. And he has taken the treatment of Panchakarma and especially the cystogrowth, etc. as per the prescription of Swamiji. This is the prescription open to you all, and the patient is very happy, is online, and no reoccurrence, nothing from 21 to here. And this is the latest ultrasound done day before yesterday. He is healthy and no side effects. Okay. And this is the regarding his case. So I request you to put the case online. The patient name, okay, I don't want to tell, okay. Can you call and find out? My students, Vivek, नमस्कार स्नेहलता जी।
जी प्रणाम प्रणाम सर।
प्रणाम प्रणाम, कैसे हो?
बहुत अच्छा है, समझ लीजिए कि 80% जो है आराम है डॉक्टर साहब।
ओके ओके
80 से 90% आराम है, 10% केवल जो है वो है कि हाँ अब हो जाएगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हो जाएगा, मेरा ठीक हो जाएगा।
ओके ओके ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। निकाल दो। So there is another case.
सब आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है।
Thank you, thank you, thank you. प्रणाम प्रणाम प्रणाम
जी
प्रणाम।
सर मैंने उम्मीद नहीं किया था कि जो है हम इतनी जल्दी ठीक हो जाएंगे। कहाँ एलोपैथी और सब मतलब कितना हमने यहाँ भी आयुर्वेद में भी दिखाया था, लेकिन कुछ 10% में भी आराम नहीं मिला था, 10% भी आराम नहीं हुआ था कभी। और कहाँ 80-90% आराम है। ये जो है उम्मीद से बहुत ज्यादा विश्वास आपके ऊपर हो गया है, आपके आयुर्वेद के ऊपर हो गया है सर।
Okay, everybody heard this, yes? Percentage of treatment. Yeah. The next is we have the sigmoid colon cancer case. है? Online आएगा? Yeah. एक ही. Okay. Because of technical problems, the person on sigmoid colon could not be. And can you put on the video? Yeah. Yeah. No. इसका वीडियो होना। Okay, I should have brought my laptop, and this is a very beautiful video. Anyway, thank you so much for this one. I think I'm within my schedule, and the last slide is very important because I want to encourage my young-blooded one, and this is achieving holistic health in Ayurveda through modern technology. Yeah, this is last slide. Batao. You weeks. Yes, one before. Yes, ये वाला. You're wasting time, sir.
Hello. I request students to please take the seats.
Okay. Thank you so much, and this is very important. Everybody, all systems try to go for holistic method and with modern technology, and I hope Ayurveda will also do that. And I got my young students work for me, and I really thank everybody for your patient hearing. I am really thankful for all their management for giving opportunity. If I am any wrong, anything, yes. This is Shastra, very big knowledge. We are very small atom in front of this knowledge. There could be mistakes. I apologize for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanraj. It was very nice lecture. You spoke about Prakriti and Ahar Vihar. That was very good information. And the case studies, like we all saw the patient online, that was also very exciting way of conveying the effects of your treatment. So excellent, doc. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. One, excuse me, sir. Myself, Dr. Nanda.
I know, Nanda will come from I expected, sir. Come, please, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, your presentation was definitely practical and enjoyable also. But one thing I could not understand, that you have given the name of Tirijak Rakta Pitta. It should be in modern term.
Ubaya.
One. Number two, you have given the Kailuria, avoiding the Ayurvedic term. Why it is so? And number two questions again. What was the report of the before treatment of Kailuria, and what was the result of post cells after the treatment, please?
Yeah, good questions. Number one, the first question was regarding the
Tirijak Rakta Pitta.
Tiryak Rakta Pitta. Okay, this is good one thing. I already told in the sloka it is Ubhayagat Rakta Pitta. And I do not want to stick to the nomenclature or diagnosis of modern technology. Wherever I stand by with my little knowledge, I confirm on that, saying that Ubhayagat Rakta Pitta. That is the reason I quoted a sloka, the direct sloka from Charak Samhita. To number one. Number two, second question was regarding the Kailuria. As we say that we have this Nidana, we say that we have after the diagnosis we come to, after the treatment we come to a diagnosis. In the same way, Kailuria, I said I gave the treatment of Krimi. It's a Krimi Roga. And it was successful. So I finally attribute that the Kailuria has come down for that patient. And I attribute that it is a Krimi Roga, and I treated with that vision only, and I got the results. Please go ahead, please. Yeah.
Actually, it comes under the Prameha, Kailuria, that is Lasika Meha. Okay? If Prameha line of treatment is not Krimihara at all. Okay? Because the diagnostic factors of this Kailuria is directly concerned with the Kapha. Asya Sukham, Swapna Sukham, Dadhini, Gramya Anupa Udaka Mangsha Rasaha Payangsi, Navannapanam Gudavaikratancha. Prameha hetu kaphakrutya sarvam. So when you are getting the case of Kailuria, what is the problem to diagnose the Lasika Meha? Is there any problem to Ayurveda? No. But again you are coming to the Tirijak Rakta Pitta, but you are not finding any term in modern. So that is controversy to each other. Na? Let us come to this Ayurvedic, because we are Ayurvedic graduates and we should have this knowledge of Ayurvedic terms exclusively. But we are missing now. As a result, what it will impact on the society, that we are forgiving this all these Ayurvedic terms. Who will write these Ayurvedic terms? Where is the Lasika Meha? Sarvaeva Pramehastu Kalena Apratikayana. Acha, have you taken the history? That patient is having 35 years. Whether he was having this Lasika Meha more than 5 years? It was a study. Because all these Pramehas are converted to diabetes or sugar. So that is evidence also, that is published paper. Sarva eva pramehastu. Since Lasika Meha is one of the prameha, Sarva eva pramehastu kalena apratikayana. Agar if it is treated and is not getting result, then balamangsha parikhayat pramehang is gachanti. It converted automatically, textual reference. So why don't you bring it practical or clinical trials or clinical exposure to the students? I think it is the best way for you in OPD trial also. Wherever the prameha cases are coming, after 2 years or 3 years, whether they are having some sugar or not, it can be taken as a trial. Government of India has also taken a trial and result has come out also. It is to be needed. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. With the permission of the chair, I just wanted to answer this. I'm just practically focused, and then if I treat it as Prameha with Haridra, etc., already people have used it, various practitioners. I saw the prescriptions. So I then finally thought that it should be, I treat it with as a Krimi, and I got the results. I may be wrong, he may be right, I don't know. But this is what has happened in the scenario. I just want to present to you and take this as an example, and in some more cases you can treat, and whether you change the nomenclature or terminology, whatever it is. End of the day, we want results. Patient want results, country want results, science want results. Sorry, thanks for your correction. Thank you so much. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Dr. Ravinder Raina. Is he there? Yes. So Dr. Raina ji, he's director of Raina Naturals and Educational Consultants. I see immense contribution from him. Basically, he looks to be a plant person. He's worked at the farmers level to empower the farmers to cultivate medicinal plants. They mentioned herbal plant domestication. So that's a big job. We keep using medicinal plants, but we need to encourage farmers to grow. And then he's got contribution in making herbal gulals, you know, that's a mighty contribution, because we know that we use lot of chemicals in Holi and other occasions, and those are really harmful chemicals. So he's made contribution by making eco-friendly, non-toxic, human-safe herbal gulal. So that's very big contribution to our country. So Dr. Raina.
Down, forward, down, down और ये ऐसे कुछ नहीं है. You can use left or right key. Yeah, it's working. ठीक है, thank you. ठीक है ना, ठीक है ना. परम आदरणीय स्वामी जी एंड आचार्य जी, जिनको मैं नमन करता हूँ, जिनकी वजह से हम सब यहाँ मिले हैं, और उनका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है टुवर्ड्स आयुर्वेदा, टुवर्ड्स आवर वेलनेस एंड हेल्थ, दिस इज हिस्टोरिकल एंड वी आर ऑल इंडेप्टेड टू देम. सो माई हैंड फोल्ड हम्बल bowing of my head before their existence. Thank you very much. Now, my thanks to the Honorable Chairperson and the Co-Chairperson and the audience for introducing me to this August gathering. Now, since last 2 days, I have been exposed to a galaxy of Ayurveda Acharyas and Ayurveda practitioners, and the kind of voluminous knowledge that I have become wiser with is incomparable to what I have done in my last 35 or 40 years of my working with the medicinal plants. And my presentation may appear to be slightly out of place in this gathering, but this is what I have understood, that this is a topic that we should also resonate with as Ayurveda Acharyas or Ayurveda practitioners, because the soul of Ayurveda are the plants. And if we don't have a thought about the health of the plants and their sustainability, probably we are not doing proper service to Ayurveda itself, because at stake is our cherished Ayurveda. So we have to adopt an end-to-end approach from the production to the client, to the consumer, to the end user. And that is how I have been working for the last 35 and 40 years, and that is the experience that I am going to share. Now, before I shift to my main lecture, I want to share a couple of thoughts, which is what is health? We have been made wiser by many of our previous speakers. It is state of complete physical, mental or social well-being, or is merely absence of disease. Now, we believe none of these definitions is complete, because considering our knowledge at molecular, individual or societal level, we have to accept that what is impossibility of risk-free well-being. Can we have a perfect health? Can anyone have perfect health? We always have a doubt on that. And what we have understood as biologists, as plant scientists, that our existence is linked to our health of the global biodiversity, because what we have, what we are, what we consume is the global biodiversity and the products made out of that biodiversity, and also our interaction with the inanimate world, the non-living world, water, soil, things like those, environment, temperature.
So it's that which makes us wholesome. Second thought which I am presenting before the house is one health, one world. Now when we are talking about holistic health, now our holistic health is not possible when the health of my animals, surrounding animals is not good, the surrounding plants is not good, the agriculture is not good, and the soil that makes us, that provides the food to us, the health of the soil is much more important than any of these components. We are basically an component of this entire ecosystem. We don't have to assume supremacy of the human beings over the other components of ecosystem. We are one of that ecosystem, and ecosystem consists of not only living but also non-living elements in it. So let food be thy medicine, बड़े पहले से कहा गया है, and because when we are talking about health, health is not only absence of disease, as we have learned earlier also, it is some sort of an achieving wellness. And another thought which I should, I think this is the right platform to present this view, one nation, one therapy. हमें बहुत confusion रहता है, आयुर्वेदा ठीक है, एलोपैथी ठीक है, यूनानी ठीक है, चाइनीज ठीक है, अल्टरनेटिव है, नहीं है, क्या नहीं है. All that is immaterial to a person who falls sick. When any one of us falls sick and is in the urgent need of medical attention, what does he or she require? A good health therapy. It does not matter to him or her whether it comes from Ayurveda or Unani or allopathy or anyone. All that he or she requires is good health practices to cure that patient. And what we have, it depends, the kind of, we have a patient who is ignorant about the therapies is forced to choose a therapy. If he goes to an Ayurvedacharya, he chooses Ayurveda, and Ayurveda has its own rule book. If he goes to an allopath, the allopath has its own rule book. There is no integration at any level between different pathies, because we believe, as has been said in the morning also, that none of the pathies is perfect, but all the pathies have very good strong points in them. Why should, when I go to an Ayurveda, why should I be deprived of the good practice of allopathy? Or if I go to allopath, why should I be deprived of good practices of Ayurveda? That is my point. So what I am proposing and putting before, that we should have a single integration at the curriculum level. Yesterday, Dr. Chintamani also spoke of integrations happening at various levels, and he also stressed that this integration should happen before training, before we get educated in a particular kind of a profession. There has to be integration of the therapies, so that we all have the good points from all the therapies derived to me. I get trained to that, and then I act as a doctor. So as a patient, I also have only one denomination of a doctor to which I have to go, and that doctor supposedly will provide me the best practice for all the pathies which are available. Another thing, everybody knows Bhutan, and the famous thing about Bhutan is, it is the happiest nation in the world. It used to be number one till 2 years, now it is second or third in the world. But up to last 2 years, it used to be number one as per the happiness index is concerned, the National Gross Happiness Index on that basis. And I have taken this slide from one of their own publication, that what do they consider to be happy? And what are the integral factors which makes them happy? I have given the reference from which I have also quoted that, and one is the preservation of traditional medical culture, conservation of medicinal plants and environment, socio-economic development, biodiversity and bioprospecting, good governance, good free health care, and source of employment. So here, the cultural practices, the traditional practices, the medicinal plants, they are integral to making us happy also, because this is everyone's desire to be happy, whether we have good income, hefty bank balance or not, but as long as we are happy, contented, I think my day is done well. Then we have this at the back of my, these are self-development goals given by United Nations in 2015, and these are 17 goals which are mandatory for every country who is part of United Nations, and these self-development goals have to be accomplished by 2030. And we are already in 2023, just 7 years away from the target. And look at the goal number 3, good health and well-being. This is a goal. Now, when it comes to good health and well-being, I think none of these pathies independently will be able to accomplish this goal. We have to develop our efforts and thoughts, policies, and implementation of those whatever comes out of conferences like this, so as that we are able to be on dot to complete the development goal by 2030, at least, since what it concerns to us is good health and well-being. So we have to keep this in mind whenever we are doing that. Then, since I have basically be talking about the health of the plants and their cultivation, their sustainability, the farmer is always at our back. So we have to keep his considerations in mind, his conditions, his incentives, and his commitment in this herbal sector. So we have to, I'm not going to the details, but I'm just trying to sensitize the audience. Now, coming to this, we all know biodiversity, where do we stand as far as biodiversity is concerned, what are our strengths? Now, Patanjali has done so much as far as this world herbal and encyclopedia is concerned. Now, we all know the data that is, which is maybe that is more current with Patanjali than what I am presenting. So I am not going into the numbers, but we all know we have about 8% of the world's biodiversity with us. We are about amongst the 17 mega biodiversity countries. We are 8th largest in biodiversity at the country level. Then we have 4 hotspots in our country: Himalayas, Indo-Burma, Sundarbans, and Western Ghats. There are about 6,500 species of medicinal plant. The number can be less or more, but it's immense. There are about 1,100 species in trade. This is as per Ayush Ministry, and out of which 240 species are in high consumption, and then 23% geographical area under forest with 16 major types, 15 agroclimatic zone, 33% higher plant species are endemic. So there's a concern coming here. Then we have several herbal markets where trading and basically whatever trade is happening in those markets. This is the medicinal plants. Every biogeographical region of our country has their own numbers and types of medicinal plants represented in those regions. And when it comes to different kinds of pathies, we have a particular number of species catering to those. They are plant species. And then there are overlaps also, same species being used in Ayurveda or Siddha, Unani, like that. And then whenever we start looking into the business opportunities in any sector, because entrepreneurship, businesses, trade, the regional trade and the national and the global trade, we always undertake this SWOT analysis, and we know as far as this herbal sector is concerned, what are our strengths, cultural and historical roots, positive state policies, vast forest resources, well-informed community, R&D support, and then opportunities. We have 7% or more annual growth. We have demand for certified products. We have preference for organics. We have large stretches of virgin land. And then, of course, we have weaknesses. We have threats. We all know them. And we have to, because whenever we propose to venture into any of these fields, we have to keep those things also in mind. We have marketing opportunities. I'll be skipping not much whether we are using them as phytopharmaceuticals or medicinal botanicals, where nutraceutical or cosmetic. Yesterday somebody was saying that the nutraceutical market has superseded the pharmaceutical market. So that is the strength, because everywhere it is the medicinal plants that are getting the focus of attention, because it's the individual plant, the productivity of that, which is coming into focus here. And we all believe that by 2030 the healthcare may be totally different, because if it was in previous years, especially before COVID, it was more of allopathy. Now it is going to be Ayurveda and Ayurveda only, and allopathy will be just as, it's not because I'm speaking in an Ayurveda gathering, it's my belief, because I have not come from Ayurveda. I'm basically a botanist who has worked in, so I know, I'm looking through the sector, being privy to many of the activities going on this, that the future is of Ayurveda, and strongly believe, but Ayurveda with a focus, with science into it. And COVID has taught us many things. It has been, I won't say it's a blessing, but it has been eye-opener in several ways. And one of that, whatever has been realized during and post-COVID, that there is already abundant increase for botanicals. It was a surprise when during the COVID, Tulsi became the focused herb. The Tulsi was simply not available in market. Even if we had all the therapies available in Ayurveda and texts, and everybody was looking for Tulsi, 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 but there was no Tulsi because nobody was growing it. And this is happening now. And the more we are synergizing towards more of a herbal, natural, Ayurveda-based of healthcare, there will be more and more demands put on the raw material, and unless we do an equivalent focus attention, give equivalent attention to that sector, probably we will be left wandering somewhere, because we will not be having a quality planting material, we will not be having quality raw material to provide potency to our drugs. Now, we all know sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, and whenever we talk about filling the gap, cultivation, promoting of cultivation is very important, because this cultivation solves many of the problems which herbal medicine is facing, like adulterated material, because the genuine material is simply not available. The yields are not economical, so the people who are involved in medicinal plant cultivation or medicinal plant trade just don't find it remunerative. Uniform active content, wherever this active content is important or recognized, that because of the very dynamics of the metabolomics of these plants, this active content is not uniform. We want organic. So organic is possible when we have a controlled cultivation activity going on. Synchronous maturity, because that is going to help us in harvesting in one go. Sustainable supplies, this is the buzzword, sustainability. You know, say sustainable goals. So sustainability, whenever we have to talk about any activity, we have to be sustainable. Conservation, biodiversity loss, is a lot of hue and cry world war. No adulteration, we can solve the problem of adulteration, and easy certification of product, because now if you go to market, you have to provide some kind of certification. So cultivation material is getting certification. But then the problem is, now if we have to have cultivation, we have to go to the farmers. When we go to the farmer will look at from his own angle, and we need, just like in vegetables or any other fruit, we talk in terms of varieties. Which variety to grow of, say, apple, which variety to grow of brinjal or any other vegetable or horticulture produce. But when it comes to medicinal plants, especially medicinal plants of the hills, the Himalayas, the western Himalayas or the eastern or the central Himalayas, we don't have any variety available. That is the very sad part of it, because even whatever we may talk about, chiretas, kutkis, bankakadis, jatamansi, if you want to go to the farmer and try to promote cultivation, the farmer is going to ask you for some characterized productive variety. We don't have any. We have lagged behind in that, because this sustainable supply chain, unless we fill the dots, join the dots, we will not be able to achieve the concept or the objective of what for which we are all gathered here. So this is the issue that I am going to flag now. And genetic improvement, especially in this is what I said, that there are many species. You can name any species, at least for the temperate species, temperate Himalayan species, not a single characterized elite variety is available. So we all have to ponder upon how why has this situation arisen, and whatever has gone in past has gone, but what can be the action point, way forward movement for future. And these are some of the species which are in highly traded plants, and they are all being collected, they are all being wild collected, their raw materials being wild collected, which is playing havoc with the natural biodiversity, which is playing havoc with the availability. And that is one reason why there is there's substitution happening. In many of your products in market, what is written on the label probably is not what is inside the bottle. So that is a big effect on the potency of that drug. So this is not only, if we have to grow them, we have to have a characterized variety. We will not only provide potency to our drugs, but we will also ensure productivity, remuneration to the farmer, and an economic incentive to the grower to grow them on a continuous basis. So that is how we are ultimately going to achieve sustainability. Well, we know cultivation requires same thing. Cultivation ensures sustainability, and the fact check is for cultivation we need appropriate agronomical practices and we need characterized varieties. I'll be talking about the varieties part only, because if we talk about the agronomical practices, that will take another session. So I'll not be going to those details. And the reality is we don't have any of them, those available right now. And the way forward is to begin exploring we don't even know how does a species grow. We don't even know whether the species produces seed, viable seed or not. We don't even know that what is the frequency of flowering. We don't even know what are the reproductive bottlenecks, if there are any. And another reason why when we study this, during many times in our journey of medicinal plant research, we have seen and we have been asked very pointed questions, especially for the West and especially from some sections of society within the country, who has accused the traditional medicine systems, the Ayurveda, Chinese and all those, that these systems of medicines are responsible for biodiversity loss. And we have I have personally faced this question, and at that time, we didn't have an answer, because when even we say that 90% or 85% of the raw material comes from the wild stock, how can we say no, we have not done anything? Unless and until you produce some data, you produce some studies, because that was a situation we virtually had to numbly accept that situation. People would accuse us, your Ayurveda, your Chinese, your traditional system is ruining ecology, biodiversity, habitats, all that thing was being put on us. But in the heart of hearts, we knew, as being botanists or being working in this field, that whatever, there may be some strength in that argument, but it will not be wholly true. And then we started trying to understand what is happening at the species level, and that is when we realized that in most of the cases, there are inherent reasons for a plant to become endangered. If there are many species in these, especially since I have worked mostly in the temperate plants, and I'll be talking about temperate plants only, but these examples are from the tropical conditions also, where we have found that there are inherent growth and development issues in those species, which is restricting their proliferation, which is making them endemic, which is probably threatening their survival, because every species, like we have all known the processes of evolution, like every other species, whether it's a plant or an animal or even humans, we are undergoing through a process of evolution. So depending upon the forces of evolution, the plants are evolving in a particular way. So similarly, these plants, they are in the ecosystem, they are simple plant entities. It's only we have made them medicinal plants or horticulture plants or vegetables and like that. So they are also following that pattern, and we have come to this conclusion that there are many plants, most of the plants, there are some inherent biological features, and whether it's high pollen sterility in Pushkar Mool, low seed set in Jatamansi, self-incompatibility in Stevia and Atish aconitum heterophyllum, cross-pollination in Pushkar Mool, or Kot or Revandacheni, Rehomaustrale, dichogamy, dioishi, gynodash. These are many things what we have studied them. And when we know these, to manage them in a sustainable way, they cannot be left to themselves. They have to be managed in a particular scientific way. And we cannot expect, when we ourselves don't know much about them, we cannot expect the farmer there to manage them the way they need. So what we then started saying that instead of having a generic approach, medicinal plants should be managed in a particular way, medicinal plants should be done like this, medicinal plants should be, so that's a generic approach. Now the time has come then when we need to adopt species specific approach. We can never handle amla the way we handle, say, apple, for instance, because amla has its own growth process, development process, apple has its own. Similarly, if we have to handle kutki, if we have to handle revan cherry, if we have to handle ashwagandha, they have their own ways and means of how to handle them in a field. So unless we transfer that knowledge to the ultimate doer on the field, the farmer, we are not going to achieve the kind of success that we aim for. The last mile knowledge transfer in this is very critical, crucial. It becomes important for all of us. So whenever we are engaging with that fraternity who is actually giving us or ensuring sustainability of the Ayurveda system as such, that this information that when they are handling or managing or growing a particular species, they have to be mentored and monitored in a particular way. So I'm just going to give certain example like this chora. Many of you would have known it. I will not go into much of the details. What chora is known, this is for amenorrhea, polycystic ovary, dyspepsia, flatulence, rheumatism, and it's also used as a carbonative, as a food flavoring also. And the problem with this plant is that there's very poor seed set and poor seed germination. This is generally what people know. Now, why this is happening, nobody knew it. And people try to adopt, ji pani kam diya hoga, fertilizer kam zyada de do, kam diya hoga. Some studies have also come with hormonal treatment de do seed ko. But when we try to replicate those in our laboratory and field, we could not get the results which were claimed by those who had worked on them. And what we found that when we studied that 70% of the seed produced in this species is without embryo. That is sterile. So that means the seed that gets generated out of this species is sterile. Most of it is sterile. So when the plant is producing only 70% sterile seed, how can we have a multiplication or proliferation of the species? So we have to have a particular kind of a strategy, and this is how does it look like in the field. And we have given this graphical representation of the different inflorescences it has. It has this main inflorescence, and here these lateral, and these are the sublateral inflorescences. All these inflorescences and the lateral inflorescences bear very beautiful flowers, huge flowers, but it's only the main flower which gave us only 27% of the fertile seeds. The laterals gave only 6%, and the sublaterals had none of the seed was viable. It was just appearing as a seed, but it was not worth growing. So the question is, so the seed management practice. So then we started advising people in the forest department who were collecting that don't waste your time, only collect seed from the main inflorescence, because that is the only which is going to at least give you 30%, 27% viable seed. Rest of it is all sterile, so don't waste time, and don't sell that seed, sterile seed, to farmers, promising them that they will be able to raise population, but ultimately they didn't. And then we would accuse farmer, अरे farmer ने practice follow नहीं किया होगा, पानी नहीं दिया होगा, गलत time पे sow किया होगा. little realizing that the kind of seed we are giving is sterile. And this is what our studies showed. The size variation, only the bigger size has about 50% seed viable, rest is sterile totally. And this is the photographic evidence when the seed is with embryo on the left, and on the right this is without embryo. This we got in about 70% of the seeds that we analyzed. And then chromosomal aberrations. This is another contributing to its seed sterility. So we have to understand these aspects of this, and implication is that we have to do much more in this to find clones and strains which probably can give us more seed viability and other things. Podophyllum, Bankakadi, especially from the hills, they would be, okay, Podophyllum. This is a source of podophylotoxin, anti-cancerous. And the problem with this species is that it produces just one flower per plant. One flower per plant per season, and the perennial plant. And it's very difficult to get seed from this species. And what we have done, we have found a lot of variation in this. And what needs to be now done is that we need to correlate the characters, the morphological characters, with the medicinal attributes, whether it's active content or other yield characters, so that we can develop a characterized variety. We know the stability, some of them, these morphotypes are stable and some of them are not stable. So we need, seed is a strong dormancy working in the species. It's mostly self-pollinated crop. So we have to respond according to the species statistics. Since I have to cut short, I will be just rushing through. Valeriana jatamansi, this is another, this is known as mushkwala or tagar. This is a very important plant for treating epilepsy, hysteria, insomnia, and asthma. And the problem is, it is endangered, no doubt. It is high commercial demand, unscientific harvesting. What we found that this female rhizome has more valipotrate. The active content of the species are the group of compound known as valipotrate. The female plant has much more valipotrate than the bisexual, because this plant is, the species is gynodioecious, that is, it has two types of plants in nature. One which bear only the female flower and another which bears the bisexual. The female flower has more content. So what we need to have is more of the female plants in the population than the bisexual. So this is the how you can differentiate between the two types of plants. And then what we have devised a seed production methodology where we can have more number of females in the population. And glory lily gloriosa, many of you must have seen, and this is a flagship species of, at least in allopathy, when it comes to the source of colchicine, which is useful for treating gout and rheumatism. And that colchicine comes from the seeds of this species. About 20 years before, the rise of the roots of the species were harvested, because that was giving the colchicine. But when we knew that the seeds also have colchicine, and the seed utilization would have prevented destructive harvesting. The root harvesting would always lead to destructive harvesting. But when we intervened, we got this project and we accomplished that. We found that this is hercogamous flower, and by manipulating the pollination, we could increase seed 3 times. And now that destructive harvesting is a thing of the past. This was treated as a research breakthrough by ICR at the time when we gave it. Most of the areas in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh where it's being cultivated now, they have switched over to the pollination mechanism that we have devised, and it's being annually harvested. That is how when you understand the plant. We didn't do any rocket, we didn't do rocket science, we just looked at the plant and saw how it behaved. Nadosecus grandiflora jatamansi, very important for rhizomes in brain and as a heart tonic. And our Ayurveda, it's a prominent plant in Ayurveda, and it is being imported from other countries. And what we found was, and that we found very interesting reason, and these studies are still incomplete, and which is that it is seed. It does not produce seed. This is what we knew. But what we found was that is an infrequently flowered plant. That not many plants you will find in flowering. So the seeds will be less. Then poor seed set because the pollinators are not available. And then pollen aperture. Those of you understand pollen and pollination and pollen germination. Pollen aperture numbers are variable in this species. Normally we know most of the species are tricolpate, they have 3. But what we have found here, they have 2 colpi, 3 colpi, 4 colpi, and even 4 colpi within the same flower. So highly unstable species. And then we also found a new chromosome number. If you go to literature, you will find only one record of diploid number of 26 reported in 1984 by this Goldblatt. After that, you will find our number only, which is 2178, raises essential questions that what was that clone cytotype of Goldblatt which had 26? Where is that now in nature? And if we have 78, which is hexaplide now, where are the intermediate cytotypes? So we need to research more and try to go, what Dr. Nanda was referring to yesterday, which Guduchi is the Tinospora. I also say which Jatamansi is actual Jatamansi when we have so much of variability, 2 types of stigmas. There is so much of variation which we have encountered.
Dr. Saab.
I'm finishing just one important species and just 2 minutes.
Okay.
This is Chareta. I hope every Ayurveda Charya would be aware of this species, Suvarsha Chareta. Probably you also know that this is a critically endangered species. Probably you also know that the most of the Suvarsha Chareta that comes in market is not Suvarsha Chareta. It is either Andrographis paniculata, or which is Kalmake, or it is other species of Suvarsha Chareta, just Suvarsha cordata, angustifolia, and all those things. And when you look at the literature, this Suvarsha Chareta, what we found in literature mentioned to be as an annual. And it was very hard work finding true Suvarsha Chareta, and we succeeded in getting some plant and some seeds, and we grew it. And what we found was, this is the actual Suvarsha Chareta photographed. And what we found was, then when we grew it, that it completed its life cycle in 2.5 years. Although in literature you will find it just completes in 1 year. Imagine the hardship a farmer will face when he plans for a 1 year crop, but that crop simply does not grow, and he will get frustrated and will obliterate the species. And that is why you don't get genuine Suvarsha Chareta in market. And we may be claiming that our drug contains Suvarsha Chareta, but it does not contain. And we found 30 months, after 30th month, in the 3rd year, it produces a flower, sets seed, and then dies. So we have to factor all these things. This is how we develop the technology. This is how the actual Chareta looks like. And we have some hormonal treatment by which we could increase the seedling biomass by almost 15 times, because it is the whole plant that is being used here. Now, I conclude when I never conclude in my lectures, because I always give it a challenge. This is a challenge because together we have to handhold each other and meet this challenge of biodiversity conservation, utilization, making this Ayurveda sustainable. And this is what I do now, because I have working this company. And I just want to share this, that this was a Chiang Mai declaration in 1988. This was for the first time in world that a dedicated international conference on medicinal plants was held in 1988. And they gave a declaration that saving plant that save life. So each one of us to introspect what have we done to address this slogan? Have we saved any plant? And my naman to the Honorable Swami ji and Acharya ji. And thank you all. Thank you all for your patience. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
There is one question.
So, as a plant-based, vegetarian person, we always have this difficulty of B12 deficiency. So, as a vegetarian and plant-based eaters, we have this deficiency of B12. Now, how do we overcome this without any shots? Like, this is a very practical question, sir. Like, I am a yoga student. And my father is asking me, now it's a time, B12 up lena start karo, it would be good. But then I believe कि if we start taking, then how do we put this, बिल्कुल डंकी की चोट पे कैसे कह पाएंगे कि हम बिना किसी मेडिसिन के जीते हैं? Yeah. So
Are you asking for
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Plant-based
plant source for vitamin
yes,
B? Are you asking?
B12.
B12.
Yes.
Probably I will not be able to give you offhand, but in another half an hour I am here. I will be providing you that answer.
No, there is
I
no
will give you
plant source
definitely
of
answer.
B12.
Probably Dr. Srivastava can ask you.
B12 is purely animal source vitamin.
Yes.
And
but her question is plant
vegetarians
source.
can
Do we have a plant
milk
source?
and curd and everything.
पतंजलि ने अभी कुछ दिनों पहले अपने ड्रग डिस्कवरी लैब से न्यूट्रिला B12 निकाला है, जिसका मक्के से जिया मेज से सोर्स है और कुछ उसमें और हर्ब्स हैं. डॉक्टर साहब ज़्यादा अच्छा बता सकते हैं. ये अनुराग तो न्यूट्रिला B12 निकाला है विच इज़ प्योर वेजिटेरियन. और सर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा. मैं भी एक बॉटनिस्ट हूँ. पिछले 40 वर्ष से मैं बॉटनी में ही सेवा प्रदान कर रहा हूँ और लगभग 14 वर्ष से पतंजलि में स्वामी जी और आचार्य जी के सानिध्य में कार्य करने का मुझे मौका मिला है. तो सर ने जो सब्जेक्ट उठाया है, अगर कल को पेड़ ही नहीं रहेंगे तो आयुर्वेद या और कोई पैथी कैसे रहेगी. तो इसलिए सर ने जो एफर्ट किया है, हम लोग भी आचार्य जी के साथ इस बात पर अक्सर डिस्कशन करते हैं कि जैसे अष्टवर्ग पौधे जो हिमालय में मिलते हैं वो धीरे धीरे ख़त्म हो रहे हैं. हम लोग आज से 10 साल पहले जहाँ जाते थे कलेक्शन करने, आज वो पौधे वहाँ पे नहीं मिलते हैं. तो इसलिए जो ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हो रहा है प्लांट्स का, मेडिसिनल प्लांट बोर्ड बना था बट आई थिंक उसने कुछ ज़्यादा काम किया नहीं है. तो वो पतंजलि को या ऐसी संस्थाओं को इस कार्य को लेना पड़ेगा. और तभी हम अपने पेड़ पौधों को, अपनी बायोडाइवर्सिटी को बचा पाएंगे.
सही बात.
तो डॉक्टर साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू.
Sorry, I have to limit your talk. You have so much knowledge and work in medicinal plants that this could go on, and we are really amazed to see your studies on seed development and how like only the apical bud gives the right seed and all. But the time is very short, so let us, he is the unique example who is academician, professor, and developed his private limited company, you know, so we should give big applause for him.
Because I would always face this question, because during academics we have always had this interaction with audiences, farmers. तो लेकिन बैक एंड ये भी सुनते थे, प्रोफेसर आ गया अपना भाषण दे दिया तो खुद तो कुछ किया.
Professors should follow him.
So maybe with the blessings of Almighty Baba Ramdev ji, so I will succeed in my mission. So because I am doing in consultancy whatever way, whatever experience I am ready to share. So that is what I am doing, free of cost, no monetary considerations. ऐसा कोई नहीं, पैसा कमाना नहीं, पेंशन बहुत है हमारे पास. तो बस social service, sustainable होना चाहिए, that's all.
Thank you, sir. I certainly believe that this technical session would have benefited each and every one of our session chair to please conclude the session.
We are thankful to Dr. Arun Kumar, Ram Manohar ji, Dhanraj ji and Reina sir for these nice presentations and deliberations. There are certain questions, but we have to limit the questions and we are going out of time. But I just want to add one or two things here as a concludatory remark from our, as being the chairpersons. One is, and in alignment with the questions which have come, is that there are two types of manifest realities, the realities which manifest. One is the observable and second is the unobservable. The concepts of Ayurveda are maximum instances, those are not observable. And technology is trying to bring the unobservable entities into the domain of observables, observables to observables. And here the technology to some extent can make the things which are non-observable and define it in an observable way, but every time it is not possible, and that happens with the three doshas. So you can't directly say this is three dosha, that is three dosha, and it has to be understood. The theme of this particular session has three important words. One is the paradigm, second is the complete, and third is the sustainable. Now basically, I slightly differ here because nothing can be complete as such, it can be optimum. So it can be the optimum solution. Second, yes, Ayurvedic technology can make it, definitely make it sustainable. But the concept of paradigm has come from the great philosopher Thomas Kuhn. And in his Structure of Scientific Revolutions, he talks about the process of scientific revolution or the process of scientific evolution. Whenever there are anomalies develop in the science, then the scientific community feels that it has to be changed, and first they have to define the anomaly and then the process of change comes. So here the paradigms, we need to find out how can we commensurate the paradigm of the Ayurvedic technology and the paradigm of holistic medicine. I just want to conclude with these words. Thanks the Kalpana Doshi madam for giving me the opportunity.
I will not take much time, but I just was listening to your questions and the way you are receiving the talks, like our speakers, Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. Ram Manohar, Dr. Dhanraj and Dr. Reina, they all gave us some good definition of health apart from WHO's health definition. And I think Ayurveda has most holistic definition of health, including mind and matter or mind and body together. So Dr. Kumar also mentioned that man swasth hai to sab swasth hai. So that is also very important. That is where immuno, psycho, endocrino, pharmacology plays role. That your thoughts, your if you have no stress, your mind is free from stress, then your brain reacts in that manner. The stress hormones are not secreted. If stress hormones are not secreted, then your immunity is good. So everything is connected with each other. Yesterday Dr. Chintamani also mentioned that your genes are like loaded guns, and if your lifestyle and environment is like a trigger, so if it triggers, then the gun shots. So you are born with your genes and the environment contributes to it. So we are not able to change our genes, but we are able to control our environment and maintain our gain. Another important I wanted to say from the questions all of you asked was your interest, a lot of interest in immunology and molecular biology. So now since NEP is getting implemented, we all should have chance to learn immunology, biochemistry, molecular biology, genomics. That will strengthen the research which will be taken up by whether it is Ayurveda, nutrition or yoga. So this basic credits could be taken by the students of all pathies or say all disciplines to go ahead in research. Another thing I wanted to mention was that today I had lots to speak on ayurgenomics or personalized medicine, and in consequent talks there was always a mention about ayurgenomics or say personalized treatment. So what we worked in our group was we showed genetic basis of Prakriti. So what we wanted was, like, if you go for doing the genetic test, the sequencing will cost you some whole genome sequencing, or say epigenetics will cost you about say 50,000 per human being per sample. So with Prakriti, you could avoid all those costly tests. So instead of going for doing genetic test and sequencing and whole genome, exome sequencing and whatnot, it is easier just to do Prakriti in the clinic and predict about the diseases or predict about the drug response. So that is what this Ayurveda research or molecular biology research in Ayurveda should contribute to it. So let us all work towards this and still think about more. We heard excellent lectures on plants and humans, so you all could take up some small research ideas and develop them during your graduation and go ahead with contributing some knowledge to Ayurveda. So thank you so much for listening patiently.
Thank you, Madam and Sir, for gracing this technical session with your virtuous presence. And further, I request the session chair to felicitate our honorable speakers of today's session. Dr. Anil Kumar, sir, please come on the stage. Please give a huge round of applause. Dr. C.B. Dhanraj, sir, please come on the stage. Dr. Ravinder, sir, please come on the stage. Please give a huge round of applause. Further, I would like to invite our respected Dr. Anupam sir and Dr. C.B. Dhanraj sir to give a token of appreciation to our conference chair. Please come. Dr. Anupam sir and Dr. C.B. Dhanraj sir. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Here we end this technical session, and now we are moving further for the oral presentations. And there are near about 10 presentations in a row. Every presentations will have 5 minutes to present their work. And for these presentations, we hereby request the juries of this session, Honorable Dr. Ravinder Raina, sir, Ms. Sanchita Sangle ji, and Dr. Akash Sagam ji to please come on the stage for initiating this session.
Om. So we are coming to the next session, a very important session where our future Ayurvedacharyas, scientists, and they hope that we have from the next generation. They would be presenting their works and they would be taking this message of Ayurveda forward. So I am looking to a very interesting and productive session ahead. So I invite all the presenters to present their works in a very concise and meaningful and communicative way. Because what we are expecting from you here is that you have to convey your message in a very forceful, aggressive, polite, but in a limited time, in a limited time frame. Just keep in mind a TV advertisement that you watch. A 30-second TV advertisement makes a product sell in millions. So that should be, don't give us elaborate introductions, methodologies, क्या किया, क्यों किया, कम से किया. यहाँ पे हम ये चाह रहे हैं कि आपने काम क्या किया, क्यों किया, और उसका हमारी लाइफ में, हमारी ज़िंदगी में आयुर्वेदा के लिए हमें क्या फ़ायदा होगा. बस 5-10 सेंटेंस में 5 मिनट का आपके पास मैक्सिमम टाइम रहेगा. सो डू वी स्टार्ट. सो सबसे पहले मैं बुलाऊंगा आकांक्षा बसकाती. शी विल बी स्पीकिंग ऑन होलिस्टिक हेल्थ इन प्रेजेंट एरा. आकांक्षा.
A very good evening to one and all present here. I am Akanksha Baskati from Banasali Vidyapeeth, sharing my views on holistic health in present era. Individuals are shifting to holistic health as they have become aware that modern drugs can be healing but also powerfully dangerous. Holistic health is a way of living. The word hollows implies entirely or completely. According to the holistic health, it is a state of complete physical, mental and spiritual well-being, not just the absence of disease. In ancient Ayurvedic text, Sutra Samhita states, doshas are in balance, whose appetite is good, whose body, mind and senses remains full of bliss is called a healthy person. Ayurveda is a holistic system with roots in traditional medicine that promotes long, healthy and balanced lives for its patients. In Ayurveda, the primary aim is swasthasya swasthya rakshanam, which means protecting health of a healthy person, and aturasya vikar pashanam, which means to remove disease from the suffering. India is a nation of a rich history of traditional Indian medicine, which has been used for thousands of years. Ayurveda promotes utilizing nature's resources to live a happy and a happy life. Preservation of health in health individuals and elimination of sickness in effective individuals is the primary goal. According to Ayurveda, diet is a key component to consider in both healthy and disease-related states. Food is regarded as one of the fundamental requirements for a good health, since it plays a crucial role in both prevention and the treatment of the disease. The influence of Ayurveda. The Ayurvedic diet: eat in a line with your dosha type. The optimum diet in Ayurveda is determined by the individual's constitution, often known as dosha type or mind-body type. Vata, Pitta, Kapha are the three doshas and are positive qualities in the body that may alter or negatively harm. A healthy Ayurvedic diet can be utilized by either reducing or by raising the or more a person's body's doshas. Ayurvedic dietetic principles, they are divided into three categories: food selection, meal timing, and consumption rules. First, the selection of food. The Ayurvedic diet is a whole food. It should be fresh, it should be seasonal, organic, and which should contain whole grains, legumes, seeds, herbs, fruits, and it should be fresh. Then limit your intake of processed foods, leftovers, raw or cold foods. The highly processed, the frozen foods which are canned or which are highly in chemicals are difficult to break down into the nutrients. So as a result, it is advisable that to avoid junk foods which are instantly emphasized on whole foods. Then integrate all the 6 states to every meal. Taste is very important in Ayurvedic food selection. So it's important to add sweet, sour, salty, bitter, astringent and pungent taste in our food, so that it combines all 6 flavors and thereby balancing the doshas. Then quantity of food is most important. Dietary guidelines suggest eating as per the energy needs. As many speakers said, there are not a fixed quantity of food for particular individuals. It varies person to person. So it based on the age, gender, psychological situation, and physiological situation too, such as pregnancy, lactation, or degree of physical activity. The objective is to keep your weight and nutritional condition at a healthy level.
You have just 1 minute left.
Then it's a quantity of food. Then last is food timing. Food intake time should be fixed depending on a particular requirements. Maintaining the imbalance of dosha, regular digestion, metabolism, and hunger requires eating after the digestion of a primer meals. Rules of consumption. Sweet foods are typically difficult for stomach to process, so consume it first, and after eating the sweet flavor which dominates the digestion, it is recommended that take a sour taste, and finally the pungent taste. Then conclusion, a holistic Ayurvedic lifestyle is the need of hour. Why it is the need of hour? As we can look up to the NCDs, the prevalence of disease burden, it's 30% in 1990, whereas it was 55% in 2016. Whereas the death rate in 1990 it was 37%, whereas in 2016 it raised to 61%. So every year the graph of blood sugar level, hypertension, obesity is increasing day by day. So it is important to take an Ayurvedic diet. It is in eating pattern that promotes equilibrium inside your body, and recommendation according to the particular doshas and type. Thank you.
Akansha, your topic was holistic health, but you mostly focused on food.
Yes, sir, because I'm a food and nutrition student.
Like that.
No.
Should not give a generic title, because it's a learning phase you are going through. I appreciate
Yes.
you are coming to the dais. But if you are talking, you had to talk only about food, then food, holistic health through food. So title could have been modulated.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay. And then take my another advice.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you are connecting with the audience, don't read. Unless and until you make an eye contact with the audience, you will be never able to make an effective presentation. The best presentations are when I look into the eyes of the audience. You don't have to read. I can read from any book. Yes, go. Send me through email, I will read this. But I want you, I want to get, the audience wants to get the feel of your expression. Do you believe what you are reading? Take this advice.
Yes, sir. I will. Thank you so much, sir.
अभिषेक श्रीवास्तव, नंबर 1 पहले आगे.
आरोग्य से राइट से ठीक. आप सभी को प्रणाम. मेरा नाम अभिषेक श्रीवास्तव है. मैं भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्था रुड़की IIT रुड़की से PhD कर रहा हूँ फ्रॉम द डिज़ाइन डिपार्टमेंट. एंड द टॉपिक ऑफ माई प्रेजेंटेशन इज शुड आसना बेस्ड cross-legged sitting be brought back into the contemporary classrooms. So when I say contemporary classrooms, I want you to imagine the scenario where there is desk, there is chair. Now most of the schools, most of the institutions are having that kind of a format. And when you sit in this particular format for quite a long period of time, you have and you attain a lot of issues. So what are these issues? These issues raise from a lot of ailments. So when you sit on a chair, what happens is the heart has to work much more harder because it has to maintain the blood flow. Also, we come in different body sizes, we have different heights. So what happens when you sit on a chair which is not customizable? Either your legs would be hanging or it would be stretched. Ideally, it has to sit flat on the surface. So when that not happens, it again generates more issues with respect to the pain and swelling. And we all are Indians. We have a traditional way of sitting. We sit cross-legged. So when we are made to sit in the conventional chairs like this, which is much more of a Western concept, what happens is that we get additional constraints because of the armrests which are there. It constrains us to sit in that particular fashion. Also, there are many issues. It affects the students' physical, behavioral, and cognitive symptoms. Also, there is a study which says that if you provide more comfortable seats to students, they are more likely to fall asleep. And I think the students at the back might agree with me as well. So, since I'm from a design department, from a design perspective, when you design a particular chair, it generally goes through a mass production round. And we generally follow this principle of one size fits for all. But that is not the case with us. We come in different body sizes, we come in different heights, and that's where customization is the key. Now coming to the solution part. So there have been many insights to our traditions, and I would like to quote the first one from Dr. Osler. He says that 80% of Americans seek medical care for back pain as compared to only 3% in Japan, where people still sit in the traditional ways of sitting. And if we talk about India, we do have our traditional ways of sitting which are very close to Japan. So in Japan it is called Seiza, in India it is called Vajrasan, and likewise there are much more Zazen posture which is close to our cross-legged posture. Also, when we sit in cross-legged postures, it is something which connects with the yogasanas like the Sukhasana and Padmasana. And when we go back to our ancient Indian education system, the Gurukul tradition had all these kind of, basically sitting, which was on the ground, sitting, doing studies, doing meditation, doing yagya, yoga, meditation, everything. Also, that's the photograph of my son who is now 1 year old. And when I started observing, I saw that, this is a very default sitting. We do not need to practice it. It comes by default to it. It is very innate to us. Also, the Hatha yogis have found out that the stability of body leads to stability of mind, and further it goes on to the stability and focused mind, which is very much important in the context of education. So coming to the benefits of cross-legged asanas, I think I will not go into the detail of each and every asanas, but just to bring about the overview, all these asanas, they have their physical benefits, their mental benefits, and then obviously there is spiritual benefits as well. So coming to some potential studies currently, so there are very meager studies which are available which compares the chair-based sitting and the asana-based sitting. However, one research done by Rai and team said that when you sit in Siddhasana, you are basically sitting in a static posture, but it actually is a mild kind of exercise on its own. Now this is very critical when we are talking about the other forms of sitting which is considered sedentary, wherein you are not moving, you are sitting in the same posture for a long period of time. Another study by Dhara and Datta, in which they investigated around 100 school children, and they figured out that the students who were sitting on the floor in the cross-legged asanas had much more stability of the back and much less muscular stress as compared to the students who were sitting on the bench. Now these gives us some very good insights.
Abhishek, you have half minute left.
Yes. So the way forward is in the India way, and we have this IKS division which talks about the Indian way of doing. To make India the Vishwa Guru, we need to go follow the Indian way. And very recently in Man Ki Baat, in the 100th episode, it was the UNESCO Director General who asked our Honorable PM about the Indian way of achieving this goal of quality education for all. So it's high time that we acknowledge, we accept our Indian way of sitting, we embrace it and we practice it. So I would like to conclude by saying that there are mounting and adverse effects of chair-based sitting vis-a-vis the virtues and benefits of asana-based sitting. So my PhD area is around this particular context, wherein I'm trying to investigate through experimentation in the context of design education. So with that, I would like to thank you. And anybody who's working in this similar area and would like to connect or have a suggestion, please do mail me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Abhishek, any data, any secondary data to support that this is good for health, that this asana is good for health?
Sir, from a literature perspective, this is the first phase of the study. So it's literature based. So so that objective part will come in my next phase. So I've just completed my first year of PhD. From the second year, I would be starting my experimentation.
For a presentation during the conference, it should be different from your PhD presentation. So you have to come with some data. So always come with some secondary data. I'm not saying your own data, some literature data. So because that will add value to your presentation. Because this was just based on media reports. Because when you are trying to put science into your presentation thought, very well, the topic was very good. But if you could have value added with some secondary literature, secondary information, what are the parameters that get improved when I do this asana, that would have definitely added value to it.
Yes, sir.
But I think next time you will prepare.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. I think that time limitation was such that we had to very much
No. Some of them could have been condensed to include that also. Because
So
that would have become a very vital part of your presentation.
I'll take that as a positive feedback.
Yes.
Sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Ashish Bharti Goswami, Ayurvedic management of a severe case of erythrodermic psoriasis.
Down to you.
Om to everyone, respected dignitaries on the desk and off the desk. Today the topic of my presentation is Ayurvedic management of severe case of erythrodermic psoriasis. These are the content of my presentations. Coming to the introductory part, erythrodermic psoriasis is an uncommon and a rare aggressive inflammatory variant of psoriasis characterized by severe, in some cases life-threatening clinical courses, and only 1 to 2% of psoriasis patients get this generalized erythema and scaling covering entire body surface. These are some of the causes which can cause erythrodermic psoriasis, like lifestyles like smoking, drinking, and some of the drugs like hormone replacement therapy, psychosomatic disorders, trauma, and even environmental like pollutions. They can cause, then they can trigger the erythrodermic psoriasis in psoriatic patients. So is it explained in Ayurveda? So one of the concept called Ekakushtha, in Charak Samhita it says Asvedanam Mahavastu Yan Matasya Sakalopamam Tad Ekakushtam. So some of the scholars and Vaidyas correlate psoriasis with Ekakushtha. So, but whether erythrodermic psoriasis is one of the Ekakushtha, this I try to explain in this oral presentation. So what are the adopted principles? There are two types of treatment principles we adopt here. One is internal and external. Internally we give Quatha, Vatis, Asav, Aristas. Externally some of the oil application, Tailam application, and for Shodhana we go for Virechana, as it is a arithmetic condition where Pitta predominance is there. So I thought of giving Virechana in this condition. So coming to the case report, it was a 46-year-old male patient complaining of red, peeling, scaling rashes, itching all over the body associated with edema in hand, in foot since 7 months, and he was a known case of diabetic mellitus type 2 and psoriasis. So this is the picture I taken in the OPD when during the initial visit of the patient. So you can see the peeling rashes in hand, edema, and the reddishness could be seen less due to the poor quality of camera and light sources. And this is the treatment I have planned. I have given him some quath like cervical quath, chirayata quath, along with kayakalpati, madhunashni vati, panstikta gratagugulu, kashor gugulu. These first one kayakalpati, madhunashini vati and panstikta gratagugulu I have given before food, and after food kashor gugulu, arugyavardhani vati and madhugrit. And for nitya vreshna I have added castor oil or aranda taila, and for external application I have given him kayakalp advanced taila for external application. And in second visit when he came to me, even I wasn't able to recognize him, because first when I saw him he was even unable to walk also. So this was the second photograph after near about 1 month when he visited me. So that time I thought of giving him Virechana. I have planned Virechana, and for that I have gone for Deepana Pachana, then Virechana procedure. Then I have advised him some post Virechana advice like Sansajan Krama for 5 days. Patient was advised to follow Pathya and Apathya according to the disease, and some of the viharas, change in the lifestyle. As we see, this diabetics and even the autoimmune disorders can be very well managed by change in lifestyle. So advise him some of the yogas. So this was the patient after Virechana. You can see the difference before and after the Virechana karma. So coming to the conclusion, this was a single case study. So coming to the conclusion, A kushta can be correlated with psoriasis or EP, and according to Samtas there is no particular treatment. So one Vaidyas has to use their yukti in planning the treatment. Yoga dapi visham tishnam uttam bheshajam bhavet, bheshajam chapi duryuktam tishnam sampadete visham. So according to dosha we can advise different shodhana procedure. Patha is more important part of the treatment, and the nidana parivarjana should be the first line of treatment in these cases. So a judicious selection of therapeutics from 3 of the spectra, that is Sodhana, Shamana and Sthanik Chikitsa. You can, these 3 judicious therapeutics has resulted in positive outcomes in this patient. This study may give further scope for research in this area, similar in nature to structured clinical trial. So here in Patanjali, we try to integrate with the modern medicine. So I have made this a triangle, that knowledge of traditional medicine and knowledge from modern medicine and biomedical research. They can create miracles in field of autoimmune disorders.
Last half minute.
Yes, sir. So in the last, I want to acknowledge all of my gurus for giving me strength to treat the patient and knowledge, imparting knowledge into me. Thank you, Shushrutas.
Thank you very much. You have a success story.
Yeah?
You have a success story.
Thank
That
you, sir.
that's very heartening, but it needs to be replicated.
Yes,
to make it
sir,
public.
that's why it was a single, it is a first line of study, sir. So it can give rise to more clinical, structured.
At least you have some outcome in your hand.
Yes, yes.
This. That only needs to be followed up
Yes.
and scaled up and replicated.
Sir, recently I have another patient of same origin and I have given the same treatment. She's in IPD. So I have got very good results. Within 1 month of aggressive treatment, when she came, she was even unable to wear the clothes also. She came in a maxi. Now she is wearing salwar suit every day and she is walking also properly. So this is the... Thank you. Thank you very much.
Rani.
Just a minute.
ठीक है. Good evening, everyone. Before starting my presentation, I want to concentrate over mental health, which no one talks about, because as we see in the COVID season, so many people were under the therapies and taking the media drugs because they were under the stress. So coming to the memory enhancement through Ayurveda, Rasayana therapy. Introduction. When a person is under depression or under stress, he feels uncomfortable. So is suffering from depression, he should ask himself these 3 questions on everyday basis. Do you feel good about yourself? When they get up in the morning from the bed, they should ask themselves, do you feel good about yourself? Do you feel comfortable with other people while talking, while discussing things? Or are you able to meet life's demands? Coming to the Ayurveda portion, in Ayurveda, Dhi, Dhriti, Smriti are 3 main faculties which are closely related to Manasa. Here, Dhi means perception, how we perceive the things, how we understand the things. Second is Dhriti, how we take those things forward. Third is Smriti, our brain instinct ability to perform cognitive functions such as memorization, creative thinking and recalling information is called the Medha or intellect. General line of treatment. In Ayurveda, there is 3 kind of treatment is mentioned for mental disorders. First one is Dev Vyapashray Chikitsa, second one is Sattva Vajra Chikitsa and third one is Yukti Vyapashray Chikitsa. In Dev Vyapashray Chikitsa, we can see we usually see people do mantra, homa, that kind of treatment is included. In second one, we used to see people are doing meditations, yoga, that can be included in this. And the third one, we can say Avaidya, when he treats a mental disorder, according to his yukti, he includes the treatment according to medicines or diet. And third one is diet. Diet is very important here. Because due to certain lifestyle disorders, mental stress can be causes. Rasayana, Labhopaye Sastanam Rasadinam Rasayanam. Rasayana is that which carries the rasa to the different part of body. It makes rasa dhatu as a iron to supply the nutrients to the concerned dhatu. So in Ayurveda there is a shloka called Rasayanam Chatagneham Yajjara Vyadhi Nasanam Yatha Amrita Rudanti Cha Gugluscha Haritaki. So certain drugs are told in as example Amrita, Rudanti, Guglu, Haritaki. Benefits of Rasayana. There is a one quote which is like that: Digamayu Smriti Medha Maharogyam Tarunam Vayam Prabhavan Swaro Darya Dehe Indriya Balam Param Vak Siddhim Pranitim Kanti Labhde Varasayanat Labhopayi Sastanam Rasadinam Rasayana, which means Dirghamayu, which give us longevity, Tarunam Vayam, Dehe Indriyam Balam, which improves the physical endurance, and Indriyam Balam, which gives the bal to our indris. Medya Rasayana, Medya means intellect or retention and Rasayana means therapeutic procedure or perception that on regular practice will boost nourishment, health, memory, intellect, immunity and hence longevity. Medya Rasayana are group of medicinal plant described in Ayurveda with multifolds of benefits, especially to improve memory and intellect by Prabhav.
Only 1 minute left.
There is 4 Medya drugs are mentioned in Ayurveda, which is Manduka Parni, which has certain phytoconstant, which is Medha Kosite, and they act very good as a Medya Rasayana. Second one is Yasti Madhu. Third one is Guduchi. Fourth one is Shankapushpi. And there is a treatment in Ayurveda which is called Nasya, which we all know, Nasa hi Sirso Dwaram. When we induce a drug through nostrils, it directly act on brain and it is very good in Medha disorders. Mode of action, Medha drugs are mainly Madhura and Shita and Dravya, so most of them are Shita Virya. The Madhu Vipaka and Shita Virya Dravya can help the function of Tarpaka Kapha. There are certain research references which support the Medhya Rasayana Dravyas. Traditional practice,
Hurry up.
in traditional practice, there is a mention of Shwarna Bacha. In yellow paper, you can see there is a rhizome of Bacha, Acorus calamus. In that, gold wire is induced and used as a Rasayana Dravya. There are certain formulation which is used for Medha treatment. Innovative ideas which we can include. This is a drug which is known as Clitoria ternata. Recent days, maybe you have seen in market, the tea is prepared from that, and they are selling it out as a Medhya tea. Second one is we can prepare Mandukaparni Centella Asiatica. With that, people are preparing some salads and chutneys, and they are selling it in market, even in cafes. Conclusion, Ayurveda, a holistic science, provides solution for memory-related disorders in a fruitful way. In the present scenario, Medhya Rasayana drugs of Ayurveda can be used to obtain effective result in memory-related disorders. Thank you.
Mani, there should have been a case study in your presentation.
Yes,
because
sir.
what you have presented is just copy-pasted from somewhere.
Not copy-pasted, sir.
I can understand. I was also like you sometime. So, always quantify or support your thoughts. This is your first exercise to come before audience. But in future, get a case studies will be available where any of the therapies have worked, memory enhancement ho chuka hai, wo batao, that will value a divert topic. And you have crossed your time. Okay. Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Nidhi Gosain.
Good evening, one and all present. The topic for my presentation is phytochemistry and aspects of Ayurvedic nutraceuticals for sports and fitness enthusiasts. So introduction, coming to what is nutraceutical. So nutraceutical are pharmaceutical alternatives which claims physiological benefits. So it is the intersection between nutrients and pharmaceutical where they can be used for treating diseases as well as for the prevention of those. So in the recent years, the nutraceutical industry has gone from a simple conceptual area in biomedical research to a value-added industry with a promising future. So the source of these nutraceuticals are foods, plant or even microorganisms. The benefits of these nutraceuticals are they have the potential to treat or prevent chronic diseases. They also have the ability to improve physical and mental health. They can increase life expectancy and combat the typical disorders of aging. So nutraceuticals in Ayurveda. Although the concept of nutraceuticals have gained popularity more in the recent times, its roots can be traced in Ayurveda. With the shloka, Tacha nityam prayunjita swastham yenanu vartate ajatanam vikaranam anutpatti karam chayat. That is, the diet which besides providing the basic nutrition to the body, helps to maintain the healthy state of the body and prevent the occurrence of diseases should be consumed. So the concept of Ayurveda nutraceuticals can also be compared to Rasayana in Ayurveda, which have the similar benefits, that is Dirghamayu, Smriti Medham, Arogyam Tarunavaya, And also the point which we will concentrate in this presentation will be they are considered balapradam. So coming to why nutrition.
Dear students, there is a lot of movement at the behind. आप लोग या बैठिए या बाहर जाइए. आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे? प्लीज बैठिए. एक इम्पोर्टेंट प्रेजेंटेशन हो रही है. इस आप सबके लिए फायदे के लिए है. बैठिए, आप अपनी सीट पे बैठिए सब लोग. जो गेट पे खड़े हैं या बाहर जाइए या अंदर बैठिए.
I request to all the students, please kindly be seated. Please restrict your movement. I once again request each and everyone to remain seated.
So raising the question, why nutraceuticals for sports? So optimizing nutrition in combination with exercise is considered an established effective ergogenic practice for athletic performance. So athletes or sportsmen experience regular cycles of physiological stress accompanied by transient inflammation, oxidative stress and immune perturbations. So oxygen consumption in muscles at the time of these physical exercise can increase up to 15 folds, which in turn leads to the production of free radicals, which are harmful to many cellular tissues. And although some reactive molecules such as hydrogen peroxide and nitric oxide may serve functions in cellular signaling and as secondary messengers in the moderate concentrations. So the nutritional support which we are talking about here, nutraceuticals, they partially mitigate exercise-induced changes without interfering with the signaling activities necessary for training adaptations. So this is why nutraceuticals can be beneficial in the field of sports. So what are the fitness enthusiasts looking out for to attain physical wellness? They're looking for improving exercise endurance, that is, the ability to continuously perform exercise, then reducing post-exercise fatigue, then early recovery from injuries, pain relief and alternatives to pharmaceuticals. So they're looking for natural products. And the answer is the Ayurvedic nutraceuticals. So as the topic is phytochemistry aspects of Ayurveda nutraceuticals, what is phytochemistry? It is the study of phytochemicals. So what are phytochemicals? They are non-nutritive chemicals of the plant origin. They're also called defense chemicals in the plants because they basically serve the purpose like fighting against fungi or the climatic adversities. Then they're secondary metabolites of photosynthesis. They're bioactive. These phytochemicals are bioactive in humans. And they are usually antioxidant or anti-inflammatory, which is the property which can be utilized for the sports enthusiasts. So phytochemicals, the classification of phytochemicals, they can be classified into carotenoids, polyphenols, organosulfurs, alkaloids. So
you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. So carotenoids and polyphenols are the one we'll be concentrating, as these serve as antioxidants, which is the property we're looking for better physical wellness. So potential Ayurveda nutraceuticals for physical wellness and sports enthusiasts are ashwagandha, the botanical name being Withania somnifera. The phytochemical profile, it includes flavonoids, alkaloids, and three natural powerful antioxidant. It has a superoxide dismutase, catalase and glutathione peroxidase. Then these are some research evidences, some studies which were carried on and they have shown good effects. That is effect of ashwagandha on physical performance. Then we have one more where effects of 8-week supplementation of ashwagandha on cardiorespiratory endurance in elite Indian cyclists were seen and it was found beneficial. Then we have Asti Shrinkala, another drug, Cissus quadrangularis, which has flavonoids, triterpenoids, stilbene derivatives, iridoids and phytosterols. It has antioxidant and free radical scavenging activity and bone healing activity. Then we have Tilla, that is Sesamum indicum, Phytochemical profile is lignins, phytosterols, tocopherols, etc. This is another study which tells supplementation on supplementation on creatine kinase, lactate dehydrogenase, oxidative stress markers, and aerobic capacity in semi-professional soccer players. And in this also Sesamum indicum was found useful. Then we have Shigru, which is Moringa oleifera. So phytochemical profiles are alkaloids, tannins,
Wind up.
flavonoids, etc. Then coming to the conclusion. So there is a shift from curative healthcare to preventive and proactive one. There is increase, because of which there is increased demand of cleaner foods. There's a transformation has led to growth in India's nutraceutical market, which is backed by scientific evidence and research. So the nutraceutical market is estimated to grow at a CAGR of 15% between 2023 and 2028. So because of this, many nutraceutical companies from outside are shifting their focus to the country. And so this is the time for Ayurveda, which has potential candidates which can be used as nutraceuticals, and for the holistic approach which people are looking out for. So it's an opportunity to inculcate Ayurveda in nutraceuticals to reach Ayurveda to each, even at the global level. Thank you.
Is Moringa an Ayurvedic plant? Moringa? Eh?
Yes, sir.
It is. So, was it in part of your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Eh?
Yes, sir.
Moringa था ना?
हाँ जी, sir.
अब मोरिंगा में how moringa compares to other Ayurvedic plant-based nutraceuticals? Because when you look at the market, आजकल बहुत कुछ मोरिंगा के बारे में हो रहा है. So moringa, how is it better than say ashwagandha or any other plant?
Sir, I wouldn't say it is better than ashwagandha.
नहीं, वो मैं आपसे जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि आयुर्वेदा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जैसे मार्केट में आजकल मोरिंगा बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, तो इज इट सपोर्टेड बाय सम एविडेंस और कि ये जस्ट एक बिजनेस एडवर्टाइजमेंट है?
Sir, like I've put a research paper over there, which is told that oxidative stress पे उसका action है. तो जो भी ऑक्सीडेटिव स्ट्रेस मार्कर्स होते हैं जैसे LDH वगैरह होता है उसका.
My question, you're not understanding my question. My question is, say when we compare it to our traditional say ashwagandha, तो which is better now? क्योंकि जितना आजकल रेजोनेंस मार्केट में मोरिंगा की उतना अश्वगंधा की नहीं है फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से. तो इज इट आयुर्वेदिकली इज इट अ फैक्ट और इट्स अ कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन समवेयर?
सर आयुर्वेदा के जो रेफरेंस में अगर हम देखेंगे शिग्रू का इतना मतलब मोरिंगा का देयर इज नॉट मच रेफरेंस अबाउट हेल्प एडिंग इन इम्प्रूविंग फिजिकल हेल्थ as such, but for ashwagandha there is a lot of evidence. It is uska karm bolte हैं हम, the action it performs, उसमें आता है बल्य ब्रह्मणीय. So that is all it goes with muscle mass or the muscle strength. It supports that. So we have reference for that very clearly in terms of when we talk about ashwagandha. But shigru on the other hand not very. It is used for skin disorders, the reference we have, but
not for this kind of. So there's scope for investigating that part.
Exactly, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Dr. Vibhu Sudhakar Pawar. Dr. Pawar, finish in 5 minutes.
Good evening all. My name is Dr. Vibhu Sudhakar Pawar. I am Assistant Professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa, Patanjali Ayurveda College, Haridwar. So my topic of presentation is multimodal approach in the management of compressive myelopathy through Ayurveda, a case report. So this case report has been framed as per the care guidelines, which is the standard guidelines for publishing case reports. So starting with the case, first I will explain in short about what is compressive myelopathy. So compressive myelopathy is nothing but compression of the spinal cord, which can be caused due to different reasons, maybe due to disc bulge, prolapse, protrusion, or any hypertrophy of ligamentum flavum, etc. So when this occurs, there are different symptoms like loss of sensation or loss of function or pain at or below the level of compression. So this condition is known as compressive myelopathy. Similar condition has been explained in Sushruta Samhita Nidansthana as Khanja, wherein Prakrupita Vata it affects the Sirine Snayu and does Sakunchana, Sankoch of Sirine Snayu at the Kati Pradesha and leads to weakness of lower limbs. So why this case report is unique? Because of its rare prevalence of the condition and significant improvement which we achieved through Ayurveda treatment. So this is about the case. So a 40-year male patient who operates a cement store had approached our hospital with complaints of loss of strength in right leg since 4 days associated with numbness. He was unable to stand and unable to walk with or without support, and he had pain in perineal region. So clinical findings of this case were, the main findings were the right lower limb muscle tone was hypotonic, that is the tone was reduced. The muscle power of right lower limb was reduced, it was 1/5, and the deep tendon reflex, that is the right knee jerk reflex was reduced. Coming to the timeline, so this was the timeline, that is this all thing started one day when he lifted a 50 kg sandbag at his cement store, after which he had developed severe low back pain, and gradually these were the events which occurred. I will not go much in detail in this. And for this, he approached the orthopedic surgeon, and MRI was done, and he was diagnosed as compressive myelopathy and was advised surgery. But as he was not willing for surgery, he approached our hospital for further treatment. So this is the diagnosis. So you can clearly see the first point, that is there is compression of conus medullaris by the herniated L1, L2 disc, and it was diagnosed as compressive myelopathy. This was the therapeutic intervention which was given. So initially we had done Rukshana and Lekhana therapy for initial 4 days, followed by Snehana, Brahmana and Vata Shamana line of treatment. And modified Kala Basti was given, Prasarinyadi Niroha Basti and Panchatikta Gugul Gruta Anuvasan Basti was given. This is the follow-up and outcomes. So if you see first day, patient was not able to walk or stand. The power was 1/5 and the tendon reflex was absent in the right knee. So on the 10th day, the patient was able to walk a few steps with the help of support. So about 20 steps he was able to walk, and he was able to stand without any support for approx 5 minutes. And if you see after treatment, the patient is able to walk without support around 30 steps, and he was able to stand for more than 10 minutes without support, and the power was improved to approximately 2/5. So this is the video. If you see the first video, the patient is trying to lift his right leg, but he is unable to lift. There is only slight movements in right leg. So left leg he is able to lift. There is normal power in the left leg. The 10th day, if you can see, the patient is able to walk with the help of a wheelchair clearly. So this is the 10th day of treatment. And if you see after treatment, that is after 15th day, on the day of discharge, he is able to walk without support, without any support. So this is just 15 days of treatment, and the amazing part is still left. If you see, he had approached just few months back, that is after 2 years, and I will show you the video after 2 years which I had received. So this is the video after 2 years. He is able to walk very comfortably. Okay, so patient had come on a wheelchair to us, and after 15 days he went back walking, and after 2 years when he approached, he was walking very comfortably and leading a normal life. And the very amazing part I will show you is the most difficult part in any case report is showing radiological evidence of changes. So I will show you the radiological changes which we saw in this case.
Slightly faster.
Yes, so this was the first before treatment. You can see compression of conus medullaris at L1, L2. And this is the report of 16/8/2022. This is after 2 years. You can see that bilateral neural foramen appears within normal limits without any significant compression upon bilateral exiting nerve roots. So you can see there has been clear radiological evidence of reversal. Their compression was reversed and a very good result was obtained. So the conclusion of this case report is we can treat such kind of difficult cases, neurological cases also, when we assess the patient with proper dosh and dushya assessment is properly done and treatment is applied accordingly. We can get such amazing results and we can take Ayurveda to another level.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. But this is only one case study.
Yes, sir, just a case study.
Yes. But you need to follow it up. Good work.
Yes, sir. I had followed for 2 years and the last video was after 2 years and also the MRI findings was 2 years.
It's not a question, a query. Probably you can also answer me. What do you have to do next to make it acceptable treatment therapy?
Sir, next, this is just a case report.
What is to be done?
Next we can go for case series and then for clinical trials followed by randomized clinical trials.
But this is a clinical trial.
No, sir, this is just one single case.
One single case.
Next
yes.
will be case series of 5 to 10 cases. Then next will be clinical trials of around 30 to 40 cases. Then next will be the bigger randomized trials will be there in hundreds and thousands. So that is the process we go forward. But for that we need a good patient flow of similar cases. That is the difficulty you are facing. Maybe in future we will.
But you keep on populating your data.
Yes.
Because don't miss this important data.
Yes.
Because maybe you get another similar patient after 6 months and
Yes.
then you can keep.
Sure.
Okay, good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is
Down key?
And up key.
Okay. Not this. Okay. तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। यहाँ उपस्थित सभी डिग्निटरीज को मेरा नमस्कार। I am Dr. Anvita. I am posted as assistant professor at Himalayan School of Yoga Sciences, Swami Himalayan University, Jollygrant. My topic is the impact of lifestyle-based yogic intervention on blood pressure and anxiety level in hypertensive patient at yoga clinic at Himalayan Hospital. It is a pilot study basically done on 24 patients who are coming for the treatment at yoga clinic as well as the cardiology department. ये कार्डियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट से रिफर्ड केसेस थे जो मेरे पास में आए थे योगा क्लिनिक में। तो हाइपरटेंशन आप सभी को पता है, मैं उसमें बिल्कुल टाइम पे नहीं जाऊंगी। मैं थोड़ा सा बस योगा बताना चाहूँगी कि बेसिकली योगा में इसमें जो मैंने इस स्टडी में किया वो ये था कि मैंने उनका लाइफस्टाइल जो था आहार विहार आचार विचार के बेसिस पे थोड़ा सा मॉडिफाई किया। कुछ आसन, कुछ चीज़ें उनको हिमालयन ट्रेडिशन योगा का मैंने उनको ट्रीटमेंट दिया। एंड ये एक 24 पेशेंट्स की स्टडी थी जिसका ऑब्जेक्टिव था टू इवैल्यूएट द इफेक्ट ऑफ लाइफस्टाइल बेस्ड योगिक प्रैक्टिसेस ऑन ब्लड प्रेशर कंट्रोल एंड एंजाइटी लेवल इन पेशेंट्स विद हाइपरटेंशन विद देयर ऑनगोइंग ट्रीटमेंट। जो उनका ट्रीटमेंट ऑलरेडी चल रहा था उसको नहीं रोका, हमने उसके साथ में योगा को ऐड ऑन किया क्योंकि वो बहुत लंबे टाइम से जो है ट्रीटमेंट करा रहे थे एंड स्टिल दे आर नॉट इम्प्रूविंग एंड दे आर ऑन ड्रग्स कंटिन्यूसली। उनका बस ये था कि बैलेंस्ड था, मैनेज्ड था। अगर वो नहीं ले रहे थे तो वही हो रहा था उनके साथ कि बीपी शूट कर जा रहा था अगर उनकी 1 या 2 दिन की या 1 या 2 डोजेस भी अगर मिस हो रहे थे So the study design was descriptive, and the population was hypertension participants as per the American Heart Association criteria. The site was Clinical Yoga OPD of Himalayan Hospital, Jolly Grant. Sample size was 24. Initially it was taken as 32, but dropouts हो गए बाकी, तो final हम पे 24 patients का data बचा. Inclusion criteria was hypertensive patients of both sex, age group of 40 to 50 years, having anxiety and willing to participate. Exclusion criteria was patients with cognitive disorder and pregnant women. The intervention was include 45 minutes of daily of combined yogic practices of Himalayan tradition yoga and 30 minutes of Ahar, Vihar, Achar, Vichar counseling sessions. This intervention was supervised by the online video teaching methods and also shared to the patient in form of an e-module for better self-learning and practice. And a logbook was maintained to note the timing and duration of practice per day by the attendants of the patient to ensure that the entire study group practiced consistently. This is the table of which details the yogic intervention, joints and gland practices, diaphragmic breathing, Nadi Shodhan Pranayam, systemic relaxation, 31 points only, and counseling session or Ahar, Vihar, Achar, Vichar. Hamilton anxiety scale was taken to measure the anxiety level, and sphygmomanometer as usual was taken for the measurement of blood pressure. These are the results. Basically, the changes in anxiety level initial 15 days, there was no significant differences was seen, but after 15 days, there was a significant difference was seen in anxiety level of those patients. As same changes was observed in blood pressure also on the same patients. So these differences in the results of the present study and previous studies could be due to the use of combination of yogic practices including Ahar, Vihar, Achar and Vichar counseling and the use of an education program for all the aspects of lifestyle and following up the participants. Basically इसमें मैंने सर lifestyle उनका जो है वो मैंने उनका थोड़ा सा इम्प्रूव किया विद योगा प्रैक्टिसेस, क्योंकि योगा प्रैक्टिसेस हम करते हैं लेकिन हम आहार विहार आचार विचार पे नहीं जाते हैं, तो लाइफस्टाइल हमारा वैसे ही रहता है, योगा उसमें हम ऐड करते हैं लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं दिखता है. जब उसमें उनके साथ में लेकिन उनके अटेंडेंट्स को भी दिया सर, क्योंकि उनके अटेंडेंट्स होंगे जो इंश्योर करेंगे कि वो कर रहे हैं अपने घर पे कि नहीं कर रहे हैं. In conclusion, lifestyle-based yoga interventions significantly reduce the anxiety and improve blood pressure control among the patients with hypertension. These interventions can be added to the conventional care for better mental and physical well-being to the patients. Hari Om.
Hello.
हाँ सर.
No, it's not a question, it's a suggestion. When you add the word significantly in your conclusion, that considers that you have done a statistical analysis which shows the significance.
I have done a statistical analysis.
Okay. So that should reflect in your graphs, that's what I believe.
Okay.
So whenever we present a graphical representation, that there should be a standard deviation or standard error mark.
Yeah.
Into that, so that gives us the overall understanding of what is the significant difference.
Agree.
Thank you.
बहुत जल्दी में बनाया हुआ presentation. Actually, I'm so sorry for that. Thank you. Question? Yeah, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Ma'am, you said that yogic intervention was given through online mode, but you said, in graph I also saw that in 15 days you have taken the second point of data, but I felt that you were not in physical contact with those patients and you have taken data with sphygmomanometer. I mean, I could not correlate it in my mind that
On 15 days they come. उनको बोला गया था कि आप 15 दिन बाद आएंगे और उसके बाद उनको ये भी बोला गया था कि आप 30th डे पे जरूर आएंगे ये डेटा कलेक्शन के लिए। इसीलिए हमारे 13 पेशेंट जो है ड्रॉप आउट हुए और मेरी स्टडी 30 से कम हुई और मुझे इसको पायलट स्टडी में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ा। अगर ये 30 पेशेंट्स का होता तो ये पायलट नहीं होता, क्योंकि एक ग्रुप एटलीस्ट अगर हम 30 का लेते हैं तो वो एक अच्छा स्टडी मान लिया जाता है, मिनिमम नंबर ऑफ। तो 30 पेशेंट्स जो लैप्स हुए मेरे वो इसी वजह से हुए, क्योंकि वो आए ही नहीं। तो उनका या तो सेकेंड डेटा मिस हुआ या थर्ड डेटा मिस हुआ। जनरली होता है ऐसा फॉलोअप में। आप जब भी स्टडी करते हैं तो फॉलोअप में ड्रॉप आउट्स होते हैं। जनरली हम लोग जब सैंपल साइज कैलकुलेट करते हैं 20% रखते हैं, लेकिन कई बार 40 और 50% तक का भी डेटा होता है। मेरे पीएचडी थीसिस के टाइम पे हुआ था, स्पाइनल कॉर्ड इंजरी के पेशेंट थे, कई जो है कईयों की डेथ हो गई, आप उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते। कैंसर का पेशेंट का अगर आप डेटा लेंगे तो उसमें होता है ऐसा। तो ड्रॉप आउट्स हम जनरली 20-25% लेते हैं, लेकिन कई बार क्या होता है कि वो ड्रॉप आउट जो होते हैं वो बढ़ जाते हैं।
I got your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Prashant Katiyar.
Om, with the divine presence and grace with the of Param Pujya Swami Ji Maharaj and Shraddheya Acharya Ji, I am today presenting my topic on the yoga and yagya therapy in the integrative medicine and treatment of patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. And luckily, today we are talking about COPD and today is World Asthma Day. So it would be an interactive session and informative session also about respiratory diseases as well as asthma. So according to Global Initiative for Chronic Obstructive Lung Disorders, GOLD, COPD refers to a number of conditions such as chronic bronchitis, emphysema and small airway diseases that can be characterized by progressive development of chronic airflow limitation, but that is not fully reversible. It is the second most common lung disorder in India, and it is more common in middle-aged patients and rather rare in the patients who are under the age of 35. It is a progressive disease and occurs more in the middle-aged or little-aged people. So this is a small descriptive diagram at how the pus-filled alveoli seems to block the airways and limit the air passage for oxygen and while respiration. So what are the symptoms? Major symptom is dyspnea, that is breathing problems which are progressive, persistent and typically worse with the exercise. Secondly, it shows chronic cough which can be intermittent and with unproductive wheezing. Thirdly, sometimes it also shows chronic sputum production and frequently cough up sputum. So I am today coming on the integrated pathy which is being practiced at Patanjali Yogpeeth, and it is a balance of yoga, yajna, naturopathy and panchakarma therapies with a multitude of relaxing therapies with Ayurvedic treatments. So what we did here was a study for yoga and yajna combined for patients with definitive diagnosis of chronic lung disease or COPD disorders. For these we performed pranayams and khand pranayams, then different variety of yogasanas and yajna therapy where we used medicated smoke which is being practiced since the ancient era, and some of the ingredients are listed here such as mulethi, tej patra, safed vasa, banafsha, tulsi, which all have different medicinal properties already listed and very well elaborated by senior speakers earlier in sessions. So we conducted a clinical study. The sites were Yogram and Patanjali Wellness Headquarters, Haridwar. The sample size which was initially taken was 126 samples, the participants, but the exclusion, according to exclusion criteria, 59 patients became dropouts, such as some didn't complete the treatment, some didn't meet the inclusion criteria, and some didn't consent to participate through follow-ups. So finally, we took 67 patients and assessed the quality of life in a pre and post treatment by integrated pathy, or we can say up to 30 days after follow-ups. And finally, when we completed the follow-ups after 30 days, the enhancement in QOL scores was 45.43%, which was statistically significant. Here we can see the difference between pre and post scores. Means are listed there. The red dots you can see, I think they are quite small for this screen. The red dots are the pre scores of stress and anxiety in the patients, and the green dots are post treatment scores for such patients. These are the statistical analysis, a box and whisker plot for SGRQ. The questionnaire, the instrument used was St. George's Respiratory Questionnaire, which is a pre-validated questionnaire, and Cronbach's alpha of 0.76, which is quite significant. And normal QQ plot for normal distribution of pre and post treatment scores. Here you can see green dots are the pre-treatment scores and purple dots are post-treatment scores, showing the normal distribution.
You have 1 minute. Wind up.
Sir, to conclude my study, I can say that integrated pathy, not just any pathy, not Ayurveda, not just allopathy, not homeopathy, not Unani, we can apply an integrated approach for future medical practices. And secondly, adequate and timely diagnosis of disease is the key factor for proper treatment in a holistic way. Thirdly, although we are in a nascent stage, strong clinical research is still warranted in India for validating the much exclusive and circumstantial integrated pathy. And we can say that various national and international bodies are also now keen to provide assistance to enhance our knowledge of complementary therapies. Earlier it was called as alternative therapy, but now it is called as integrative therapy, which is being accepted by UNO also, which is a good news for us. Thank you so much.
See, one correction you should make in your conclusion.
Yes, sir.
The last part cannot be your conclusion of your study.
Yes, sir.
Because national agencies or international agencies, they are fine, they are promoting this, but that is not a conclusion based on your study.
Yes, sir.
So when you are concluding this presentation on the basis of your study.
Thank you.
So that can go in the part of your introduction, or you can,
yes, sir,
why you did this work. So there's one question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. It was a detailed presentation. I'd like to ask if the study was registered on CTRI.
Actually, it was the nature of this study was an observational type, and it was initially passed by our ethical committee. However, we didn't have time to file for the CTRI, and it is a continuation. We are taking multiple studies, and further studies are already enrolled for CTRI. But this was ethically approved by our institutional ethical committee.
Yes, sir. You mentioned that previously, and also the slide said clinical, so I had to ask you.
Yes.
Thank you. It was a good presentation.
Yes.
Dr. Prashant, there is a contemporary discipline which is going along, which is very much similar with the yajna, which is very much similar with the yajna, which there is a contemporary discipline which is called as aromatherapy.
Yes.
You must be aware about this.
Yes, yes.
Do you know where it is lagging behind in aromatherapy?
Sir, the aromatherapy, which I think I might have mentioned, oh no, I forgot to mention, as it is synonymous with the yajna therapy, as yajna is already mentioned in the Ayurveda and anciently practiced throughout ages. The aromatherapy, which has the targeted essential oils being put and through a diffuser, So what
Understood.
we are
To save time,
Yes.
let me answer this. The major problem with aromatherapy is concentration of smoke that is been given. So that's similar with the yagya therapy, because ultimately we need to understand that we have to be in a box of that concentration, whatever we are giving. Otherwise, we cannot say that the effect that has been shown is similar with the similar concentration or not. So that's what my suggestion is. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Good evening, sir. You said that, like you have said that you have taken the cases of COPD, but in the enrollment, I can clearly see that confirmed cancer diagnosis.
Oh,
And
sorry,
one more thing,
sorry.
let me complete. You have also said that some are not meeting the inclusion criteria, and the most number of the patients were excluded on the basis of some other thing. And you have also not mentioned what is the inclusion criteria and what is the exclusion criteria of this particular study. My next question is, like, you are comparing a single validated questionnaire in a COPD and you are labeling it as a clinical study. How come a questionnaire is being incorporated into the clinical study when it is you are comparing of one score particularly?
Sir, to answer your first question, due to the limitations in time, I didn't put the inclusion and exclusion criteria slide in this my presentation. Otherwise, we have a detailed presentation for this, which also have the inclusion and exclusion criteria all detailed. And secondly, the questionnaire which is being used is a traditional methods of conducting observational study, and observational studies are also being incorporated as clinical studies, because they are following all the declaration guidelines of the Equator as well as Declaration of Helsinki. Thirdly, the cancer part, while making this diagram, I think I might have skipped that.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next presentation is Nandadeep Paul. Nandadeep Paul.
Good evening, everyone. I am Nandadeep Paul. I am a PhD first year student at the Department of Design in IIT Roorkee. And my topic for presentation is alleviation of physical stress in two-wheeler users through yogic practices to reduce health issues and potential accidental situations. So, in India, we have a large population who are using two-wheelers in every daily basis, and around 21 crores of two-wheelers are registered in India after independence. Similarly, a lot of Southeast Asian countries also use two-wheelers as a daily basis. There are lots of benefits of using two-wheelers, but there is one key issue that the danger lies while using two-wheelers. In India, in 2021, around 70,000 accidents occurred just because of two-wheelers. And one of the main reasons of two-wheeler accidents are musculoskeletal disorders. Now, this actually includes pains and stresses and strain that occur after use of two-wheelers for long period of time. And this, at the end, withdraws the attention of the rider from the road, increasing the chances of road accidents. So, few of the major stress areas in human bodies are the trapezius muscle, the erector spine area, the latissimus dorsi area, and the flexor capri. The major complication that comes in comes are because one of the reason is because there are various riding postures that present in different types of motorcycles, and this creates actually variations of problems among these stress areas. This is a EMG, this is a surface electromyography result of postures. It was done by a group of faculties in, I think, IIT Madras. So it shows the stress induced in various parts of the body in various positions. Now, as my research is in very preliminary position right now, I have identified few of the asanas that actually help these muscles. Erector spine group, these few asanas actually help getting relief. We have asanas for trapezius muscle, and we have asanas for latissimus dorsi muscle. Now, the goal of my research is how do we curate a group of asanas that can help provide a complete solution for daily practices for two-wheeler users? How do we actually integrate these asanas in users' daily life? Because we all know we all face a problem of actually bringing yoga practice in our daily life, and it's not as easy as it is said. We all face the issue of laziness, of course. So bringing this practice, integrating this practice in daily life is also a challenging part of this process. And then now, being an industrial designer, there is this part where I am actually concentrating is how can we design a better vehicle environment inspired by the yogic lifestyle and Ayurveda. And this includes designing a completely new, different type of seats and environment. And I'm focusing in this area especially because not only two-wheeler riders, but we have truck drivers and rickshaw drivers with whom I have actually communicated and had their interviews, and they have stated a lot of similar problems that they face after long driving sessions, and this actually creates a problem for risk for accidents. This was just a preliminary study of my PhD research, and that's all I have to present today. Thank you.
So what is your message?
My message is that obviously Ayurveda is really important for medical science, but as a designer, and we work in interdisciplinary areas, I believe Ayurveda being a very a cultural part of our country, we should try to integrate Ayurveda into as much as disciplines possible.
But are you providing any answers to the question that
not
how a
yet, sir.
Two-wheeler driver can benefit from Ayurveda?
Not yet, sir, but my research is focused in that area. Not yet. I didn't find any solutions yet.
Okay. And you are a structural engineer, you said? Or
I'm an industrial
going
designer.
to become one?
Industrial
what is, when you are pitching for Ayurveda, we will all support you for, because we have all interest in Ayurveda. But then there the question that can be asked to you, that when you were talking about the designing of the vehicles, two-wheeler or truck or like that, that they have to be ergonomically designed as per the ergonomic.
Yes, sir.
Now, how are you going to integrate Ayurveda into ergonomic? Because that's an advice, because that is the question that will be asked from industry.
Yes.
Because when you will pitch for Ayurveda, then they will have their own model of ergonomics.
Yes, sir.
So you should be ready with an answer that how to effectively integrate Ayurveda or Ayurvedic asanas into the ergonomic integration,
yes,
integrated fully, so that they are able to integrate in their designing.
Yes, sir.
Because the industry standard is ergonomics.
Yes.
So you have to basically confront them there.
Yes, sir. So basically, sir, there are a lot of things like pressure points in our bodies, which are answered by a lot of Ayurvedic practices, yoga practices, and designing seats, and also like breathing techniques, which can be incorporated in the interior of the vehicle, the colors, the materials which might help, and this is a part of the research. Of course, I haven't studied much yet. I have to do it in my future studies. But this is my targeted area, that to find more and more possible ways to integrate Ayurveda in it.
Okay, on a lighter note,
Yes, sir.
do you know what is expected in a conference when someone makes a presentation here?
So this is my first conference that I am actually participating, so apologies, sir.
The audience has an expectation that you will provide some recommendation or a solution.
Sure, sir.
Or answer to a question that you have yourself raised.
Sure, sir.
You have raised all the questions without any answer.
So
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next is Neha Sangodkar.
You should have to navigate using down key and up key. Down key and up key.
पठामि संस्कृतं नित्यं वदामि संस्कृतं सदा ध्यायामि संस्कृतं सम्यक् वन्दे संस्कृतमातरम्। उपस्थिताः मान्यवराः शिक्षकगणाः सर्वेभ्यः अहं विनम्रं कृतज्ञतां व्याहरामि। Dear members, my topic is about bridging yoga and Ayurveda from the Vedic perspective. इसका मूल कारण क्या रहा, इसके बारे में एक छोटी सी स्टोरी है कि मैंने एक छोटा सा सर्वे कराया था जिसमें I had asked my fellow members about their recommendation of Ayurveda. Similarly, had also asked my fellow Ayurveda friends about their recommendation for yoga. Forget about foreigners. Despite being Indian and Ayurvedacharya और योगाचार्यस, हम अपनी खुद की माँ को भूलकर चाची और नानी को जैसे फिजियोथेरेपी एंड नेचुरोपैथी, होम्योपैथी एंड ऑल्सो एलोपैथी फॉर दैट मैटर रेकमेंड करते हैं, एंड दिस इज द ट्रू रियलिटी. सो मैंने सोचा क्यों ना हम रूट तक जाते हैं. आप्तोपदेश में जिक्र आता है कि योग और आयुर्वेद का कनेक्शन है. सो वी थॉट ऑफ डूइंग दैट, and thereby my key objectives were to have a complementary analysis and correlation between yoga and Ayurveda from the Vedic perspective, for which I have taken 4 important Vedas: Rigved, Yajurved, Samved and Atharvaved. हम देखते हैं कि ज़्यादातर अपने आयुर्वेदाचार्य के सिलेबस में हम पदार्थ विज्ञान है, राइट? पदार्थ विज्ञान टॉक्स अबाउट द दर्शनास, तो जिसमें सांख्य योग में योग का जिक्र आता है. अगर हम वेदों की बात करें, इन द वेदास मोर ओवर प्राइम इंपॉर्टेंस इज गिवन टू अथर्व वेदास, बट अथर्व वेदास एंड ऋग्वेदास ऑल्सो फॉर दैट मैटर, बिकॉज कहते हैं कि अथर्व वेद में ही आयुर्वेदिक उपवेद है. बट there are so many important references which we find from the other important Vedas which are somehow overlooked. So I thought of understanding them and amalgamating them, for which I also took help of my guide, Dr. C.B. Dhanraj sir, who is a dean over here in Ayurveda, Patanjali Ayurveda College, and thereby prepared the research paper, a narrative review regarding how yoga and Ayurveda's connection, their chords are being connected in the scriptures, the Veda scriptures that we consider to be as Aptopadesh. So we see that in every shlokas that we go through, we will realize that somehow each and every part of the shloka gives a chord of developing a healthy lifestyle along with जैसे युक्त आहार एंड युक्त विहार. तो जब हम कहते हैं युक्त विहार में योगाभ्यास भी आता है. युक्त आहार में तो वी नो इट, आयुः विद्या आयुर्वेदः. So here we have concluded with the findings that yama, niyam, asan, chitta vritti, manasaha, they all have been given their own implications in yoga and Ayurveda, which have got their roots in Vedas. Similarly, dukkha is being explained from both the perspectives. ऋतंबरा प्रज्ञा जो पतंजलि योग सूत्र में बहुत जानते हैं हम, यह चरक संहिता में भी जिक्र आता है.
1 मिनट बाकी है.
यस सर. कर्म एंड कर्मफल जो हम समझते हैं योग में, उसका जिक्र आयुर्वेद में भी है. Similarly, we see siddhis and aishwaryas also being correlated in both the scriptures. So that's how yoga and Ayurveda are the two sister sciences which we all have to cherish. क्योंकि अगर हम उसको respect नहीं करेंगे तो बाहर वाले लोग नहीं करेंगे. So that's why it is important to do a proper research papers upon it. क्योंकि मैंने देखा ज़्यादातर research papers इस topic पे है ही नहीं. So I had to go through the actual scriptures only. Not much were found from my notice. So that's why I made use of the Mool scriptures for my study. That is all from my side, sir. At a conclusion, and this is all that I'm having, where on an ending note, would like to say, Bharate pratishthe dve, Sanskrutam Sanskrutis tatha, tathaiva, Bharatiya chikitsa paddhatinam, Ayurvedah Yogah cha, Bharatiya chikitsa paddhati वर्तन्ते. धन्यवादः. ओम.
Thank you. No questions. I appreciate.
Thank you, sir.
Only thing is, have you published this review anywhere?
So, no, not as yet, sir. I'm preparing for the IJM research journal, and yeah.
You should publish it.
Just an informal
should publish
point.
it and
Yes,
bring out the timelines also.
Yes.
That if the concept of yoga, there's the integration of yoga and Ayurveda. See, certain things which are in public domain,
Yes.
like for instance, we cannot live without air. Now this everyone knows. But probably not much of review papers would be available because everybody knows we cannot live without air. Similarly, whether somebody puts in paper that yoga is integrated with Ayurveda, we normally, even if we don't believe in Ayurveda, we know, but yoga is a part of our lifestyle. So, you are right in many ways that sometimes your black and white papers may not be available. But that does not mean that the concept is not in the public domain. But right, you put it on record, put it on record in a journal,
Yes.
which has a good circulation, so that people, if I want to read something, yoga vis-a-vis Ayurveda, so I should have a ready reckoner, ye pad lu. Instead of thinking, googling and asking people ki kahan padhe, so put it on paper as quickly as possible.
Right, sir. So,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Hi, it was a good topic and very detailed, although I have a small suggestion. The objectives are amazing. You might want to consider putting it forth as a meta-analysis because the work seems to be a lot more detailed and too short for a narrative review. So that's just a suggestion.
I'll incorporate this, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Namaste. Om.
Next is Garg.
You should have to navigate using down key or left key.
Can I have this?
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Ragini Garg, PG Scholar, Dravyagun Vigyan from DAV College, Jalandhar. Today, I am standing before you to present my work on emotional intelligence through Ayurvedic lifestyle. Let's begin with the introduction. Health can be attained only if all the physiological parameters are in equilibrium with healthy mind, intellect, and senses. Mental health is an integral part of Ayurveda. intelligence, especially emotional intelligence, effectively applies the power of emotions as a source of human energy. Ayurveda annotates the balance of health and well-being by numerous means with the use of herbs and lifestyle management tips. Here, I am highlighting the concept of Manas Prakriti in relation with emotional intelligence and the role of Ayurveda in curing the EI-related issues. What are emotions? What is emotional intelligence? Emotions are powerful organizers of thought and actions and are indispensable for reasoning and rationality. Emotional intelligence is not about being emotional. It is about being smart with your emotions. EI is defined as the self-perceived ability to identify, assess, manage the emotions of oneself, of others, and of groups. These are the various types of emotions, as you already know. These are the 5 components of emotional intelligence. Moving on to our next slide, Prakritis are discrete phenotypes that describes the individual configuration on mental and physical basis. Manas Prakriti considers how our inner subconsciousness and our perception of outside world interact. It is non-static and it explains as a threefold psychic constitution as Sattva, Raj and Tam. Emotional intelligence and Ayurveda. It is very well correlated with the sattvic state of mind. According to Ayurveda, emotional health depends upon the state of Dhi, Dhriti and Smriti, which demented state disturbs the 3 humors and 3 gunas, especially Raj and Tam, which arises negative feelings like Kam, Krodh, Lobh, etc. The 5 components of EI resembles with the 5 action of Man, Chintyam, Vicharyam, Uhyam, Dheyam and Sankalpam. Let's discuss about the Ayurvedic management for EI related issues. It is broadly classified into 3 categories: non-pharmacological approach, pharmacological approach and rejuvenating therapies. Non-pharmacological approach includes Dincharya and Ritucharya, that is daily and seasonal regimen, Sadvrit, that is good code of conduct that shall be followed in personal, social and religious dealings, Achar Rasayan, that is moral and ethical values, Medha Rasayan, that is nootropic drugs. Pharmacological approach includes the treatment part, Dev Prasha Chikitsa, which is divine remedies, Yukti Prasha Chikitsa, that is skillful planning, Satvavja Chikitsa, which directly increases Sattva, and last is Panchkarma, which includes some therapies like Nasya, Abhyang, Shirobhyang, Shirolep. Then comes the rejuvenating therapies, which includes aromatherapy, yoga and meditation. These measures curtail the disbalanced rajas and tamas doshas and also restrains the mind from desire for unwholesome objects. These will increase the sattva, purity of body and mind, as well as increase the spiritual energy. Administration of herbal medicines enhance the cognitive skills and the disorders that arises due to emotional imbalance.
1 minute. Finish करो. मैंने कहा 1 minute में finish करो.
Okay. Coming on to the conclusion, emotions have a considerable role in an individual's life. The intelligent use of emotions is considered essential for one's physical health and psychological adaptations. Ayurveda provides us a very elegant and insightful perspective on the mind and on the art of fostering its health. Lot more research on the areas of integration of Ayurveda and holistic medicine can bring out new outcomes and which will spread the aroma of Ayurveda globally. These are some references from which that I have considered for my work. Thank you.
What everyone needs to do to remain always happy?
So that's I have discussed the lifestyle.
Yeah, what should I do? मुझे बताओ ना कि आपने सवेरे ये करना है, दिन को ये करना है, शाम को ये करना है?
This is what in sir दिनचर्या and ऋतुचर्या.
अब वो
There are lot of
दिनचर्या में
things.
क्या करना है ये तो बताओ ना. कुछ तो करना होगा ना दिनचर्या में,
हाँ जी
ऋतुचर्या
सर,
में.
वो पूरा अपने टेक्स्ट में मेंशन है और वो बहुत वास्ट हो जाता है, इसलिए मैंने डिटेलिंग नहीं की है उसकी.
जब सेमिनार में आते हैं ना तो आंसर एक्सपर्ट बन के आना होता है. यू डोंट हैव टू टेल मी कि आप किताब में पढ़ के अपने सवाल का जवाब ढूंढो. So whenever you are facing an audience, this is not a classroom. This is an audience seminar. ठीक है, आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन बेस ठीक था, लेकिन उसको हमेशा वैल्यू ऐड करना चाहिए. अगर आपने दिनचर्या की एग्जाम्पल दे दो कि आपको ये करना है, योगा करना है, ये खाना है, ऐसे बैठना है, यहाँ से नहाना है, ये जो भी करना है, तो इस टाइप से क्या होता है कि अगर किसी को टेक होम मैसेज लेना होगा, जैसे मैंने पूछा हैप्पी होने के लिए मुझे क्या करना है, तो मुझे आपको 4 चीज़ें आप बताओ, मुझे एटलीस्ट क्या करनी है बताओ.
सर सबसे पहले ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उठना, अर्ली मॉर्निंग में उठना, ठीक है, एंड सब जो हमारा रूटीन है, खाने का रूटीन वो सेट करना.
कौन सा रूटीन बताओ ना, क्या खाऊं मैं?
सर पूरा एक एक स्टेप से मैं सर तो सारे कैसे.
चलो कोई नहीं,
इसमें तो दंड धारण, देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स.
नहीं सो मैनी, मुझे पता हो क्या करना है, मुझे नहीं पता है, मैंने इग्नोरेंट पर्सन, मुझे नहीं पता क्या करना चाहिए.
सर इसमें पादाभ्यंग के बारे में बताया है, डेली फुट मसाज करनी चाहिए. ठीक
नहीं, मुझे एक रूटीन चाहिए ना, फ्लो चार्ट में चाहिए कि स्टेप नंबर 1, स्टेप नंबर 2, स्टेप नंबर 3, स्टेप नंबर 10 में हमें क्या करना है, ये मुझे चाहिए. दैट वुड बी दैट आई विल कीप इन माई पॉकेट एंड ट्राई टू फॉलो इट एवरी डे. ठीक है, चलो, थैंक यू वेरी मच.
थैंक यू सर.
रागिनी गर्ग. ओके, नेक्स्ट इज स्वामी नरसिंह, नहीं वो नहीं है. देन वी हैव डॉक्टर अमोल मूर्ति अक्कू. Anulom-Vilom. What is your topic?
You should have to navigate using donkey and
अच्छा इसमें खड़े हो ना. Okay. Hello. I hope I'm audible. Very good evening to one and all the respected judges, all the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, and all the students. And so by the first slide, you might already know by now that I'm going to discuss about obesity. So why obesity? So obesity, we all know, is the accumulation of fat and everything. But did you know that until 16th century, it was considered as a luxury in fact, and it was only the rich people who would consider as like, oh, if they are obese means they are rich, basically. But not until 1950s, it was considered or it was noticed as a disease. But it was too late by that time, because in 1998, WHO declared it as a global epidemic and considered it as globesity. So why I'm discussing this is about because of the fact that even the last survey that was conducted by NFHS, they even considered these socio-economically backward cities of India. They are also now included in this, obese cities. So it is a very big paradox for India that we are not only facing the non-communicable disorders but also the communicable disorders. So this has led me to take up my study during my MD thesis, that is efficacy of Lekni Dravya Siddha Telapana in Stholya with special reference to oxidative stress. It was a RCT study. So don't get confused by the affiliations. I'm right now working as assistant professor in Patanjali Ayurveda College in Department of Swasthita. So these are the contents. Background we have discussed already. Need for the study. One more need for the study was that it was very specific that all of the studies that were conducted during this Snehapana, as concerned to the Snehapana, were only related to the Virechan and Vamana. No one did it, in a single standard only the Snehapana. So that's why I've also taken this study, although classics have mentioned it. So review of literature, I just want to mention that obesity is caused by a stolya, is caused by Agni Mandya, and armor formation is there which can be correlated with the free radical formation. So these are all why I have chosen the drugs and everything, which I'll skip, and these are the aims and objectives, the hypothesis, methodology. I'll just, in short, I'll tell you that there were two groups. Group A, that was the trial group, Lekni Dravya Siddha Tel was given 60 ml for 6 days, and Group B, that was control, Murchit Til Telapan, was given for 60 ml for 6 days. And these are all the diagnostic criteria, assessment criteria. In this, I just want you to focus on the antioxidants, which I had chosen was glutathione reductase, superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, catalase, total antioxidant capacity. And also the subjective parameter. This particular parameter was designed by me and my guide. Moving on. These, thankfully, there were no dropouts. So these are all the results that we have gotten, and thankfully they were all highly significant, and I'm just going to skip it. And I'll discuss it in the discussion session. These are all the subjective parameters, Ayurvedic parameters or discussion. So when the observations were seen, we can see that among the 20 patients, 50% were Kapha Vata Prakriti, which is again the etiology for the stolya, and 85% were not physically active, and most of them had some or other bad dietetic habit that was going on. And even when we consider the Ashtahar Vidhi Visheshayatan, no one was actually following it. 90% of them were not eating fresh, some or other problem was there. So moving on, the discussion part, we can see that there was a huge change in, before and after in group A as compared to group B. Why I'm focusing on percentage of change? Because the sample size was less. So although the result was highly significant, I'm focusing on the percentage of change. And these are again the discussion on results. So yeah, the observation proved to be the risk factors for obesity that I've already discussed. And the intervention sort of given them break from this poor lifestyle and thus given the results. And also there's this mechanism that goes on, that is antioxidant defense mechanism. So this drug sort of worked on this defense mechanism. It gave it a bit of a boost so that it can work harder and compensate whatever this antioxidant formation. So these were the results, that's why. And it also, while studying, I came across the fact that low molecular weight antioxidants that are present in sesame oil, they also act as scavengers, which is very similar to the property that we call as Lekniya karma. So the synergistic effect was there, and thus these highly significant results were seen. So in conclusion, Shamananga Snehapana can be given in obese individuals very safely, and maximum number of patients, they showed the classical symptoms of stolya. And while comparing the group A and group B, group A was having highly significant results as compared to group B. And the limitations was sample size. And further scope of study can be done with other biomarkers and other places, like I've taken only the serum, blood serum, so we can take other things as well. And these are the references. Thank you.
When were the observations taken after you subjected them to the treatments?
Sir?
When were the observations taken? After how?
Pre-test and post-test. Sir, are you asking me
how many days after treatment?
Sir, immediately, like after the, like it was for the period of 6 days. So on the 0th day, we have taken the pre-test and all the parameters, like from Karara scan to anthropometry, everything.
Okay.
Then for 6 days, the Telpan was given.
Okay.
And on the 7th day, they were, again the parameters were taken. And in the meanwhile, patients were coming daily, like only 6 days was there, so they were coming daily, and I was administering them.
But
myself.
what I am asking is, your conclusions are based on the results of the day 7th.
Yes, sir.
You have not repeated the test.
Yes, sir. I've not repeated after day 7, but I have taken pre-test and post-test. That's it.
But we would like to know that will these results be reproducible beyond
Yes, sir. Yes,
7th
sir.
day also, 10th day,
Sir,
15th
actually-
day, 1 month, like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This can be reproducible because, like my co-guide is already working on this concept from last like 10, 12 years. So there are so many evidences on this. So yeah, sir.
No,
it
but
can be.
as far as your study is concerned, you don't have any such data to support your conclusion.
Sir, these are all datas only.
No, but this is day 7 data only.
No, sir. There is day 0th day.
I know,
Yeah.
0 is fine.
Yeah,
Day
but
7th,
yeah,
I am saying,
after that
after
I've not
subjecting
taken,
them
yeah.
to the treatment.
Yes, yes, sir. That I have not taken. Like after 7th day, I'm not again
Taken any
repeated.
further data?
Yeah,
Any
I've not
further
taken
data?
further any data.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
Any
you, sir.
questions? Okay, thank you. Amar Singh. Next is Amar Singh. Agronomical studies on Moringa.
नेविगेशन के लिए आप डाउन की आपकी यूज कर दीजिए
कौन सा? अच्छा, he is also come. Okay, I'll call him.
अच्छा, मुझे दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है। हाँ, थैंक यू सर। सबको नमस्कार। My topic is agronomical studies on Moringa oleifera as an emerging future food plant to fight against malnutrition. जनरली हमने देखा होगा कि हमारे जंगलों में एक पौधा होता है जिसे हम सहजन के नाम से जानते हैं, ट्री के टाइप का होता है। उस प्लांट को हम बहुत पहले से यूज़ करते रहे हैं। हमारे ट्रेडिशनली जैसे हम लड्डू बनाते हैं, पात बनाते हैं और घरों में चूरा बनाते हैं उसको खाने के लिए। जैसे आजकल हम फास्ट फूड खाते हैं, पुराने टाइम में उसको डेली यूज़ की तरह एक थोड़े से खाने के रूप में लेते थे। ये पौधा, ये प्लांट हम आजकल बहुत कम देख रहे हैं, लेकिन जैसे जैसे ये हमारा मीडिया और हमारी नई रिसर्च, हमारी नई खोज आ रही है कि ये एक न्यूट्रिटिव पौधा है, बहुत ही अच्छा पौधा है जिसको हम अपने न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यूज़ के साथ ऐड कर सकते हैं। WHO ने इसको रिकमेंडेड किया हुआ है बहुत सारे कंट्रीज़ के लिए कि वहाँ पर इसको हम 30% फूड के अंदर ऐड करें और उसे ऐड करने के बाद खाने के मतलब उसकी जो माल न्यूट्रिशन प्रॉब्लम्स हैं सोसाइटी के अंदर उसको हम दूर कर सकते हैं। ये प्लांट साइंटिफिकली अभी जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे मोरिंगा ओलिफेरा है और इसको कॉमनली हम ड्रम स्टिक, सहजन, सोना, हॉर्स रेडिस ट्री और डिफरेंट नाम से जानते हैं। इसको जनरली हम इस तरह का प्लांट देखते हैं जो यहाँ पर आजकल इस पर फ्लावरिंग भी आ रही है, फ्रूटिंग भी आ रहा है और इसकी फ्लावरिंग को भी हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं, फ्रूट को भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं, बार को भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं, लीव्स को भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और इसकी लीव्स जो होती हैं उसको जनरली आपने देखा हो मार्केट में आजकल मोरिंगा कैप्सूल के नाम से आ रहा है और फ्रूट को हम साउथ के लोग बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ करते हैं, लेकिन इधर हमारे नॉर्दर्न एरियाज़ में थोड़ा सा कम यूज़ करते हैं वेजिटेबल्स के रूप में। और पंजाब में जाएं तो इसका अचार बनाते हैं रूट का और कॉमन स्टिक्स का। इसमें क्या है कि हम जो जनरली प्लांट को देखते हैं तो इसमें ट्री टाइप का होता है, इसमें एवरग्रीन होता है जनरली और इसमें पोड होती है, एक लंबी सी स्टिक लटकी होती है जो फ्रूट के फॉर्म में खाई जाती है। इसके जो पकने के बाद जो सीड्स होते हैं उसे भी हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं ऑयल के फॉर्म में। फ्लावर्स इस टाइप के होते हैं, वाइट कलर के, क्रीमी वाइट, और ये कुछ वैरायटीज़ में हर 3 महीने बाद फ्लावरिंग आती है, हर 3 महीने बाद फ्रूटिंग आती है। हम उसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं अपने फूड वैल्यूज़ के अंदर। इसमें पोड्स और फ्लावरिंग देखे जा सकते हैं। इसके बाद ये जो न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यूज़ को कैसे बढ़ा सकता है, पहले एक क्वेश्चन उठाता है कि क्या इसमें बी कॉम्प्लेक्स पाया जाता है या किसी प्लांट में पाया जाता है, जो या कौन कौन से न्यूट्रिएंट्स होते हैं। तो ये प्लांट ऐसा है जिसे हम कह सकते हैं सुपर न्यूट्रिशनल प्लांट, जिसके अंदर सभी मैक्सिमम विटामिन्स पाई जाती हैं, मिनरल्स पाए जाते हैं, और इसके अंदर प्रोटीन को अगर हम कंपेयर करें योगर्ट से तो ये डबल होता है, और बनाना से हम कंपेयर करें तो पोटेशियम इसमें 3 टाइम्स होता है, और कैरेट से कंपेयर करें तो इसमें 4 टाइम्स विटामिन ए होता है, और अगर हम इसमें विटामिन सी की बात करें तो ऑरेंज से ज़्यादा 7 टाइम्स इसमें विटामिन सी होता है। इसको यूज़ करने के लिए डिफरेंट डिजीज़ के लिए हम यूज़ करते हैं, और बहुत सारे हेल्थ इश्यूज़ हैं, जैसे कि अभी बात कर रहे थे ओबेसिटी की, उसी तरह से हम इसको अगर यूज़ करते हैं डेली तो मोटापा भी कम हो जाएगा, वेट लॉस भी होगा। लीवर प्रोटेक्शन में ये हेल्प करता है, और प्रेग्नेंट लेडीज़ के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है, और इसमें हर जो 6 महीने का बच्चा होता है उसके बाद हम इसको खिला सकते हैं सॉस की फॉर्म में, या थोड़ा सा पाउडर दे सकते हैं। ये हमारी बॉडी के अंदर पीएच बैलेंस का काम करता है, और कॉमर्शियली अगर हम इसको देखें तो मार्केट के अंदर अब धीरे धीरे ये काफ़ी प्रोडक्शन दे रहा है, और आज की टर्म में अगर हम बोलते हैं तो इसमें करीब 5.5 बिलियंस का US डॉलर का बिजनेस चल रहा है, और आने वाले समय में हम अगर 25 तक बात करें तो ये 8.9% हमारी इकोनॉमी के अंदर इमर्ज कर जाएगा, और इसका करीब 10 बिलियंस इकोनॉमी बढ़ जाएगी अगर इसी तरह से इसको यूज़ हम करते रहे। इसे हम अगर अपनी डेली लाइफ में यूज़ करने से पहले ये देखें कि ये इसका रिसोर्स कहाँ से होगा, क्योंकि जंगलों के अंदर हम देखते हैं कि यहाँ
1 मिनट में ख़त्म कर देना।
जी सर, इसको हम एग्रोनॉमिकली उगाएं, जहाँ सैंडी सॉयल होती है या ऐसी लॉमी सॉयल होती है जिसके या तो पीएच वैल्यू 6.5 या 7 के आसपास हो, ऐसी सॉयल में हम आराम से उगा सकते हैं, जहाँ पानी भी कम हो, या वेस्ट लैंड के अंदर हम इसे आसानी से ग्रो कर सकते हैं। तो अगर हम इसकी खेती करते हैं तो हमारी इकोनॉमी एनहांस करेगी, हमारे आसपास का जो जहाँ पर मेल न्यूट्रिशन प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं उसके लिए रिकमेंड किया जा सकता है, और डेली लाइफ में इसको फूड के लिए यूज़ किया जा सकता है। थैंक यू।
अमर सिंह कश्यप जी।
जी सर।
आपका टाइटल गलत था, अब जरा टाइटल पे जाइए।
हाँ जी सर। जी सर।
टाइटल दिखाइए फिर से।
जी सर।
आया नहीं, टाइटल नहीं आया। आपके लेक्चर का टाइटल क्या था? एग्रोनॉमिकल स्टडीज ऑन क्या लिखा था आपने?
हाँ जी सर। जी सर।
दिखाओ ना फिर से। नहीं है, चला गया।
नहीं सर,
इसमें आपने
अच्छा उसमें नहीं आ रहा सर।
टॉपिक जो था आपका जो टॉपिक था
जी सर,
उस पे तो आपने बहुत कम बोला आपने बाकी चीज़ों पे।
सर मैं टाइम मैनेजमेंट में थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो गई है।
हैं?
टाइम मैनेजमेंट में प्रॉब्लम हो गई।
टाइम मैनेजमेंट यही तो स्किल है, यही तो सीखने का टाइम है, टाइम मैनेजमेंट। 5 मिनट के टाइम में आपने इधर उधर की बातें बोली।
जी सर।
और असली बात जो टॉपिक था वो तो आपने बोला ही नहीं।
जी सर।
आपने ये ग्रो किया है?
सर हमने अपने बॉटनिकल गार्डन में ग्रो किया है, MM कॉलेज के अंदर।
आपने खुद ग्रो किया है?
हाँ
कि
जी
किसी
सर।
और ने किया है?
नहीं, हमने खुद ग्रो किया सर।
ठीक है। कैसे लगाया? सीड से लगाया कि कटिंग से लगाया?
कटिंग से लगाया सर। सीड्स के भी हमने उगाने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन उसका जो वहाँ सॉइल इस टाइप की है कि वो हो नहीं पा रहा उसमें, लेकिन उसको फिर हम स्पेशल जो पॉट्स होते हैं उसके अंदर लगा करके बाद में शिफ्ट करते हैं तो हो जाता है।
इसकी वो क्या है, वैरायटी कौन सी लगाई?
सर एक सेकेंड।
कोई इसकी जो आजकल काफ़ी इसकी कल्टीवेशन हो रही है।
जी सर।
कोई खास वैरायटी जो यूज़ हो रही है कि कुछ भी लगा लो?
नहीं सर, साउथ में जनरली KM1, KM1, PKM1 और PKM2 जो साउथ रीजन में है। हमारे इधर GKV के 1, 2, 3 जो वेराइटीज़ हैं उनको यूज़ कर रहे हैं। मतलब ये जो 2 तरह के देखा जाता है कि एक तो थोड़ा सा मतलब कड़वा सा होता है और एक मीठा सा होता है। इस तरह से दो वैरायटी हमारे यहाँ नॉर्दर्न एरिया में उगाई जाती हैं।
तो बट वो PK1 भी तो लगा रहे हैं नॉर्थ में, हरियाणा में तो PK1 लगा रहे हैं।
हाँ जी सर।
तो आप क्यों नहीं लगा रहे हैं अपनी जगह PK1?
सर अभी
क्योंकि उससे प्रोडक्शन तो ज़्यादा है काफ़ी।
नहीं सर, अभी बस स्टडी स्टेज पे स्टार्टिंग किया था ये देखने के लिए कि वहाँ के किसानों के लिए कितना यूज़फुल होगा, क्योंकि हमारे जंगलों में जो प्लांट हो रहा है उसमें वो क्वालिटी हम नहीं देख पा रहे जो मार्केट में आती है।
तो अभी आपने एनालिसिस किया है अपने प्लांटेशन का कि अभी नहीं किया?
नहीं सर, चल रहा है।
चलो, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच। सर वो गलती से
ऑथर नेम सही है वो, लेकिन अगले पेज पे जाइए, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड,
उसमें लिन शायद लिख
उसमें लिन लिख दिया है आपने, L डॉट।
यस सर,
एक
यस
मिनट
सर।
आपको इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि पहले आ जाओ फिर टाइटल में। जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने टाइटल की बात की ना, देखो अब अपने टाइटल अपना ही पढ़ो आप। एमर्जिंग फ्यूचर फूड प्लान टू फाइट अगेंस्ट माल न्यूट्रिशन।
जी सर।
आपको फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशन में डिफरेंस कुछ पता है? फूड किसको बोलते हैं और माल न्यूट्रिशन हो गया ना, न्यूट्रिशन अगर पूरा नहीं है, न्यूट्रिशन किसको कहते हैं और फूड किसको कहते हैं?
फूड में तो सर वो जो इसमें पांचों पार्ट्स हों,
जिसमें
जो हमारे पांचों पार्ट्स हों बॉडी के लिए। जी सर। सर फैट, कार्बोहाइड्रेट, विटामिन सी सब।
हाँ, तो अब ये फूड है कि न्यूट्रिशन प्लांट है?
सर न्यूट्रिशन इसलिए जोड़ दिया कि जैसे हम स्टडी कर रहे थे, लोग बच्चों को बता रहे थे, स्टूडेंट्स को, तो वो
नहीं, अब आप तो एक्सपर्ट बन के आ रहे हैं ना, मतलब आप ऐसे ना ठीक ठीक बताओ, कहीं तभी तो बाहर वाले लोग बोलते हैं कि ये कुछ इधर उधर की बात करते हैं। अब आपका टाइटल ही देखो, फूड भी बोल रहे हैं, आप माल न्यूट्रिशन भी बोल रहे हैं। तो अब ये फूड प्लांट है कि न्यूट्रिशन प्लांट है, न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल है?
सर वैसे न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल है, क्योंकि फूड की तरह तो हम पहले से जैसे लड्डू के रूप में यूज़ करते थे थोड़ा सा।
नहीं, ये न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल है, फूड में नहीं आता। फूड में जो हम नॉर्मल बात करते हैं ना, फूड में चावल आ गया, गेहूं आ गया, मक्का आ गया,
स्टेपल फूड की तरह
वो चीज़ें जो कार्बोहाइड्रेट बोल रहे हैं, जहाँ पे हमको एनर्जी आती है।
जी सर।
एनर्जी चाहिए हमें, तभी हमारे जब खाने के प्लेट में ना चावल ज़्यादा होता है, चपातियाँ 4 होंगी, इस टाइप से होगा। बाद में फिर थोड़ी थोड़ी सब्जियाँ होती है, बिकॉज न्यूट्रिशन वहाँ से आता है।
जी सर।
और क्यों हमारे पास मल्टीपल सब्जियां क्यों हम खाते हैं? क्योंकि हर एक ही सब्जी में सारे न्यूट्रिएंट्स नहीं होते हैं, इसलिए हमको मल्टीपल सब्जियां खानी पड़ती है। तो दिस इज अ न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल, फूड नहीं है ये। डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव,
आप चूंकि बॉटनी डिपार्टमेंट से हैं, तो जो बोटेनिकल नेम आपने लिखा है मोरिंगा ओलिफेरा लैम, लैम इज द ऑथर नेम, लैमार्क, वो सही लिखा है, लेकिन अगले पेज में आपने L डॉट लिख दिया। L डॉट इज फॉर लीनियस, ठीक है? तो दो ऑथर नेम नहीं हो सकते हैं।
करेक्शन कर दें सर।
जो प्लांट वर्ड क्यू की जो वेबसाइट है, उसमें लैम इज द राइट ऑथर नेम।
ओलिफेरा की स्पेलिंग भी गलत है, OLEI है।
VI है
सर।
वो वही डॉक्टर साहब बता रहे थे। चलो, थैंक यू।
My request to our audiences, please keep patience. We are left with another 2 oral presenters for the event.
Presentation is by Swami Narsingh Chandradev. Swami Narsingh Chandradev.
Honorable chairs and dear friends, myself Swami Narsingh Dev, and today I am here without any PPT. So PPT to मैं, and I will communicate in our mother tongue, in Hindi. I think English में show you intellectual, but Hindi can shows you communicable. तो मैं मेरी बात अपनी हिंदी में रखूँगा। मेरा टाइटल था न्यूट्रिशनली प्रीसियस बट ubiquitous edible fungi to meet dietary foods. मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है आप सबको? थोड़ी ज़्यादा हो गई, सॉरी. तो मैं अभी बात करूंगा कि आज आयुर्वेदा में आयुर्वेदिक प्रक्रियाएं, योग की बात हो चुकी हैं, मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स की बात हो चुकी है. तो हम एक एडिबल फंजाई के रूप में जानते हैं जिसको कवक कहते हैं. तो हम उसकी बात करेंगे. उसमें बहुत सारे न्यूट्रिशियस और मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टीज होती हैं, तो उसे भी हम इसको अनदेखा नहीं कर सकते हैं. आयुर्वेद में इसको छत्रक के रूप में जाना जाता है. इट हैज़ लॉट ऑफ फार्माकोलॉजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज सच एज एंटीऑक्सीडेंट एंड लॉट ऑफ न्यूट्रिशियस कंटेंट सच एज प्रोटीन, कार्बोहाइड्रेट एज वेल एज नंबर ऑफ सेकेंडरी मेटाबोलाइट्स. तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि बाकी आप मशरूम जानते हैं कि हम बटन मशरूम खाते हैं, उसके अलावा कुछ और उसकी एडिबल फंजाई की उसकी प्रजातियां हैं, जैसे कि ऑयस्टर मशरूम हो गया, गुच्छी मशरूम हो गया. तो उनका भी यूज आप अपनी न्यूट्रिशियस रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए कर सकते हैं. तो आई थिंक मच मोर नो अबाउट द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ मशरूम. तो विदाउट प्रेजेंटेशन में था, तो बस मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा. थैंक यू सो मच सर. यस सर. एडिबल मशरूम में ऑयस्टर है, बटन मशरूम है. अभी एक कॉमन नेम बता रहा हूं मैं, साइंटिफिक सर सॉरी. हाँ, गाइनोडर्मा. ये वुड मटेरियल पे उगता है और इट इज़ आल्सो हाईली मेडिसिनल यूजेज एंड चाइना इसको काफ़ी प्रोफिशिएंटली यूज कर रहा है सर. गाइनोडर्मा. हाँ अभी जी.
इसका नाम सुना है कॉर्डिसेप्स का?
या
क्या होता
देयर इज ए नेचुरल कॉर्डिसेप मिलिट्रिस, आई थिंक इसका नाम है. कीड़ा जड़ी जानते हैं, कीड़ा जड़ी के नाम से जानते हैं. पहाड़ों में इसको कलेक्ट किया जाता है. नाउडेज इट्स पॉपुलर टू दे आर ट्राइंग टू ग्रो इन आर्टिफिशियल मीडियम इन लेबोरेटरी, बट लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं उससे कि यही कीड़ा जड़ी है, हालांकि वो उसमें वो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स उसमें नहीं है जो हम आर्टिफिशियल मीडियम में ग्रो करते हैं. दैट इज कॉर्डिसेप मिलिट्रिस.
मोरल्स एंड ट्रफल्स क्या होते हैं?
सॉरी सर.
मोरल्स एंड ट्रफल्स.
सॉरी, इसके बारे में नहीं सुना है मैंने.
नहीं पता.
यस सर.
चलो ठीक है. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू ऑल.
By Mr. Yasir Arafat, connecting nature through design.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Yasir Arafat, and I am a research scholar at Department of Architecture, IIT Roorkee. The title of my presentation is Biophilic Design and Yoga Practice, Enhancing Well-being through Nature-Inspired Spaces. So the presentation will delve into the impact of biophilic design in yoga spaces on physical, mental, and emotional health of practitioner. It will examine the natural elements, design and layout, cultural and contextual factors that influence the effectiveness. So introduction. What is biophilic design? Biophilic design is an architectural concept connecting humans and nature by incorporating natural elements into built environment. Whereas yoga is an ancient practice from India with increasing global popularity due to its physical and mental health benefits. So my objective is to investigate the relationship between biophilic design and yoga practice and its impact on practitioners' physical, mental and emotional health. The impact of biophilic design on yoga spaces. It will have enhanced well-being. Design elements like natural lights, plants, natural material can contribute to healthier. can contribute to healthier and more balanced environment, promoting physical and emotional well-being. It can contribute to improving air quality by incorporating plants in yoga spaces that will not only add beauty but also purify the air by absorbing toxins and releasing oxygen, providing fresher space for practicing yoga. It will foster consciousness by biophilic design, overall yoga experience, and it will facilitate a deeper spiritual connection. It will contribute to stress reduction. It will create a calming atmosphere, reducing stress levels and promoting relaxation through yoga practice. So therefore, embracing a biophilic design in a yoga space can create a more immersive, holistic yoga experience. So what are the different types of natural elements that can be incorporated in a space? First is wood. Wood has a positive effect on mental health by reducing stress. It could be used as on furniture, flooring, or wall panels. It provides warmth and texture to the space. There are different kinds of stones such as granite, marble, that can create a sense of stability and permanence. Natural patterns of stone can also have calming effects. Water, it can create a soothing atmosphere through sound and movement of water. The presence of water can also promote relaxation and reduce stress. Then incorporating plants, for example, ferns are low maintenance plants that can thrive in various indoor environment. And palm trees, they are also known for air purifying abilities, and they can give a touch of tropical region to a space, creating a sense of relaxation and tranquility. We can use views of nature landscapes such as mountains, which could provide a sense of perspective to the practitioner. It can promote relaxation and inspire feeling of connectedness. Forest views can have calming effect on the mind, reducing stress. They can provide a sense of privacy, seclusion, and offer a peaceful retreat from the stresses of modern life. So, how could we use all these natural elements into this design and the spatial layout of yoga spaces? So we can incorporate large windows, skylights, and glass doors to allow natural light to flood into a space where the practitioners are practicing yoga. Participants should have a visual connection to the nature through windows. This can foster a sense of connection with the natural world from inside. Creating outdoor spaces to perform yoga. The layout should be free from obstruction. It should facilitate movement. The layout should be flexible. Design of the space should be kept in mind, allowing the adjustment to accommodate different class sizes, practice styles, and personal preferences. By incorporating natural materials, which I've discussed before, it should be ensured that the indoor spaces and the outdoor spaces should be blend seamlessly by using the indoor material same as the outdoor material, so that it creates a unified atmosphere and further enhance the sense of flow from inside to outside. The acoustic considerations, we should use acoustics of the space so that excessive echoes or noise distractions which can reduce the calming and focus environment. So there are different cultural and contextual factors which can affect different biophilic design elements. Different cultures have different unique ways of connecting with nature. Their preference for biophilic designs can vary. Understanding these cultural touches is important for designing spaces that resonate with local population of that area. The climate and geography of a particular area, the natural environment and climate of a region can influence types of biophilic designs that can most effective and suitable in for example, in tropical areas, incorporating lush green and water features may be appropriate, and while in arid regions, using native plants and materials could be used. So in conclusion, integrating of biophilic design principles into yoga studios and wellness spaces can enhance the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of practitioners. And in doing so, architects and designers can create spaces that can foster a deeper connection to the natural world and promote health and well-being to the practitioners. Second, this research can inform the designers' design of other wellness spaces such as spas, meditation centers, fitness facilities, which can similarly benefit from the integration of biophilic design elements. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Theme was very good, very attractive, and I was looking ahead to some model. What lacked your presentation was there was no model, an ideal model, a picture of a garden, a picture of a studio, कि उसमें क्या क्या यहाँ पे waterfall बना लिया, यहाँ plants रख दिए, यहाँ कुछ green ambience बना दिया. Because see, every presentation has to have two aspects, sentiment and substance.
Yes.
Sentiment कि ये होना चाहिए, आयुर्वेदा में ये होना चाहिए, हम सब आयुर्वेदा के लिए. This is our sentiment. But the action point is always your substance that you put into it. कि आप हमको करना क्या है? आपने ये सारा sentiment था. Build spaces में ऐसा होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए, योगा अच्छा होगा, वो होगा. But क्या मैसेज दिया अपने ऑडियंस को कि मतलब कैसा होना चाहिए कि it can do. Your presentation was all it can do. But it had to be कि एक मॉडल तो दिखा दो, कि आइडियल सिचुएशन बता दो, स्टूडियो कैसा होना चाहिए, ताकि उसको अगर किसी को करना भी है तो get an idea. ठीक है ना? Because this is for future. You are learning.
Yes, sir.
But see, जब हम knowledge audience को transfer करते हैं ना, it's not only what you do in your laboratory or your जहाँ पर भी आपका वर्क प्लेस है, it is how you communicate also. हम बोलते सोचते बहुत है ऐसा होना चाहिए, लेकिन ट्रांसफर ऑफ नॉलेज जो है that has to be effective. जो सामने वाला भी समझ है आपकी बात को कि क्या बोल रहे हो, क्योंकि आजकल ज़माना है एग्जाम्पल का. जब तक हम आयुर्वेदा में अश्वगंधा एलोवेरा इस टाइप की एग्जाम्पल नहीं देंगे तो किसी को समझ नहीं आएगा एलोवेरा. तो इसी तरह से यहाँ पे भी जो आपका थीम था, मैं आई वाज रियली लुकिंग अहेड कि वो बिल्ड स्पेसेस के बारे में कुछ तुम बताओगे. कोई आइडियल बिल्डिंग ही का नाम बताओ. आप पतंजलि में आए हो या IIT रुड़की में भी कोई ऐसी बिल्डिंग स्पेसेस होंगी कि जहाँ पे वाकई अच्छा एम्बियंस होगा, वहाँ जाके योगा करने का मन करता होगा.
There is one hospital in Delhi where its name is
come out with those examples, come out with their pictures so that the audience gets sensitized कि हाँ ऐसा होना चाहिए. तो कल को अगर हमने भी कोई डिजाइन करना होगा तो we'll keep that as a benchmark. ठीक है? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody remaining for oral presentation? Anybody from the audiences? It was really a brainstorming session from our presenters, and results for the same will be revealed tomorrow in valedictory session. Now, I request our jury members to please conclude this session.
Thank you, ma'am. It has been a real pleasure to be a judge here. So we have been seeing some interesting presentations, and they will be evaluated based on objective of the study, the methodologies, how it was communicated, the time management, and the conclusion and discussion for the session. So yeah, I think I'll leave the rest of the conclusion to Dr. Sagam.
Thank you. Thank you, organizers, for giving us this opportunity to judge this session. To be very honest, I'm not an Ayurveda expert. I'm a biochemist by training, and I have done my PhD in health science. I don't understand Ayurveda as the extent that you understand, but I understand the skills of presentation, I understand the skills of communication, and I understand the designing of the slides that would be appealing to the audiences. So it seems that there is a good research is being done in Ayurveda, but unfortunately we are lagging behind in the presentation of data that we are working on. If organizers gives an opportunity to present, I would like to present on good presentation skills tomorrow for 20 minutes.
Definitely.
If you have some time in between, so I would be happy to do that. And our institute, Ayush Center of Excellence from Pune University, always talks about research, but along with that, it also talks about the capacity building of Ayush researchers. So good presentation skills is one of the factor which is very important when it comes to presenting your Ayurveda related data in front of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. My special request to Ravinder Rana, sir, to please enlighten us regarding the same. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Well, it was a mind-boggling exercise, not by numbers, but by the content. Because what was presented before you is not that important as is the enthusiasm of the presenters, as was the enthusiasm of the presenters. Because that is what we all need to appreciate here. Because they are beginning in their career, profession, there can be, everybody is always in a learning phase. I am also learning many things even at this my stage. So if there were some shortcomings, I am sure they will only improve and improve. But the idea is that the light of the passion that we all have, that should always keep on lighted. The passion of bettering our Ayurveda in light of the modern knowledge, because we have to relate it in the present context. The strength that we all have has to be transformed in such a way that there is more and more of resonance with the larger society at hand. Now, again, what I was talking to the last speaker also, what we need to, certain shortcomings which I would like to highlight here. And I hope the presenters especially and those, the young friends, the potential future Ayurvedas, Charyas and scientists of future, they should take it in a very, as my counsel, that when you come here as an expert. The audience is taking you as an expert, number one. So when you are here as an expert, you should also know the tricks of the trade. The tricks of the trade is never put lot of matter in a particular slide. I could see there was lot of, as if the entire book page was on one slide. No audience appreciates that. You should have, these PowerPoints are just to give you ideas on what you have to speak, lest you may forget something. That is just to give you your point. Whatever you want to put should be in bullets, just lead points, and you have to deliver extempore in your own language, looking straight into the eyes of the audience. That makes you connect with the audience, number one, and the audience also takes you very seriously, because the audience wants to see the confidence with which you are presenting your own views. If you appear confident, probably our audience is going to take you seriously. If you don't appear confident, कि मैंने ये किया, time नहीं था, वो नहीं था, ये नहीं था, nobody will even remember you. Number two. Number three, PowerPoint is a very important tool to convey our thoughts. And it's not, especially now in the digital world, it's not only this 5 minutes interaction that we had with this audience. Now these PowerPoints are to be going online, and they are going to be on cloud forever. You never know, maybe after 6 months somebody opens their channel and goes through any of the presentation. See, if the quality of your PowerPoint is good, then probably you can even be appreciated 6 months or 1 year or 5 years down the line. But if the quality of PowerPoint is not, कि पता नहीं कैसा कर रहे थे. So, see, colors, most of the presentation, they were all in black and white. Most of the presentation, there was no difference between the title and the sub point. Font size बढ़ा दो, color अलग से बना लो, so that whatever you are thought you are presenting, the audience should immediately catch attention of it. यहाँ तो हमें कई slides में तो we had to struggle कि वो क्या focus point क्या है. So that is important that you need to improve. And then of course research जो आप लोगों ने present किया है, मतलब starting है, काफ़ी अच्छे case studies आ गए. I'm really enthusiastic about those. They need to, time will scale up those, but I think efforts are being made in the right direction. I only wish this, मैं बोलता हूँ इसको, ये फुलवारी है, ये फुलवारी बढ़ती रहे, फैलती रहे. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us. Please give a huge round of applause to such a spectacular jury. With this, we have come to an end of day 2 of our international conference. I would again like to thank our honorable dignitaries, fellow colleagues, our beloved students, along with the technical, digital and print media staff members. We really hope to see you tomorrow again for day 3 of our international conference. Thank you one and all. Thanks once again. Om.